May we be seated? Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. I am not sure why my assistant sergeant of arms are not calling for order, but they say, Madam Speaker, when I come in. Now, when they are supposed to assist Madam Speaker, they are all quiet. You see? Doing very well. Thank you very much, honorable members. And I am worried that our member of parliament who is very loyal to be in this house from the executive is sitting on the second row. I don't know who's going to call Rule 92 today. Order, honorable members. I will now ask the secretary to read the order of the day.
Debate on vote number 1, the Presidency Appropriation Bill.
Honorable the President. Mr. President, I was worried. I thought, Mr. President, for a while, I thought your iPad has been lost again.
No.
Over to you, President.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, and Honorable Members and fellow South Africans. In 2 days from now, which is on Friday, the 18th of July, South Africans, and indeed the world, people will celebrate Nelson Mandela Day. Madiba helped us see that we can achieve a great deal as a nation by staying true to the vision of a better, more equal, as well as a more prosperous South Africa, by working together to achieve a vision that South Africa indeed can be a successful nation if we put our minds to it. Today, the world faces real and significant challenges, and so do we as a country and as a nation. We face an increasingly volatile world with many disruptions to global trade, as well as deepening conflicts that are raging in many parts of the world. We face high levels of unemployment in our own country, as well as low economic growth that has not enabled us to create the number of jobs that we all wished to create. We face the corrosive effects of corruption and pervasive crime to which the poorest amongst us are most vulnerable. We also face the daunting task of building a state that is capable of tackling the challenges of the time and restoring the trust of our people. It is with these challenges in mind that we formed the Government of National Unity to place our country on a more stronger footing, to be able to have economic growth, as well as to foster transformation and to move ahead on the path of peace and prosperity. As we established the Government of National Unity, we understood that we were embarking on what you could call a new era in our democracy. We understood then that it would be complex and that we would be faced with novel challenges that we would need to navigate. We have together adopted the Medium-Term Development Plan, which outlines clear actions that we need to take over the next 5 years in pursuit of the 3 strategic priorities that we have set out for ourselves. Firstly, to drive inclusive growth and job creation. Secondly, to tackle poverty, as well as to address more effectively the high cost of living. And thirdly, to build a capable, ethical, and developmental state. Across all ministries, all departments, and all national entities that we have, there is a commitment to implement the actions on which we have agreed and to move with urgency and purpose to address the needs of all South Africans. Most importantly, there is a shared understanding that we need to rise above our differences and work together to progress or to make progress on the important challenges that our country faces. The approach of the Government of National Unity is to enhance national cohesion, nation building, and to build partnerships across society to advance the common interests of South Africans. And to seek this whole purpose, we agreed that we would have a national dialogue amongst many other things we would do. And this is being convened in response to the many calls that were made by individuals, leaders, eminent persons, as well as various formations from across society. This initiative has received widespread support and has been endorsed by the Government of National Unity as a process that is significant to develop a social compact that will enable us as South Africans to meet the aspirations of the National Development Plan. At every important moment in the history of our country, we have come together as South Africans to define a shared vision and to forge a path into a future in dialogue with one another. The national dialogue is not just about talking. Like with CODESA, like with the National Peace Accord, like with the consultation process that we all went through as we drafted our new constitution, the national dialogue is expected to produce real results that have a tangible impact on the lives of our people. We are all called upon to use this moment of this national dialogue as an instrument of fostering development, transformation, progress, national cohesion, and national unity as well. This dialogue does not displace the democratic processes that are mandated by our Constitution, nor does it divert us from the electoral mandate that this Parliament was given by the people of South Africa. As the national dialogue process continues, the government will continue to take action to address immediate concerns that all South Africans share, to grow our economy, to create jobs, to tackle corruption and crime, and to fix local government. The medium-term development plan sets specific measurable targets for each of the programs that we need to embark upon as set out in various budget votes. And those budget votes quantify the resources that we will need to reach the targets that will be articulated. However, the true measure of success is the impact that we will have on improving the lives of our people. Everything that this government does, from trade negotiations to economic reforms, from the professionalization of the public service to the support for farmers, for small business, is directed towards meeting the needs of the people of South Africa and securing their future. The role of the presidency in all this is to coordinate the work of government towards this end and to make sure that our commitments and actions are directed at meeting the needs of South Africans. Our most important priority is to grow the economy and to create jobs. We are working across government to boost infrastructure investment, to ensure that infrastructure development does become the true flywheel of economic growth in our country. We are using the infrastructure fund to invest in the roads that link communities, the bridges that connect them, to ensure that their economic interests are advanced. We're using these investments to ensure that water projects that supply expanding cities and our towns do indeed reach our people through the pipes that we lay. We have amended the regulations for public-private partnerships to make it easier for those who have money, that is the private sector, to invest in infrastructure ranging from renewable energy to the generation and to housing, and to encompass all other areas where we need infrastructure. This infrastructure has a direct impact on people's lives, providing the services that they need, reducing the cost of living, as well as improving the business environment, and by so doing, encouraging economic activity in the places where our people live. We're following through on our commitment to invest more than 1 trillion rand, as announced by the Minister of Finance in his budget speech, in infrastructure over the next 3 years to renew our country's roads, port, rail, energy, as well as water systems. South Africans benefit when the economy grows, when jobs are created, when established industries expand and new industries emerge. To ensure that our industrial policy promotes local economic activity, we are repositioning our industrial policy to ensure that we look at opportunities in diversification, in decarbonization, and digitalization as well, as we embark on measures to ensure that the incentives that we provide and enabling initiatives are able to create a conducive environment for businesses to grow. That is why we are redirecting our development finance institutions to be more active investors themselves in emerging industries and introducing tax incentives for new energy vehicles from next year. We are pursuing critical minerals and metals strategy recently approved by Cabinet to ensure that our country's mineral wealth creates jobs and produces value here in South Africa, and particularly in the areas where those minerals are extracted. Our national policy on the commercialization of hemp and cannabis aims to improve the livelihoods of those people who live in rural areas, targeting 10% annual growth in this emerging industry. Communities in our cities and rural areas alike will benefit from rapid growth that we are seeing in tourism. More than 9 million international tourists visited our country in the past year, directly spending over 90 billion rand. This is thanks in large measure to the reforms that we have embarked upon in the visa system, targeted tourism promotion in key markets, and the support that is being given to local companies that are involved in the tourism business. To encourage the growth of micro, small, and medium enterprises, we are continuing the work to remove regulatory constraints and to simplify business licensing. This, whilst is a difficult area to traverse, we are beginning to see progress that is being made. For we have found difficult for regulations that have been made to be changed, to be amended in order to enhance the type of business growth that we seek. But we will get there. We are refining our financing offerings to the businesses in our townships and rural areas, recognizing that different types of businesses have different needs at different stages of their own existence and development. To accelerate economic growth and create jobs, we are moving ahead with the economic reform agenda that we introduced through Operation Vulindlela, with the Presidency providing strong leadership and coordination to ensure that the reforms that we have embarked upon are implemented. In the energy sector, working together with all stakeholders, we've made outstanding progress in reducing the severity as well as the frequency of load shedding. There was a time when daily load shedding was the norm. Now it is the exception. We are putting in place the foundations for a competitive electricity market to unlock massive new investment in energy generation. This will result in lower electricity costs as we move on for all South Africans and more renewable energy to power our economy. We have also made significant progress towards enabling innovative public and private investment in our transmission network. Implementation of the Just Energy Transition continues to progress, coordinated in the way that we will ensure that it does yield the results we want. There are growing projects in the Just Energy Transition, in the pipeline thereof, in various places in municipalities as well. There's also another added benefit that we are getting out of this, the skills development process, as we embark more and more on renewable energy generation. Total international pledges to support our Just Energy Transition now amounts to about 12.8 billion rand, or dollars rather, or around 230 billion rand. This investment will go directly into renewable energy projects where the communities that are affected by the transition will be able to be at the center of the focus that our work will entail. Through this work, South Africa is leading the world in many ways in showing what a truly just energy transition should look like. And through this process, yes, we are learning even from our own mistakes as we move ahead. We are also following through on our reform commitments in the logistics sector. We have continued to make progress in removing our visa system, reforming our visa system to attract skills and grow our tourism. The electronic travel authorization system will be launched later this year. The Department of Home Affairs has made great progress in clearing the visa application backlog, which stood at around 306,000 applications in March of 2024. Now, through these reforms, we are steadily removing the obstacles to growth and paving the way for a new phase of investment and job creation in our economy. The work of Operation Vulindlela shows the importance of a capable presidency at the center of government, fulfilling a coordinating role and working very closely with all departments and agencies responsible for implementing the various initiatives that need to be implemented so as to deliver good services across the state. The greatest challenge that faces our country today is youth unemployment. Approximately 3.8 million out of 10.3 million young South Africans aged 15 to 20 years are currently not in employment, education, or training. These are young people with energy, with initiative, as well as untapped potential. As we pursue faster and more inclusive growth, as government, we have undertaken programs of a large scale to provide opportunities for young people to earn an income, to develop skills, and to gain work experience. Through innovative and targeted interventions, the presidential employment stimulus has continued to demonstrate that when a society invests in its people, particularly in its young people, the dividends are measured in hope, restored, and futures that are rewritten. In June of this year, we began a new phase of the Basic Education Employment Initiative, with over 200,000 young people being brought in to work as school assistants in over 20,000 schools across the country. This initiative has now created opportunities for over 1 million young people to serve as assistants in schools, supporting teachers in classrooms, in school administration, as well as in school maintenance. Having been to a few schools and have seen this in action, one cannot but be impressed with the manner in which our young people have taken up this opportunity. The program has been designed to strengthen the learning environment, which is a great benefit for our schools and learning outcomes as well. But in the process, the participants gain work experience and the skills that are vital to finding employment and to starting their own businesses as they embark on their own life journeys. Young people face many barriers. Without established networks in the economy, without any work experience, without money for things like data and transport, it is difficult for many young people even to look for work. To address these challenges, we also launched the SA Youth Mobi platform in 2020. Since then, it has linked a growing number of young people to learning and earning opportunities. There are now 4.7 million young people who are registered on SA Youth Network. Young people have been supported to access over 1.67 million earning opportunities having emanated from this platform. A significant achievement of South African youth in the vast majority of earning opportunities have been accessed by the most excluded young people. 70% of the opportunities have been accessed by young Black African women. Around 65% of the young people registered on SA Youth Platform reported that they live in households where at least one member receives a grant. This means that we are reaching some of the people who have the greatest needs in our country. With the support of government, the South African Employment Service, which is known as YES, has become the largest corporate-funded youth jobs program in the world. The program has to date provided over 190,000 young people with a year-long work experience opportunity. Through all these programs, coordinated by the Presidency, we are changing the way that government works and scaling innovative solutions to our unemployment challenge. And as it is now, a number of people and countries are thronging to our doors to come and learn precisely how we have structured these programs and how they continue to operate. Honorable members, education is at the center of our fight against poverty. The foundational years are central to a child's progress through their educational journey, and even later on in life. That is why our focus is on expanding access to quality early childhood development and early grade literacy and numeracy as well. We continue our efforts to ensure that learners have a safe and conducive environment in which to learn. To date, we have completed 97% of the sanitation projects under the SAFE initiative aimed at getting rid of pit latrines in our schools. The Department of Basic Education is undertaking the work that is needed to implement the Basic Education Law Amendment Act to ensure that all children have access to quality education as well as to well-run schools. We continue efforts to expand and to strengthen vocational training to match the skills we develop with the skills that are needed in our economy. Through NSFAS, we are expanding access to students from poor and working class families. And with the support of the National Schools Fund, we're expanding assistance to the missing middle. This year, NSFAS has supported over 800,000 university and TVET college students. This provides opportunities to young people today that will, in time, transform our economy and society and lead our country. In order for us to give access for all people to quality health care, we have determined that we will address the poor state of our hospitals and clinics. Yes, we are investing in construction, revitalization, and maintenance of facilities of our health centers across the country as our budgetary capability becomes available. To address the severe challenges in health and in the preparation of the implementation of the NHI, we are directing resources towards hiring more doctors, more nurses, and health professionals, as well as the permanent employment of community health workers and purchasing the equipment and supplies that are needed in our health facilities. We are also determined to meet our HIV testing and treatment targets. Despite the withdrawal of the United States funding, the Minister of Health has reported on the progress that is being made, working together with stakeholders to mobilize resources to fill the gap that has resulted from the shortage or pooling of funding. The South African National AIDS Council, which is led by the Deputy President, remains at the center of our HIV/AIDS response, mobilizing all sectors and putting stakeholders to ensure that we end AIDS as a public health pandemic. For us to effectively tackle any of these challenges, we need to build a capable state with institutions that are resistant to corruption or interference. The recent adoption of the Public Service Commission Bill by the National Assembly marks a crucial milestone, enhancing the independence and effectiveness of the Public Service Commission in the work that it has to do to promote ethical governance. The bill will, in the end, enhance and allow the Commission to function as an impartial constitutional body and to ensure that the executive is compelled to act on the Commission's recommendations, thereby reinforcing accountability across the public sector. To make government work more efficiently and to bring it closer to the people, the Digital Transformation Roadmap was launched in April of this year. The roadmap itself focuses on building digital public infrastructure, including a digital identity for every South African. It includes a digital payment system to enable instant, low-cost payments and interoperable data systems to ensure that citizens only have to provide their information to government once. The integrity and credibility of the criminal justice system is vital to the ongoing efforts to combat crime as well as corruption. Over the last few years, we've made significant progress in rebuilding, as well as strengthening law enforcement agencies, security services, and prosecutorial bodies. These changes have been real and visible in the South African Police Service, in the Hawks, in the National Prosecuting Agency, as well as the Asset Forfeiture Unit, the Special Investigating Unit, the State Security Agency, and others. We are determined to maintain the momentum that we have built on. We must therefore be concerned when reports emerge and allegations are made to threaten and to undermine the stability and effectiveness of these institutions. I have recently established 2 commissions of inquiry that in different ways will interrogate aspects of our criminal justice system. The first one is chaired by Judge Sisi Kampempe, which will look to the past. I see there's quite a bit of excitement on this side. Now, this commission, Honorable Speaker, as I take a sip of water, will investigate allegations of undue interference in the investigation of prosecutions of apartheid-era crimes. Not only is the commission necessary to ensure that justice for the victims of apartheid-era crimes and their families, but it will provide valuable lessons as we strengthen our efforts to ensure accountability now and into the future. The second, Honorable Speaker, is that which I announced on Sunday, which will be chaired by Acting Deputy Chief Justice Muyiseli Madlanga, which will investigate allegations by the South African Police Service Provincial Commissioner in KwaZulu-Natal, Lieutenant General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi. Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi alleged that the Minister of Police had interfered with sensitive police investigations and colluded with business people, including a murder accused, to disband the political killings task team based in KwaZulu-Natal. Now, these allegations are serious. They are also untested. It is therefore necessary that we establish the facts through an independent, credible, and thorough process so that we can ensure that there is accountability as well as safeguard public confidence in the police service. It is therefore strange that some people have voiced strong opposition to the establishment of this inquiry. Some have even said that I should take immediate punitive steps against Mr. Senzo Mkhunu on the basis of untested allegations. Not only would this be unfair, but it would also create a very dangerous precedent. Now, on this one, the Commission should be allowed to do its work. Some people have even resurrected the tired line that commissions and panels that we have established in the past have produced meaningless results. This view is wrong. It is not borne out by evidence. In 2018, we established a commission on the South African Revenue Service chaired by Judge Robert Nugent. The Commission's findings and recommendations resulted in a comprehensive overhaul of SARS. It also resulted in the governance structures of SARS and the operational capability of SARS being revamped. This has enabled SARS to significantly increase revenue collection, improve compliance, and recover substantial sums of unpaid tax. The Commission of Inquiry into the Public Investment Corporation, the PIC, which was chaired by Judge Lex Mpati, exposed serious governance failures and led to far-reaching institutional reforms at the PIC. These commissions resulted in disciplinary actions and the cancellation of unlawful contracts. The implementation of the recommendations of the high-level panel on state security agency have contributed significantly to SSA stabilization and recovery. It has also improved oversight and accountability, and the structural reforms contained in the General Intelligence Law Amendment Act. Following the recommendations of the expert panel into the 2021 civil unrest, government has taken steps to ensure better intelligence coordination, capacitating public order policing, strengthening community policing forums, as well as strengthening and streamlining the functionality of the National Security Council. In the 3 years since the final report of the State Capture Commission was presented to the President, the government has undertaken major reforms based on the recommendations. 8 new laws have been enacted to strengthen our anti-corruption institutions, enhance procurement system, reform the intelligence services, as well as to improve corporate accountability and public administration. The value of assets that were linked to state capture that have been recovered by the state now stand at 11 billion rand by March of this year.
Order, honorable members, let's not have running commentary.
Now,
You
another
can have an opportunity, I'm sorry, Mr. President, you can have an opportunity to interject, but you can't have a running commentary. And also, if you have got different views, your parties will have an opportunity to speak. Mr. President, you can proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My apology. Another 10.6 billion rand is currently frozen, awaiting the outcome of cases that are in court. There are criminal cases arising from the State Capture Commission that have been concluded, all with guilty verdicts. Other cases involving 51 individuals and 27 companies are currently enrolled in court. Now, each of these commissions and panels did succeed in unearthing information and made findings that were critical to understanding the events that took place then. They were essential in ensuring accountability, providing recommendations on the strengthening of our institutions and processes. Now, these commissions and panels show that a government does take responsibility and that it is committed to being transparent and accountable and does not fear independent scrutiny.
Honorable Tubate, can you please switch your gadget? Switch off? You can proceed.
Honorable Speaker, we continue to make progress in all these matters since its establishment last year. The NPA's Investigating Directorate Against Corruption has authorized over 120 matters involving more than 215 of the most high-profile state capture corruption accused. Over 80 cases are currently under investigation and approximately 40 of them have already been enrolled. The NPA itself is using new technology to conduct complex investigations through the rapid, efficient analysis and documentation of digital evidence. South Africa has substantially completed all 22 action items that were contained in the action plan adopted when South Africa was grey-listed in February 2023. Now, this paves the way for an on-site visit, which is the final step before FATF can delist South Africa. We are at the midpoint of the implementation of the strategic plan on gender-based violence and femicide. Yet violence against women and children continues unabated. It remains a pandemic that shames the men of our nation. While we can point to progress in responding to instances of gender-based violence, from clearing the historical DNA backlog to increasing conviction rates and improving victim services in police stations, our greatest challenge is to prevent gender-based violence incidents from taking place in the first place. Our efforts to prevent gender-based violence needs special focus. They need to be intensified, they need to be massively scaled up and include all sectors of society. We need to give greater attention to the social factors, such as alcohol abuse, that fuel such violence. The impact of weak governance is felt the most at the local level. We recognize that many of our cities, as well as towns, are failing to deliver basic services to our people, thus creating serious challenges for businesses and the residents of our towns and cities. We have initiated a comprehensive reform of the local government system, underpinned by a review of the white paper on local government that is being piloted by the Minister of Cooperative Governance. While this reform process is underway, the Presidency is providing targeted intervention and support in some struggling municipalities, starting with eThekwini and Johannesburg. Working groups established in both of these cities have brought together mayors, senior officials from local, provincial, and national government, business, civil society, as well as labor organizations to tackle the most urgent problems that some of these cities are facing. The progress made since we established the Presidential eThekwini Working Group shows that this model does work. It is underpinned by the district development model. In the last year, the tourism sector in eThekwini has seen significant recovery, with a 33% growth in domestic trips in 2024, contributing over 17 billion rand to the local economy. The Presidency is uniquely positioned to bring together the many stakeholders within and beyond government who must work together to turn our cities around. Honorable members, South Africa's international standing has been greatly enhanced in recent years despite the increasingly challenging global circumstances in which we pursue our national goals and interests as a country. Multilateralism is on the retreat. Global stability and development are being threatened in the main by unilateral and coercive economic measures that a number of international players are resorting to. Conflicts in some parts of the world are having economic, political, and social consequences far beyond the areas of conflict. The erosion of rule-based multilateralism undermines efforts to achieve a level playing field in economic relations and places emerging markets such as ours in a vulnerable position. The economic uncertainty that arises from these developments dampens the growth prospects of the economies of many countries, particularly in the global south. Last week, we received notification in a letter from President Trump to myself that exports from South Africa to the United States will attract tariffs of up to 30% from the 1st of August 2025. This could have a substantial impact on the products that we export to the United States. We have already seen how just the mere news of the intention to impose tariffs has dampened the ability of a number of exporters from our country to the United States, and we have seen how some companies have had their exports declining by up to 80%. But right at the moment, we welcome the commitment by the US government since we met them in the White House and following engagements that we have had with them after their letter, that the 30% tariff is subject to modification pending the conclusion of negotiations between our two countries. Those negotiations have commenced. At the same time, we continue to work to diversify our export markets and to build a more resilient domestic economy. And in this regard, we call on our producers who export goods to be actively involved in diversifying their own markets and to engage and enlist government assistance in various countries where they wish to export to. We continue with our efforts to strengthen our relations with the United States, which still remains a strong investment and trading partner to our country. Our successful working visit to the US in May reaffirmed the importance of keeping the channels of dialogue open and established a basis for greater engagement and cooperation, which, as I said, is ongoing. Organizations that seek to use South Africa's relations with other countries to advance their own domestic agenda do undermine our national interests and efforts. We are now at the halfway mark of our G20 presidency. So far, nearly 70 of the 130 planned official meetings or engagements have taken place, and we are glad that they have continued to take place in various parts of our country, in our various cities, in various provinces. We are making progress in engagement with fellow G20 countries on the central themes that we have identified for our presidency. Through our participation in other fora, such as the BRICS Summit, which ended just a few days ago in Brazil, and the G7 Summit, which we attended in Canada, we have reinforced our position on critical issues of concern to all G20 countries and beyond G20 countries as well. These issues include debt sustainability and financing for development and climate action. We are seeking agreement on the sustainable approach to critical and rare minerals that benefits the communities and countries where those resources are extracted and found. Throughout our participation in G20 meetings over the last half year, we have sought to advance shared solutions to common problems, to promote the African agenda, and to place the interests of the Global South firmly on the global agenda. As we reflect on our place in the world, we express our horror and dismay at the continued genocide that is taking place in Gaza. More and more Palestinian civilians are being killed every day. Millions face starvation, starvation which is being used as a weapon. Homes, hospitals, and other essential infrastructure are continuing to be destroyed. The fact that these atrocities are taking place in the plain view and sight of the international community with no concerted effort to end them is a damning indictment on the leaders in the world. The stance that South Africa has taken on the genocide in Gaza, including the application that we have made to the International Court of Justice, is founded on our commitment to peace and justice. We are equally concerned at the grave humanitarian situation and the deaths of so many people in Sudan. The conflict is taking a huge human toll. It is estimated that over 30 million people need aid and some 12 million people are displaced. The international community has a responsibility to support regional and other efforts to end the conflict and to provide the assistance that the people of Sudan desperately need. As the situation in the Eastern DRC enters a new phase, the South African Development Community, SADC, that is, mission, has ended, and our personnel are being withdrawn in a phased manner. The majority of them have already returned home. As we welcome the return of our soldiers, we remember with great sorrow the 40 soldiers who lost their lives alongside soldiers from other southern African countries to bring peace and security to that region. We are hopeful that the parties to the conflict will now engage in the envisaged dialogue and cessation of hostilities, which will culminate in an all-encompassing political process that leads to a lasting solution. Our withdrawal was seen as a confidence-building measure that would enable a peace to be found in that part of the world. And indeed, we continue to keenly observe and in some instances participate in various peace efforts that we hope will solidify the peace that is so needed in that part of the world. South Africa remains part of the initiatives to end the Russia-Ukraine conflict and achieve a just and lasting peace. We continue to get involved in various iterations that are meant to bring that conflict to an end, hopefully sooner rather than later. While many of these conflicts are far from our shores, we have an interest in seeing them resolved. Our history places on us a moral responsibility to strive for an end to suffering and oppression around the world. We also have obligations under international law to prevent genocide and ensure accountability for atrocities. It is in our interests as a country to ensure that international law is upheld and consistently applied, and that global bodies like the United Nations Security Council are effective in ensuring peace and security. And we will, as a country, continue to intensify our efforts to reform those global institutions to ensure that they are representative and inclusive. In our view, it continues to be unacceptable that 1.4 billion Africans have no permanent representation of the UN Security Council. It is these laws and these institutions that we will look to for protection and support as we confront uncertainty of a changing world. Our message for the reform of the United Nations Security Council is continuing to spread, and in many centers it is beginning to sink. So we will not let up on continuing to harp on the issue of the reform of the United Nations Security Council, so as to enable the peoples of our continent, particularly other countries also in the global south, to be well represented in a body that was founded on ensuring that there will be peace in the world. Honorable members, a tree survives through winds by its deep and extensive roots, anchoring itself in the soil. Its flexible branches can bend and sway with the wind, enabling the tree to adjust to changing circumstances. A forest of trees works together to withstand a storm. The closeness of the canopies breaking the wind's force is what gives the forest strength. Like a baobab tree of the Limpopo province or a yellowwood of the Eastern Cape province, our roots have been made firm by experience. As the wind picks up around us, they will hold us to the ground. The formation of the Government of National Unity has inspired new hope in South Africans that we can make progress in addressing our most urgent challenges. And indeed, following the elections, the fact that we were able to set up a body like this has also inspired a lot of hope in the hearts of many South Africans. Our task is therefore clear. We must grow our economy. We must create jobs. Yes, we must reduce poverty and tackle corruption and crime. And as we do so, we should be well armed with a state that is capable of ensuring that the people of our country have the best that they can get. While we will always have differences and disagreements, we are all committed to staying the course and seeing through the various reforms and improvements that we must go through in order to deliver a better South Africa to all the people who live here. We must combine the strength of our principles and our convictions with an openness and willingness to listen, but to listen to one another and to adapt. The Presidency will continue to lead government in ensuring that we do so and that we deliver a better South Africa to all our people. Madam Speaker, I hereby commend the Presidency budget vote to the National Assembly and look forward to the debates that are going to ensue here. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable President. Honorable Chief Whip of the largest party, Honorable Ntuli.
You. No, I mean. No, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon, Madam Speaker, Your Excellence, the President of the Republic of South Africa, honorable members. Madam Speaker, I think it's important that let me begin my comments in this debate on the budget vote one of the presidents by stating something which I believe is obvious to all of us, which nevertheless must still be stated. That issue, Madam Speaker, relates to the central role of the central role that Parliament and parliamentarians must never forget, that we sit in this position of leadership for the sole purpose of loyally serving the people of South Africa. I'm therefore convinced that all of us will agree that one of the most important and urgent challenges facing our people is to defeat poverty and unemployment. Our leadership echelons from Parliament, business, labor, and civil society must work together in response to this perennial crisis. We have to act in unity and with a united approach in extricating our country from the general crisis in which it is deeply immersed. Madam Speaker, I'm raising this concern because it is my considered view that there are some among us, sometimes including within the government of national unity, whose genuine commitments towards the eradication of poverty and unemployment leave so much to be desired. It is difficult to imagine a solution to any of our complex problems and challenges, such as gender-based violence, safety and security, economic growth, defeating poverty and unemployment, without having the caliber of leadership suitable to achieve these noble objectives. I will come back to this matter later in my comments because I believe that it is central to everything that we have to do in order to succeed in our purpose. Madam Speaker, on the 26th of June 2025, marked the 70th anniversary since the adoption of the historic and seminal document, the Freedom Charter by the people of South Africa, black and white. Necessarily, the Charter guided the prosecution of our struggle, of our liberation struggle, and also became central in defining the content of a democratic South Africa we live in today. During the 1940s and the early 50s, a mass campaign was mounted against oppressive laws, and this culminated to the Congress of the People. The Congress Alliance was born during the campaign of defiance against unjust laws. In the face of the growing state repression, the movement intensifies its challenge against the regime by outlining a vision of an alternative society. This led to the Congress of the People, an open assembly of democratically elected delegates held in 1955, which adopted the Freedom Charter. Madam Speaker, it was that historic Congress of the People which declared that, and I quote, "We, the people of South Africa, declare for all in our country and the world to know that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, black and white, and that no government can justly claim authority unless it is based on the will of the people. That our people have been robbed of their birthright to land, liberty, and peace by a form of government founded on injustice and inequality. That our country will never be prosperous or free until our people live in brotherhood and adopt this Freedom Charter. And as we pledge ourselves, the Congress continues to strive together, sparing neither strength nor courage, until democratic changes here set out have been won," unquote. Madam Speaker, the central message from the Congress of the People was very clear. Majority of our people engage in a struggle against oppression and oppressive laws. The Charter redefined the struggling. It was absolutely clear that the main aim was no longer to modify the existing order or to reform a society whose basis was fundamentally flawed. Rather, a complete new order based on the will of the people was put on the national agenda. In many respects, the Freedom Charter was a response to historical injustice consciously perpetrated against the majority in our country. These majorities and their primal concerns were also excluded on the agenda of the conference of the Synod of the Dutch Reformed Church held in Stellenbosch in 1983, which was to investigate what was called the poor white problem. The conference gave birth to Transvaal Indigence and Kennesh Commissions of 1908 and 1932, respectively, both of which stood on the firm foundation of colonial dispossession and later the post-apartheid 1948 apartheid project. The reality with which we must contend with is that the legacy of colonialism and apartheid stubbornly remains with us. None of us in their right mind can deny the fact that in our country, economic advantages and disadvantages were and remain socially and politically engineered by processes. It is in this context that since 1994, the democratic state has sought to put in place legislative and policy framework designed to transform South Africa into a truly non-racial, non-sexist, and a prosperous country in all its aspects. The legislative interventions, such as Basic Education Law Amendment Act, the Bella Act, the Employment Equity Act, among others, are intended to give content to the assertion in the Freedom Charter that, as I quote, "Our people have been robbed of their birthright to land, liberty, and peace by a form of government founded on injustice and equality, and that our country will never be prosperous or free until our people live in brotherhood and adopt the Freedom Charter." Madam Speaker, it will be difficult not to come to the conclusion that those who oppose the transformation agenda in our country are loyal descendants of the Stellenbosch Dutch Reform Conference, whose main preoccupation even today remains the resolution of the poor white problem. It is perfectly clear that the right-wing conservative and their liberals allies are not committed to the project of social transformation in our country. Hence, we have seen them calling for foreign capitals to intervene in our domestic affairs. This is a conduct and a tendency we must confront and defeat. Comrade President, the ANC believes that the budget of the President is an important instrument to strengthen the Presidency so that it continues to discharge its responsibilities to the nation. The leading role of the President, particularly in Operation Vulindlela, is commendable and will undoubtedly reposition South Africa as the choice of investment. The continuing effort towards the restructuring and strengthening of the state institutions remain fundamentally important to the future of our country. It is also in this context that we firmly support the decision of the President to set up a commission of inquiry to investigate the allegations pronounced by the KZN Police Commissioner. There was absolutely no better way, Comrade President, rather than setting up an investigation led by a judge as a legitimate platform through which the issues can be ventilated in order to ascertain the veracity or otherwise of these obviously very grave allegations. It is also my considered view that Parliament, as one of the organs of the democratic state, must urgently determine its own course of action and respond to these serious and grave allegations. Madam Speaker, during his State of the Nation, the reply to the State of the Nation address on the 13th of February 2025, President Cyril Ramaphosa had the following to say, and I quote, "The debate illustrated dangers of retreating to corners, isolating ourselves in ideological, cultural, racial, and linguistic enclaves, and hardly ever engage beyond their immediate circles. This is not conducive to nation building in a situation like ours, where diverse people live side by side. This is what makes the forthcoming national dialogue so important. South Africans, informed by their different lived experiences, can discuss the many challenges facing our nation and develop a common solutions. The journey we are embarking upon now through the national dialogue will result in a concrete process to become more united and stronger South Africa in the face of many political, social, economic challenges, both globally and locally," unquote. Madam Speaker, on the 26 years ago in 1999, a delegation made up of business and union leaders, which was called the Millennium Business Council, undertook a visit to the European countries, particularly in Ireland and Netherlands. Among other things, that delegation presented a report to the nation which read as follows, and Minister Mantashe was part of that delegation. The report says, and I quote, "Ireland and Netherlands were chosen for study tour because from a position of economic crisis in the 1980s, they had undergone a profoundly successful economic transformation to become among the top performing economies in Europe, and at the same time maintain acceptable social policies. In the process, these countries had been immensely successful in creating jobs and reducing unemployment significantly. While many of their European counterparts were experiencing rising levels of unemployment, a feature of a successful transformation in both countries had intense social dialogue and national consensus on key economic and social issues. The report went on to say, in respect of Ireland, in 1986, in response to its economic crisis, Ireland began to develop a national economic and social consensus involving government employees, trade unions, farmers, and other interest groups. The performance program covered wages, employment, competitiveness, development, taxation, education, health, and welfare. The programs also involve trade-off, for example, linking wage moderation, a shorter working week, and the tax income breaks for wage earners, which resulted in real increase in take-home pay, and I quote. So, Madam Speaker, it's important that we must continue to support the effort and the call made by the President for the country to engage in the national dialogue. I think we have all the reasons to disagree with the position publicly communicated by one of the leaders of one of the parties in the national government of national unity, especially the Honorable John Steenhuisen, that they are going to be pulling out of the national dialogue, and they are calling the national dialogue a sham and something that will not succeed because they are going to be pulling out. It's my considered view that nobody must be allowed to stop on the direction of the national dialogue. And the country must be afforded an opportunity from all sectors of society to engage and find a solution to the problems that continue to confront us. On the same vein, Madam Speaker, the leader of the EFF, the Honorable J.S. Malema, made a public interventions a few weeks ago. And of course, true to his own character, part of what he argued was that this national dialogue is not going to be a success and therefore should not be supported. And he based in his argument purely on the basis of the fact that the money that was allegedly pronounced without even a government official position is going to be the biggest scam of that period. I do want to say, Madam Speaker, that some of us were not surprised by the comment and the position adopted by the Honorable Malema in this regard, because we believe that he is part of the people who are not for the alternative of the country in which we can have dialogue, convince each other, agree on the direction and the compromises that each one of the sectors must enter into. But rather he believes and subscribed together, by the way, with the leader of the MK party on the politics of strong men, where decisions must be left to certain
Honourable
individuals.
Ntuli, could
for
you
them
please
to
take your
decide
seat?
what
There
to
is a
do.
point of order. Honourable Matiasi, what is your point of order?
Deputy Speaker, I think the member, the Chief Whip of the ANC, is deliberately deceiving and misleading the public by misquoting and distorting what the Commander-in-Chief says. And for that, I would want you to rain on him and declare him out of order because he's misquoting, distorting and also misleading the public about what exactly the Commander-in-Chief said. Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Matiasi. I'm not in a position to determine whether that was indeed misleading or not, and we will therefore proceed. You may write to the Speaker, should you wish, so that there can be a ruling on this. Honourable Ntuli, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I think it's important to emphasize the point that our country will not succeed if it is subjected to the politics of strong men, and that nobody must be allowed to intervene and succeed to stop South Africans in their quest to determine the future they want and the future they do not want. Not even any of those parties represented in our National Assembly. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members of this august House, fellow South Africans watching at home, all MK commanders, cadres, and ground forces, I salute you. I rise today on behalf of Umkhonto weSizwe Party, the true voice of the oppressed, the forgotten, and the betrayed. Today we stand here not to decorate this chamber with empty words, but to deliver a clear message of defiance and truth. We stand in absolute rejection of vote number 1 on the presidency and the National Assembly budget. This is so because we refuse to fund lies, hypocrisy, and a failed dream. We are living in a country where the price of bread decides whether a child eats or goes to bed hungry. A country where mothers pray not for rain, but for electricity so that they can cook a simple meal. We live in a South Africa where hope is more expensive than petrol, and dreams are as empty as the dry taps in our townships and villages. Mr. Ramaphosa, the presidency we debate today is not the house of the people. It has become a fortress of a conflicted and compromised president, a president broken beyond repair, leading a nation shattered by broken promises and shattered lives. This is a president whose couch swallowed millions in foreign currency, palapa, while desperate South Africans trying to survive by selling food on street corners are harassed, chased, and arrested by police. You, Mr. Ramaphosa, hide dollars like a hustler stashing stolen goods under a mattress.
Honorable Shlope, please take your seat. There is a point of order. Honorable Skhosana, what is your point of order?
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I'm rising on Rule 84. The leader of the MKP here says the president is broken beyond repair. I don't think that is parliamentary in reference to the president.
Honorable Skhosana, honorable members, please allow me to rule. Honorable Skhosana, that is a matter of argument. It is not a point of order. Honorable Shlope, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And today, we are asked to fund this office to rubber stamp this betrayal. Never, never. Mr. Ramaphosa, you claim to fight corruption, yet you are the living, breathing embodiment of corruption itself. Under your watch, South Africa has become a land of commissions of inquiry without convictions. Endless talk shops designed to pacify the public while looting continues. We talk of a conflicted president.
Honorable Shlope, please take your seat. Honorable member, what is your point of order?
No, I'm rising on Rule 85, Deputy Speaker. The speaker on the podium intimates that the president hid stolen goods under his couch. I discussed in a special. I would like you to rule on this matter.
Honorable members, I will refer to the unrevised Hansard and come back with a ruling on that matter. But I also, honorable members, I do want to caution you as well on both sides of the House. Honorable members, we are in a House where we allow debate, where we have freedom of speech, and where we are allowed to voice our opinions. But if you do not agree, that does not mean that you have to rise on a point of order every time you don't agree with it. And it goes for both sides of the House. So, honorable members, please refrain from spurious points of order. Honorable Shlope, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We talk of a conflicted president. General Mkhwana is in a revelation that should shake the foundations of this parliament. Expose that the police are captured by criminal syndicates. SAPS is no longer a shield for the innocent. It has become a rented army protecting drug lords and criminal enterprises. But let us be clear, there are good men and women in SAPS, brave officers who protect our communities with integrity. These honest officers are being tarnished by a few rotten apples at the top. Recently, the head of crime intelligence and other senior officials were arrested, a sign of deep instability at the highest levels. Some even argue they were targeted for doing their jobs too well, which makes this arrest even more alarming and remarkable. The MK party stands firmly with General Mkhwanazi and all other government officials who stand for peace, justice, and the rule of law. We support those who expose the rot, no matter how high it goes. Mr. Ramaphosa, you speak of fighting corruption, yet you place your own Minister of Police on special leave instead of expelling him from the cabinet, as you recently did with regard to the DA Deputy Minister. Other ANC ministers who have damning allegations leveled against them are simply moved to different portfolios. This inconsistency reeks of selective morality. It shows that protecting your faction is more important to you than protecting the people of this country.
Point of order.
The late Chris once warned, I quote, "What I fear is that the liberators would emerge as elitists who will drive around in Mercedes-Benzes and use the resources of this country to live in palaces and to gather riches," close quote. Under your leadership, Mr. Ramaphosa, this fear has become our daily reality. We talk of a broken country. Empty vessels make more noise. We talk from a broken country. ESCOM is broken. Transnet is broken. Prasta rusted and dead. SAA looted into a carcass. Denel a ghost of his former self. Municipalities bankrupt and drowning in sewer. While the people cry for service delivery, Mr. Ramaphosa's government delivers only excuses and consultants' invoices. The so-called government of national unity is nothing but a government of national convenience, a marriage of political opportunists who cannot agree on basic bread and butter issues, but unite to protect their seats and their stomachs. The DA and the ANC, under your leadership, now sleep in the same bed, under the same blanket of white monopoly capital. The same DA once spat on the Freedom Charter. It now shares cabinet space and dinner tables with your ANC. You call it unity, we call it treachery. Now we hear of your so-called national dialogue. Let me tell the people of South Africa what it really is. It's not a dialogue for the nation. It is an ANC election campaign funded by the taxpayers' money. Mr. Ramaphosa, you lead today a broken ANC, a party with the lowest membership in decades, a party that has lost key metros, a party that has become a mere shadow of its once proud self. Branches are non-existent, communities are leaderless, and the people have lost faith in you. But let us be clear. Let us be clear, this is not an accident. Your handlers and puppet masters behind the scenes planned this betrayal all along. They are using you to destroy the ANC from within.
Honourable
and to
Shlope,
hand
please
this.
take your seat. There is a point of order. Honourable DM, what is your point of order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I was wondering if plagiarism is allowed here in the House because that's a photocopy of a speech of Honorable my man.
Honourable
Thank
DM,
you.
that is not a point of order. Honourable Shlope, please proceed. Honourable Shlope, please proceed.
Thank you very much. They are using you to destroy the ANC from within and to hand this country back into the hands of the former oppressor. The future of the black child is at stake here. As MK, we say, we will not allow the soul of this country to be auctioned off to big businesses and colonial masters. We will defend that black child in the rural village, in the dusty township, in the overcrowded classroom. We will fight so that no child must choose between hunger and education, between dignity and survival. Our communities feel it every day. I met a gogo in Wembezi last month who recollects that she fetches water from a dish because the taps have been dry since October last year. In Soweto, a young mother told me that she uses paraffin because load shedding has destroyed her small catering business. In Hammarskraal, people drink contaminated water while you sip imported water in Mahlambandlovu. The late President de Klerk once said, and I quote, "If Cyril Ramaphosa takes over and keeps his promises, things will be better," close quote. Indeed, you have taken over and you have kept your promises. Your presidential promises have become funeral songs for the living. South Africans don't want televised apologies. South Africans want jobs, water, electricity, safety, land, and dignity. They want a president who feels their pain, not one who hides behind bulletproof glass and photo
Honourable
ops.
Shlope,
We
please,
talk of a
please
broken...
take your seat.
Thank you, I will.
Honourable Member, what is your point of order?
Honourable Speaker, I just wonder if Honourable Klope can take a question,
Honourable
because he's
Shlope,
speaking
Honourable-
about
Honourable
broken
Member,
Zuma,
Honourable
broken
Member,
Klope, broken
Honourable Member,
MKP.
you know well that you cannot do that. Honourable Shlope, would you like to answer a question? The Honourable Member will not answer a question. Please proceed, Honourable Shlope.
Thank you very much. We talk of broken promises, land expropriation without compensation forgotten, free education for all forgotten, state-owned enterprises as engines of development, sold off piece by piece to the highest bidder. What we have today is a captured presidency, captured by big white business, captured by billionaires who dictate policy while the poor continue to starve. Today, we're debating a budget to keep this charade alive. The National Assembly, under your watch, Mr. Ramaphosa, is supposed to be the watchdog of the executive. Instead, it has become a poodle sitting at your feet, begging for scraps of patronage. We, the MK Party, refuse to fund our own oppression. We refuse to legitimize this betrayal. We refuse to build a palace for a president while our people sleep under leaking roofs and cook on open fires. To my colleagues in this House, you stand at the fork in this road. You can choose to be complicit in the auctioning of this nation, or you can rise as true servants of the people. To you, Mr. Ramaphosa, you are no longer the architect of renewal. You are the demolition man of democracy. To the GNO partners, your alliance is not for the people. It is for power, it is for privilege, and it is for profit. We are asked to vote for this budget. The MK stands resolute. We will not. We reject this budget and vote one. We reject a president that has become a piggy bank for the elite. We reject a parliament that has turned into a silent spectator to national decay. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the people of this country are watching. They will remember who stood with them when they were hungry, jobless, and homeless, and hopeless. The MK Party will continue to fight for the South Africa where land and wealth are shared, where children drink clean water, where the lights stay on, and where the president serves, not sells, the people. Let history record, we refuse to endorse these lies. We refuse to fund betrayal. We refuse to clap hands for a captured president. The MK Party stands firm. I end by asking you, Mr. President, corruption is so common in this country. It happens right under your nose. The question is, why can't you see it every day? Why can't you see it every day? What is the obstruction? I end you. Thank you.
The Honourable Botlani. Order, honourable members.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Mr. President, ministers, fellow South Africans, Bagolo Dumelang. The Constitution of the Republic of South Africa is a pivotal piece of legislation which has served South Africa well. However, Poor implementation has also meant that we are not where we are supposed to be, especially considering the investment that has been made on developmental projects. It is this very constitution that has empowered the government communication and information system, which stipulates that the public should be provided with timely, accurate, and accessible information. Mr. President, the authors of our constitution could not have imagined that in 2025, communications would be as advanced as it is today. However, the core principles remain as freedom of expression, accountability, transparency, and an open governance, which must be held as sacrosanct. The GCIS is well placed to provide strategic leadership and coordination of government communications, delivering on a mandate of informed citizens. However, the GCIS operates in a legislative vacuum. The intervention of the government communication policy in 2018 is no longer sufficient. The absence of legislation has led to unstructured output and frequent politicizing of the GCIS. Today, it is being used to promote the 700 million rands national dialogue. Before last year's national and provincial elections, the GCIS paid millions of rands in a series aired by the SABC to advertise the good work that was allegedly being done by the ANC government. Yet, with the formation of the Government of National Unity, the GCIS is failing to come to the party by communicating on behalf of ministers from the various parties. Perhaps this failure is because of the failure to fill critical vacancies like the Director General position, leading to targets not being met. Despite having a healthy budget, this, Mr. President, is unsatisfactory. The debate occurs as the SABC commemorates 75 years. I mention the SABC because the SABC has managed to reinvent itself, having transformed from being a state propaganda machine to a continent-leading public broadcaster. In running the GCIS, Honorable Minister, the Presidency must follow a similar model to the SABC, where the GCIS holds a degree of financial and editorial independence. Speaking in this House a few days ago, Minister in the Presidency declared, print media is dead. This pierced the hearts of veteran journalists and those who run community medias, who hoped that the minister would have some confidence in the sector. The question then becomes, if print media is dead, what does that mean for the mandate of the MDDA? Do we just drop print media and move on, or do we do something about this? On the same platform, for my part, I asked this House to imagine a South Africa where literacy levels could be improved if learners could read community newspapers telling their own stories in their own languages. I maintain that this is a missed opportunity which speaks to the failure to understand the dynamics of our past and the failure to be aggressive about creating an informed citizenry. The DA welcomes the projected 172 million rands for MDDA projects throughout the MTEF period. The said projects will include both financial and non-financial support to community, small and commercial media. This budget is aimed at promoting indigenous language and contributing to community development. We call for these funds to be directed to forgotten communities that remain underserved. We further welcome the agency's commitment to intensify its focus on ensuring the sustainability of media projects in communities. We reiterate our position that opening new community media projects without a sustainability plan does more harm, by causing regression once dependency and expectation has been created. We note the agency's budget in the upcoming period is allocated to grant funding for 66 community broadcast radio projects, either to help initiate new ones or strengthen existing ones, as well as 18 community and small commercial media print and digital projects. It is our belief that a rigorous research needs to be established when establishing media projects. DM Morolong, this is where we talk about quality over quantity. We also look forward to the implementation of the digital sector strategy, which aims to support 60 media projects with digital initiatives over the medium term. Poor focus on content creation has seen organizations such as the SABC lose audiences. As such, we are eager to see how the planned support of the 30 content production initiatives will contribute to support sustainability. My passion for community media is personal. My first job a year after completing matric was working as a volunteer at Kasi FM, a community radio station in Ekurhuleni, covering the Catharos areas. Mr. President, it is at this station that I embraced the concept of serving my people. I learned the importance of working in a professional environment. My story is not unique. Community radio stations are a training ground for commercial radio stations. Many radio and television personalities that are today famous and celebrated for their works started at community radio stations. As the DA, we believe in an independent and thriving media to promote equal opportunity society. Our ICT policy upholds that radio, both private and public, remains important channels of communications in South Africa. Indeed, there is a great value in supporting community media as well because they create jobs. And Mr. President, jobs give dignity. The slow pace of the government in producing legislation that will reflect the country's determination to adapt to global changes is a hindrance for the development of MDDA. The MDDA legislation is an act as promulgated in 2002, which is not a suitable way to manage the evolving sector like communications. Its mandate must be urgently re-evaluated. Centec, a state-owned communications infrastructure entity, is responsible for the distribution of broadcast sectors to over 130 community radio stations. What we have today is community radio stations that owe Centec for Centec transmission fees. Most of these stations are unable to cover these fees, Mr. President, which is crippling Centec. The point I want to make is that there is a possibility of a failure of one sector crippling another sector. So therefore, we call for the empowerment of MDDA via legislation to ensure that South Africa thrives. Ke a leboga.
The Honorable Nolochungu.
House Chairperson, let me begin by greeting the Commander-in-Chief and the President of the EFF, who today, like a true grounded revolutionary, is in his home ward in Seshego, defending Ward 13, which has been led by the EFF. We are more than confident that the EFF will retain the home ward of our President and continue serving our people. House Chairperson, today we are gathered to debate the presidency budget of an administration which is rotting from the head and which has surrendered our nation to criminal syndicates and drug cartels. The ANC, under the leadership of President Cyril Ramaphosa, has failed dismally to fulfill the very mandate his entire presidency ticket was based on, which is to uproot corruption. The corrupt under this government are shifted around and has not renewed the state. Instead, it has refined the machinery for corruption. It has been a presidency of scandals after scandal, cover-up after cover-up, and an astonishing eroding of the faith of our people in law enforcement agencies and Chapter 9 institutions. There has been no light at the end of the tunnel, but rather an oncoming train that has crushed the belief of ordinary people in democracy, justice, and opportunity. Let me begin with the most recent scandal. The Minister of Police, as reported by KZN Police Commissioner Lieutenant General Mukwanas, Minister Senzo Mchuna was caught dismantling the Political Killings Task Team, a unit with over 100 convictions, over 1,800 years in sentencing. He was exposed of dismantling it, withdrawing over 120 dockets in order to cover up his and many other ANC politicians' involvement in political assassination, in tender fraud, connections to criminal enterprise, such as that of Vusumzi Ket Matlala, involvement in drug trafficking organizations in Gauteng and in KZN. As we stand here, Minister Mchunu was not fired. He was not arrested. He was put on special leave. Something that the president has no powers to do. This has been another character trait of the Ramaphosa presidency, akin to a dictatorship, where he conducts himself outside of the confines of the Constitution. We have written to President Ramaphosa this morning, pointing out to him that he is engaged in an undermining of good governance and plain constitutional delinquency. You cannot appoint an acting minister outside of parliament and cabinet. You cannot place a minister on special leave while he will continue to draw a salary and ministerial benefits, while he has no verifiable duties and functions. But because the presidency is committed to patronage, because the presidency is an extension of managing the factional affairs of the ANC, you undermine this country and taxpayers, and today you create a situation where there will be 2 ministers in the police ministry. You have undermined the confidence of our people even on mechanisms to uproot corruption such as judicial commissions of inquiry, because you are known to establish commissions, task teams, special units, and special envoys that have become employment agencies of cadres you cannot deploy to parliament or cabinet. You have established so many of these and yet yielded no results. And now our people have lost faith in them. The Zondo Commission gave you recommendations. The Makana Commission of Inquiry gave you recommendations. The Life Asset Demand Inquiry gave you recommendations. What have you done with them? Nothing. You have established a presidentially advisory panel on land reform, a National Anti-Corruption Advisory Council, a BBBE Advisory Council, an Economic Advisory Council, investment envoys, employment stimulus, and even a commission on the 4th Industrial Revolution. All of these are multi-million rand bureaucratic distractions that have delivered nothing: no land, no jobs, no industrialization, no justice, just more jargon. In light of the incompetency of the presidency, it has become the duty of the EFF to defend our democracy. It was the EFF that exposed the illegal SITA board appointments, including Minister Gwede Mantashe's own son and other ANC allies.
Objection, objection.
We forced their
Objection,
withdrawal.
objection.
Honorable Nolatungu, please take a chair. Honorable Minister, what is your point of order? Honorable member, please take your seat. Honorable members.
In terms of Rule 92, read in conjunction with Rule 68, who irrelevant or out of order.
Protecting your child.
That point of order is not sustained. Honorable Nolochungu, please proceed. Please proceed. Honorable member, please proceed.
It was the EFF that exposed the illegal SITA board appointments, including Minister Gwede Mantashe's own son and other ANC allies.
Objection.
We forced their withdrawal, not because the ANC grew a conscience, but because we made the cost of corruption politically unbearable. We raised the same alarm with the IDC board, appointing Ayanda Dlodlo, Sidney Mufamadi, and Nomusa Dube-Ncube, all retired, failed ANC politicians, now recycling themselves through public entities that control billions in public funds. You have turned the state institutions into a retirement scheme for loyalists. The EFF rejected it outright and demanded audits of every appointment because we understand when you control the boards, you control the tenders. When you control the tenders, you control the ANC. Honorable members, let me now speak to one of the most significant victories in democratic accountability in recent history, the VAT increase, and how the EFF stopped it. Earlier this year, the ANC attempted to ram through an illegal fiscal framework to increase VAT to 0.5%, which was an insult on the poor disguised as economic necessity. They tabled a report in Parliament that had not been voted on, violated Section 8, subsection 4 of the Money Bills Act, and was tainted by fraud. We raised the alarm and wrote to the Speaker. We warned that the law was being broken, but he ignored us, so we went to court. Eventually, the Western Cape High Court ruled in our favor and nullified the committee's resolutions and set aside the parliamentary adoption. Let us be clear, it was not the backroom deals that stopped the VAT increase. It was not so-called engagements by parties trying to claim credit in press conferences. It was the economic freedom fighters. After we were told of a constrained fiscus which required tax increases, we are insulted with a national dialogue that will cost 700 million. All because the ANC does not want to accept that the national dialogue happened on the 29th of May 2024, and that national dialogue stripped them of their majority. We will attend that dialogue to remind you that it is not people of South Africa who have crippled the state with corruption. It is not the people of South Africa who destroyed law enforcement agencies. It is the ANC. It is not the people of South Africa who have destroyed the SOEs, failed to create jobs, and allowed drugs to destroy the youth. It is the ANC. The people have spoken, and they do not need 700 million to be spent to repeat the message they gave you at the ballot in 2024. This is the real legacy of the president's silence in the face of corruption, indecision in the face of crisis, and appointments designed to protect patronage over principle. No last attempt at legacy building will rescue your legacy. Mr. President, and perhaps you should have stayed in business because now you are tied to the rot of the ANC forever. The EFF rejects this report. Thank you.
Speaker.
Very much will put to minutes, and then they will then say whether it's something that they agree with. Because
Honourable
remember, they
members on
must.
the platform, please mute your devices. Honourable members, order. The next speaker is the Honourable Khadebe.
Order.
My apologies, Honourable Khadebe. There's a point of order. Honourable Dugmore, what is your point of order?
Deputy Speaker, thank you. I rise on point, in fact, Rule 36, which specifically refers to the absence of members. And while appreciating the previous speech, the Honourable Malema is absent for a serious number of occasions, and I wondered if your office is investigating his absence as the leader of the EFF.
Honourable Blackmore, thank you very much, but that is not a point of order to be raised now. And I would perhaps caution everyone, if we do start looking at who's present and who's not, that it could be a bit embarrassing for all parties. Honourable Maotwe, what is your point of order?
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Deputy Chair, for your solid ruling. Mr. Dagmore must focus on being the whip of the ANC and leave
Honourable
our affairs. We're fine.
Maotwe, that is not a point of
is the
order.
party leader here.
Honourable
But
Maotwe, that is not a point of order.
Okay, thank you, Deputy. My issue was on the president of the country, Ntate Ramaphosa. Watsiba, for nako e ngata, Deputy Speaker, nasa mamela, na dutse so ka re o robetse. So o kry-a sa kry-a molaetsa wa
Honourable
mme
Maotwe.
chief whip ya rena hantle.
Honourable
Kore ka mo
Maotwe.
caution hore a tsohe, re mo mosebetsing mona. A sebetse, a ska robala, Deputy Speaker.
She's out of order,
Maotwe.
Honorable Speaker.
Honourable members, and perhaps just as a point of clarity, the table has informed me. Honourable members, order. Table has informed me that the Honourable Malema is indeed online. This is a hybrid sitting. We will now proceed. My apologies, Honourable Khadebe, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, one cannot help but acknowledge the enormous yet surmountable task entrusted to the Presidency. Now more than ever, it is expected to deliver on its mandate amid the country's pressing challenges. South Africans look to it to advance the national agenda of social transformation, strengthen governance, and build state capacity, among other critical responsibilities. Mr. President, amid the prevailing economic gloom that has left many young people unemployed, Operation Vulindlela has worked tirelessly to implement structural reforms critical for sustaining economic recovery and addressing the root causes of low growth and high unemployment. The Presidency's role in monitoring progress and actively supporting the fast-tracking of high-impact reforms by identifying obstacles and ensuring execution demonstrates its ability to diagnose challenges and drive solutions. However, a key concern remains consequence management. Sustaining economic recovery demands relentless commitment from all departments. Without accountability, departments risk undermining reform efforts, and the economy will continue to grow below the level needed to create jobs. However, the IFP notes that the recently released Vulindlela reports reflects steady progress in advancing the economic reform agenda, offering a measure of resilience against prevailing economic conditions. Notable developments over the past quarter include the issuance of a ministerial determination and the related regulations to facilitate the launch of the first independent transmission projects, as well as a request for information aimed at encouraging significant private sector participation in the freight logistics sector. These steps are welcome as they will help unlock investment, improve efficiency in critical infrastructure sectors, and contribute to long-term economic growth and job creation. The IFP acknowledges the persistent and stubborn challenge of youth unemployment. We welcome the Presidency's recognition of it as a national crisis requiring urgent, innovative, and coordinated solutions. However, we must also stress that being over the age of 35 should not disqualify individuals from accessing job opportunities. Many South Africans are returning to school later in life, and government interventions must reflect this reality. Otherwise, we risk creating a new cohort of unemployed graduates excluded not only due to economic conditions, but also because they are subjectively barred from participating in government programs based on age. Mr. President, the IFP welcomes the introduction of a new funding models aimed at supporting struggling municipalities. This initiative will complement the commendable work of the Minister of Culture, Honorable Hlabisa. The allocation of 54 billion in additional funding over the next 6 years to metros that implement key reforms to improve water and electricity infrastructure is a step in the right direction. It is important to reaffirm the IFP's long-held view: a citizen's first and most direct interaction with the state is at the local government level. That experience shapes their overall perception of government. Functional municipalities are therefore essential of how people experience governance in South Africa. Mr. President, it is important to recognize that time is no longer a luxury we have. The IFP has consistently acknowledged that South Africa is not lacking in well-crafted plans which, if properly implemented, could significantly advance our developmental agenda. However, the public has grown increasingly frustrated with the persistent gap between policy and action. South Africans are no longer moved by promises, they demand implementation. Furthermore, corruption continues to undermine the reconstruction and recovery program. It remains widespread and is often committed with impunity, largely due to the lack of convictions. South Africans have become dangerously desensitized, no longer shocked by the latest corruption scandal. This must never be normalized. Corruption should provoke the same outrage, whether committed by a junior official or a senior member of the executive. Mr. President, part of the public's frustration with the recent announcement of the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry into allegations of interference in the criminal justice system of South Africa stem from a broader concern: the lack of implementation. South Africans are still awaiting for prosecutions and arrests arising from the Zondo Commission. That said, the importance of this Commission of Inquiry must never be dismissed. As Senior Counsel Advocate Tembeka Ngcukaitobi rightly stated, I quote, "Commissions of inquiry are instituted in a moment of crisis, a national response to a national calamity," close quote. They exist to help the nation understand the full scope of the program. It is in this act on our recommendation for a commission of inquiry as a response to the serious allegations raised by Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi. Mr. President, the IFP supports for this budget vote is rooted in our commitment to strengthening the President's ability to fulfill its mandate. And this support comes with the expectation of accountability, as effective oversight remains a cornerstone of responsive government. The IFP supports this budget vote. I thank you.
The Honourable Peterson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Honourable President, Honourable President, members of the public, honourable members. A year ago, the Government of National Unity was born. It was messy, it was bold, but it was necessary. The Patriotic Alliance supported it then, and we support it now. And yes, Mr. President, we support you. We joined the GNU not as an inside opposition, but as real partners that will help build this country. Dear President, we also support the national dialogue. We are children from the Khoisan San, and our parents feel that there is no difference between apartheid and the new South Africa. They feel that they are not part of the new South Africa, and the national dialogue has the potential to fix that and many other things. Those that don't want the dialogue must be happy with things. We want it because we are unhappy about some things. So thank you for the dialogue. Thank you for the commission. We live amongst bullets. Not a single day goes by, Honourable President, without people being killed in our communities. Last week in Mitchell's Plain, we lost 34 people, double the amount of Palestine and Sudan. What he said about these killings, Honorable President, is that the police issued these guns, and Commission must get to the bottom of this. Certain police has been part of these gangs, and it's time to get to the bottom of this. Let this budget be the turning point where words become actions, where plans become progress, and where South Africa truly becomes a nation that works for all its people. Thank you.
The next speaker is the Honorable Mulder.
Honourable Madam Speaker, I have very limited time and therefore will immediately be precise and straight to the point. Mr. President, since the inception of the Freedom Front Plus, we have been part of each parliament since 1994. We have always been constructive and positive in our approach. That is how we will continue to be, constructive and positive. We believe that we need to find solutions for our challenges to create a bright future for all our children and grandchildren and to make South Africa a successful and winning country. This includes the future of the Afrikaner as well as other minority groups in South Africa. During your reply to my follow-up question to you during the previous question time to the President, you started by saying the following, and I quote, "The GNU is going to suspend a considerable amount of hours and number of days to discuss the economic strategy and trajectory we should pursue." Mr. President, I believe the time to do this is now. We will not succeed in making the country a winning country unless we address economic strategy, trajectory, and policy. You then addressed 3 specific questions directly to me, and I could not reply then, but I will do so now. Firstly, you asked me, do you want to see black people continuing to play the role of laborers and consumers only? And the answer is a clear, unequivocal no. Secondly, you asked, why can't black people own productive aspects of our economy? Of course, they can, and they should own productive aspects of our economy. It's in the best interest of all that it is so. Further, you asked me, why can't black people not be rich as well? Of course they can, and some are spectacularly rich, but that cannot be said about the vast majority of South Africans, black, white, colored, and Indian, who are struggling to make ends meet. The thing that worries me greatly, Mr. President, is what Professor Gumede of Wits School Governance recently said in this regard. He said that conservatively, 1 trillion rand has been moved between less than 100 politically well-connected people since 1994. The same people have been empowered and re-empowered over and over again, according to him, and that is not black economic empowerment. Mr. President, you referred to the history of the Afrikaner when we had to deal with the challenge of massive poverty in our community. However, with all due respect, your interpretation that crisis was resolved because we were the beneficiaries of policies of apartheid and the laws that were put into place and sweet deals are wrong. The Carnegie Report of 1939, 11 years before the NP came to power, had one central theme: staatshulp verhoog afhanklikheid. Met ander woorde, hoe omvattender die sosiale sekuriteitsnet van die staat, hoe groter word die afhanklikheid. Daarom was die Afrikaner uitgangspunt: 'n volk red homself. En ons sal self, en ons het self, en ons doen vandag weer self. Dit het gelei tot 'n veelheid van Afrikaner instellings. Die Reddingsdaadbond, Federale Volksbelegging, Santam, Sanlam, Volkskas en vele ander. Die benadering in Suid-Afrika in 1994 was egter die teenoorgestelde. Nie ons sal self nie, maar die staat moet. Verlede week verklaar die minister van Maatskaplike Ontwikkeling dat 45% van Afrikaners afhanklik is van maatskaplike toelaas. Van haar totale begroting van 294 miljard word 290 miljard aan maatskaplike toelaas bestee. Dit is nie volhoubaar nie. At the core of the crisis is the obsession with equality of outcome, while the rest of the world understands only equality of opportunity. Equality of opportunity empowers everyone. Equality of outcome enslaves because it requires perpetual engineering, control, quotas, confiscation, and coercion. Mr. President, for stability and a good future, the FF Plus believes that black, white, colored, and Indian people must progress economically. After 30 years, the facts show that the current policy is somehow failing. Do not dismiss proposals that criticize it and propose better solutions as racism and the refusal that black people should obviously also progress. The Freedom Front Plus is ready to play our role and to come to the table to make this country a winning country for everyone. We are committed to that and we will play our role. Thank you, sir.
The Honourable Bergman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Good afternoon, honourable members, and importantly, South Africans. Mr. President, Pericles, a famous Greek statement, is quoted as saying, "What you leave as a legacy is not what is etched in stone monuments, but what is woven into the lives of others." A year into your second term, sir, what will be your legacy and how would you have changed lives? 31 years ago, South Africa was given new hope, a chance to create magic from a history of division and despair. The Madiba magic was a silver spoon fought for and earned by a forgiving and opportunity-seeking majority. There was the hope that we could reconcile differences from all sides, redress the injustices of the past, and embrace and cherish our diversity, and most importantly, deliver a new South Africa that would benefit and prosper all. Madiba shared a vision that united the world and showed what greatness could be achieved. After decades of pain, that is his legacy. During the Mbeki years, we saw a more academic approach to leadership and management. Our economy grew, and plentiful jobs were created. However, economic progress under Mr. Mbeki was marred by the lives he could have saved in the peak of the HIV/AIDS epidemic. It follows him to this day, and that is how he will be remembered. Then came the captured years, where our country was literally brought to its knees by a mafia-style order that had wolves guarding the chicken coop from the most basic and grassroots level bodies to the grand state-owned entities. This grand heist will be Mr. Zuma's lasting legacy. Termed endearingly as the New Dawn, your presidency was seen as a new hope for our country, saved from a point of no return. Despite this, voters sent a clear warning in the 2019 election. That mandate should not be taken for granted. Our local municipalities had collapsed, our streets were becoming war zones, corruption was still rife, with an economy in and out of technical recession. Your first term, Mr. President, however, left much to be desired, as many of the problems that you inherited worsened. Our economic growth continued to be anemic, violent crime worsened, and maligned actors continued to roam free without accountability. The biggest case in point is the 1 billion rand Zondo Commission into state capture, where not a single prosecution has been made. As such, voters over a year ago expressed their deep disappointment with your party, sliding by almost 20 points overnight. Now that you have been given a second chance in the government of national unity, do not waste it, especially as problems remain about, particularly in your office. Despite having 2 ministers, deputy ministers, and a handful of director generals, the presidency still holds the paralysis of the previous term. More bureaucracy has not bolstered oversight and delivered functions of government, making it time to do more with less. Even with a large number of bureaucrats, Statistics South Africa still delivered a problematic census. As its budget was limited, should Stats SA be allowed to further deteriorate, the next census will be more disastrous. South Africa needs a functional Stats SA if we are going to chart the path to prosperity. If we allow it to fail, we will be flying blind. While we have an agreed medium-term development plan to deliver economic growth and job creation, it remains incongruent with other spheres of government, and worryingly, many departments remain off track to meet the NDP 2030 goals. Further, with a host of advisory panels established to advise you around the economy, strategy, state-owned entities, and now the Eminent Persons Group, to name a few, there still lacks a golden thread in ensuring that productivity and efficiency runs through. How unfortunate that in 2025 we are still pushing a centralized state-owned entity bill based on the economy and governance of China, which is not a model that we should follow. It is as if the recommendations of the Zondo Commission never happened. The National State Enterprises Bill is a recipe for disaster and a return to state capture. Mr. President, it is long overdue that you can this proposed legislation. A good decision, Mr. President, that you have sat on for too long is the merger of South African tourism and brand South Africa. Despite agreeing to this some years ago, which would have saved taxpayers money while delivering better results, there has still been no action. You do not want to be remembered as the president that either made bad decisions or did not make any at all. The GNU is the best thing to have happened to South Africa in many years, and its performance will be your legacy. This government must and as its leaders, you must ensure that parties collaborate effectively to grow our economy and deliver jobs. Pick your battles based on the number of jobs that they can deliver and not based on the interests of your internal audience. Our country is far too important. The first port of call must be your office and the ministers that report directly to you. You must ensure that they are given the teeth and resources they need to evaluate and monitor departments and act on maladministration, corruption, or non-activity. The more effective your office is, with more oversight given to Parliament, the better the lives of South Africans will be. Going forward, to be well remembered, you must be consistent in your approach and implement without fear or favor. If you have issued orders and signed commitments for the medium-term development budget, deal with the non-performers. The flight plan in the form of the medium-term development plan has been logged. We have our course plotted. As the pilot in this office, you can steer this plane or allow the winds to steer you. That will be your legacy, Mr. President. Mr. President, in the wise words of Rick Conlow, who has inspired many successful leaders across the globe, leadership equates to positive influence when you're present and a lasting impact when you're not. Be the president that the people of South Africa need you to be. Thank you, sir.
The Honourable Mgweba.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Your Excellence, Honorable President, honorable members, fellow South Africans, greetings. Honorable President, the 7th administration priorities as contained in the medium-term development plan will not be realized without adequate central planning and coordination of implementation. Weaknesses of various national and provincial departments not aligning their annual performance plans with the medium-term development plan will derail the achievement of the objectives to grow the economy and create jobs. Your Excellence, coordination of public and private investment to advance our national development objectives is an imperative to attain the vision of the Freedom Charter. This requires an ethical, capable, and developmental state that enjoys the public confidence and the legitimacy to mobilize social partners and the whole society to action. As we focus on the renewal of the Congress movement as a locomotive of change, we should also focus on the renewal of our public service ethos espoused in our Batupile principles. We should further focus on the renewal and moral regeneration of society. As we rebuild our state-owned enterprises after a period of counter-revolutionary offensive that tripled critical public entities in the network industry. ESCOM, which powers our economy, was in direct strain, blacking out the nation to unbearable levels, undermining economic growth and livelihoods. Commuter passenger transport was on the halt as rail infrastructure worth billions were stolen and corrupt rail dealings impacted on the financial sustainability of Transnet. Dinel also faced its challenges. SAA was on the brink of liquidation. Despite these challenges, honorable members, the sixth administration has made significant gains to date. ESCOM has ended load shedding and government has capitalized the entity through the ESCOM Debt Relief Act. And ESCOM is currently planning to increase its participation in the renewable energy space and retrofitting power stations as part of the just transition. This will prevent, honorable members, the negative social impact experienced by the community of Komati after the closure of the power station. Our just energy transition should preserve economic participation supported by the development of new industries. Honorable members, South African Airways is currently operating at a profit, though the state has lost a significant market share of the aviation sector, which was further worsened by the closure of Mango, a low-cost state-owned company. This has led to the private sector seizing the gap, and the state should recapitalize SAA for growth and to regain its market share. Honorable President, Dinel is currently off the red zone in relation to its liabilities, and we should place it in a path of growth. Transnet is experiencing a freight rail volume increase. PRASA has restored a number of commuter rails routes with its 666% general upward movement on metro rail passenger trips from over 10 million trips in 2020 to over 76 million trips in 2024. 35 of the 40 service lines have been recovered and are operational, lowering the cost of transport for the working class and unemployed who travel to the cities for work opportunities. These measures lower the cost of living. In our consideration of the National State Enterprise Bill, we have observed a conflicting perspective on the growth and governance model strategy of SOEs. State-owned enterprises contributed 35.1% of the total 2.3 trillion spent on public sector infrastructure from 2013 to 2023, contributing significantly to gross fixed capital formation. Honorable President, a decline of capital investment under the guise of no bailout for SOEs will only weaken the capability of the state to provide various social and economic goods and services. This will further weaken the capacity of the government to have a strategic focus to grow the economy and create the required decent jobs through these state-owned entities. Your Excellency, we need a bold-term vision of state-owned entities as a catalyst of redistribution economic growth. We should build on the current green shoots and participate emerging sectors. The impact of climate change is no longer distant, but a lived experience in many parts of the country. The tragic loss of life, the damage of property due to floods in KZN, and recently in the Eastern Cape, required a fundamental shift in the principles underpinning our special planning infrastructure development. Government should also accelerate provision of safe sites to enable planned human developments in locations that are not vulnerable to disasters. Despite the problem of land hunger, we call on all South Africans not to build their houses in floodplains, as this is life-threatening. Climate change also possesses a significant risk on our food security, and the state should harness our research and development capacity to ensure robust adaptation strategies of the country. As the African National Congress government, we have implored Statistics South Africa to expand its statistical outputs, to also focus on dimensions that relate to climate change, increase empirical data, and to enhance national capabilities and policy decision. Honorable members, strengthening local government and resolving governance challenges has a direct impact on the quality of life of the majority of South Africans. It impacts affordability and reliability of basic services such as water, and sanitation, electricity, waste collection, and infrastructure development and maintenance. The implementation of the district development model should enhance policy implementation, and all DDM champions should be held accountable by the President and the Cabinet. The intervening capabilities of the President and the Cabinet are critical for any change in momentum in our course of social transformation. The review of the local government white paper must enable a shift of our funding model to enhance municipal financial viability in South Africa. This should include exploring alternatives revenue streams, improving financial management, and ensuring that municipalities are structurally fit for purpose. Honorable members, our oversight functions were found that institutional financiers argue that there is no sufficient demand for the infrastructure financing due to the weakness of project preparation to enable crowding of private funds and asset allocation by pension fund asset management, despite a significant asset exposure provision. We believe an expansion of the capabilities of the Development Bank of South Africa and Government Technical Advisory Center is fundamental to build and support technical capabilities in government. We should massify technical units in these entities to support local municipalities and struggling provincial and national departments. The President should ensure government has adequate capabilities to manage the infrastructure life cycle, as the Auditor General has reported that our funding only covers 3% of the infrastructure requiring maintenance. Municipalities have adequate infrastructure maintenance capabilities. In the SONA of 2023, Honorable President, committed to undertake a skills audit of a key infrastructure units through the National School of Government and the Human Sciences Research Council. We believe it provides adequate insight for decisive action to enhance our technical capabilities. The skills are there in this country. The problem is the misallocation of skills and arguably the misallocation of financial resources by our institution financiers and accounting officers. The African National Congress calls on all South Africans to heed the call of the national dialogue as a compacting platform to advance measures to realize the vision of the Freedom Charter. We are in the last implementation cycle of the National Development Plan, Sustainable Development Goals 2030, and the nation has a duty to envision a post-2030 long-term vision to advance the Agenda 2063 imperatives. We support this budget vote 1.
Next speaker is the Honourable Trollip.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, Honourable President, Malcolm X said, "I'm for the truth, no matter who tells it." So I'm going to tell the truth today. You invoked Mandela Day, whose theme is, "It's still in our hands to combat poverty and inequality." My president wrote an opinion piece today entitled, "Finding Mandela's Footsteps." Now let me look at some of your footsteps. You started this term with an increase in your cabinet from 66 to 75, and then on Sunday evening increased it more by adding a minister at large, which costs taxpayers an additional 250 million rand a year. This does not combat poverty and inequality, it compounds it, especially considering how profligate your new ministers are in pursuit of Voyager miles and luxury accommodation. You appointed the then Honourable Simelane, facing criminal charges for a dodgy loan linked to the VBS Mutual Bank scandal. As the Minister of Justice, you feigned no knowledge of this and prevaricated for months about this dilemma after you were informed, and then you shuffled her from justice to human settlements, a political maneuver to shield her from scrutiny rather than uphold accountability. This reinforces the ethos of impunity in your cabinet and your caucus. Members of your executive routinely undermine parliamentary oversight, either by failing to answer questions altogether or by submitting replies that evade substantive issues raised. The same applies to ministerial correspondence. In fact, this haughty arrogance has quickly infected your new ministers in the GNU. In fact, now they don't even respond to emails or personal WhatsApps. Not only is crime out of control in South Africa, our safety and security arms are in complete disarray, especially after the Mkhwanazi expose. During your May 25 visit to the White House, you acknowledged that South Africa's crime exceeds the government's control, an admission made in the presence of the US president and the glare of world media, exposing weakness on the global stage. You and your delegation basically said, no, we don't only kill farmers in South Africa, we kill everyone. Action SA remains gravely concerned that while discredited narratives like white genocide continue to dominate some public discourse, the real war being waged against South Africa is the unrelenting war against all who live in our country. Yesterday, we debated a report on rural crime, including farm murders, and the increasingly brutal and violent crime in rural villages, who are all the more vulnerable due to an inept, ill-equipped police force and broken rural infrastructure. These communities are, for all intents and purposes, on their own. We have the highest murder rate in the world, and the murders in our communities beggar belief, such as the murder and rape of a 100-year-old woman. 100-year-old
Let's see
woman,
something that we can write.
and the murder.
Honorable Trollip, just switch off the microphone of that member, please, because obviously the member is not even following the discussion. They're busy buying things. Continue, Honorable Trollip.
And then consider the brutal murder and dismembering of 14-year-old Lito Forse of Gauteng by a parolee. During the last quarter, 5,727 people were murdered. And then worse, almost, if it can be, more than 3 times that number are women and children that have been sexually violated. These victims might still have their life, but their lives are destroyed, and some wish themselves dead. Under the GNU, South Africa's economy has been unable to grow at more than 1%, lagging way behind our emerging market peers that are growing at 4%. You and your government have coined the phrase job opportunities, and you were breastbeating here this afternoon that people are flocking to our country to see how we've achieved this. Yet we have the highest unemployment and highest youth unemployment in the world. This is not the truth. The lack of growth and absence of any economic policy intervention and legislation has had a catastrophic impact on ordinary South Africans. The expanded unemployment rate has increased from 42.6% to 43.1%. So much for the GNU promises made a year ago. Despite your claims about tourism growth and logistics interventions, we continue to see key manufacturing sectors shedding jobs and closing down, increasing the ranks of the unemployed. The new 30% tariff imposition by the USA will compound this because neither you, your White House delegation, and your rejected US envoy have been able to convince President Trump that ours is not a corrupt, inappropriately aligned nation of racial discrimination. No, Mr. President, you are not following in the footsteps of President Mandela. You and your government are not combating poverty and inequality. You're increasing it. As for your budget, we cannot support it against such woeful performance. Thank you.
The next speaker is the Honorable Thring.
Honorable House Chairperson, I stand in today for the President of the ACDP, the Reverend Dr. Kenneth Meshwe, as we consider this budget vote one, which has risen to over 610 million rand. The ACDP understands that the presidency serves as the apex office of the executive branch, acting as the central energy room of the South African government, driving implementation of policies, ensuring coordination, and providing strategic direction to achieve the country's developmental goals. Across the South African dashboard, however, the indicators reflect that all is not well. Under this presidency, unemployment, serious crime, poverty, inequality, and drug smuggling are all on the increase. Our economy is stagnant, government debt increasing, electricity is fast becoming unaffordable, and our SOEs have been hollowed out through corruption and state capture. South Africans now endure another crisis, with the damning allegations from Lieutenant General Mkonazi, resulting in the Minister of Police being placed on paid leave amid a criminal probe, and taxpayers now having to fund the acting minister, Professor Kachalia. The ACDP calls for the inquiry to be shortened from 6 to 3 months, as most facts are already on record, and delays only erode trust. Should the Minister of Police be found guilty and following due process, the ACDP believes that the charge of treason would not be unreasonable. Betraying national security must carry the gravest penalty and requires bold action because public confidence in law enforcement now stands at an all-time low. Mr. President, you acted swiftly in dismissing the Deputy Minister of DTIC. The ACDP calls on you to act just as swiftly on ministers in your cabinet who, despite facing serious allegations, remain untouched, exposing a shocking pattern of selective accountability. While some gains have been made through the presidency, namely the 30,000 jobs added in May through the presidential employment stimulus, and over a year with limited load shedding, the South Africa is not out of the woods, with many South Africans having to tighten their belts due to a stagnant economy. Mr. President, show your solidarity with our South Africans by reducing the size of cabinet, starting with deputy ministers. The ACDP calls on you, Mr. President, to ensure that whistleblowers are protected and applauded, not punished. We must never forget the sacrifice of Babita Deokaran, murdered for exposing corruption in the Gauteng Department of Health. South Africa does not need a wheelbarrow president who remains immobilized when left, but an agile, decisive president. We don't need a jawbone president jawing for commissions of inquiries and talk shops, but one whose words inspire, encourage, bringing meaningful change. Neither do we need a jellyfish president, but one with a backbone, able to act decisively against crime, corruption, wherever it may be found. Mr. President, it is said that the fish rots from the head.
Honourable member, your time is now expired. Thank you.
Whether this fish rots or
Honourable
swims,
member, your time has
is in your
expired.
hands. I thank you.
I now call upon the Honourable Minister in the Presidency.
Honorable House Chairperson, His Excellency the President of the Republic of South Africa, President Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, colleagues in the Cabinet, honorable members. We have had a huge debate around the national dialogue. But as the President has indicated, the national dialogue is one of the most important pillars of any thriving democracy. It is a bridge that connects government to citizens, leaders to communities, and one generation to the next. In moments of uncertainty, it provides clarity, and in seasons of transformation, it offers us direction and shared purpose. From South Africa's own journey out of apartheid, where dialogue laid the foundation for reconciliation and democracy, the lesson is clear. When people talk honestly, openly, and respectfully, nations change. Contrary to attempts to mislead South Africans, the national dialogue is not an event. It is a process that will commence on the August 15th and take place for a period of no less than 12 months. The national dialogue must be a culture where disagreement is not a threat, but a sign of a healthy democracy. A culture where every voice matters, whether from the hills of the rural provinces or the corridors of our cities. A culture where youth are not just heard, but involved. and where the marginalized are not only included but empowered. To achieve these goals, the National Dialogue Preparatory Task Team and the IMC have proposed an inclusive process that will be immersed in deep citizen engagements that prioritizes the voice of those who feel marginalized. We have identified 30 sectors of our society around which to mobilize, with an emphasis on diversity and inclusion of the often marginalized sections of our society. In its entirety, the national dialogue will involve the following layers of conversation. First, the first national convention on the 15th of August 2025, where 1,000 delegates are expected. This is an agenda-setting convention which will prepare the nation for the community engagements. Two is the community dialogues, where 13,400 word-based community dialogues are supposed to take place. Three, the online platform is aiming to reach no less than 2.5 million citizens. There will also be smaller citizen-hosted events in churches and community groups that shall have access to the toolkit being designed so that outcomes feed into the process. Sectoral dialogues, self-organized in specific social or economic sectors, we shall also have access to the toolkit so that their outcomes fit into the process. The second national convention will be the concluding event that converts the engagements into a national compact and 30-year plan of action. We estimate that this will be about another 1,000 delegates. A detailed implementation plan will then be developed, and a national roadshow to socialize the outcomes of the national dialogue and engage with the implementation partners. Independent, citizen-led monitoring and evaluation will remain in place. Therefore, the national dialogue is for everyone. The majority of the work of conceptualizing and planning for the national dialogue process has been undertaken by ordinary citizens from various walks of life who have volunteered their time, skills, and resources to the national effort over the past 12 months. After a week of opening up online platforms, as many as 737 organizations have registered their wish to participate in various elements of the national dialogue. This is an average of 100 per day to show that many South Africans are eagerly awaiting this national dialogue. So when you don't want to participate, you will remain there alone. South Africans are eager to participate. The national dialogue will also promote government social cohesion efforts and strengthen social compacting as led by Deputy President Paul Mashatile. The Deputy President has led social cohesion efforts, the Deputy President's led social cohesion efforts have prioritized a focus on gender-based violence and femicide, teenage pregnancy, racism, sexism, and patriarchy, as well as the role of families in building communities. Because that is things that South Africans must take care of and does not need government. Government must be there to support South Africans. At the core of building communities, the Deputy President is also assigned the responsibility to coordinate efforts to improve service delivery by supporting the President in the rollout of the district development model, lead the IMC on service delivery, the water task team, and oversee the coordination of government's public employment programs. Honorable Mgweba did justice on explaining the DDM model. Madam Deputy, or Madam House, House Chair, excuse me. In the seventh administration President Ramaphosa delegated Deputy President Paul Mashatile with the responsibility of leader of government business in Parliament, in line with Section 91(4) of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. This responsibility entails driving the legislative program of government while ensuring executive accountability to Parliament, building relations between the executive and leaders of opposition parties, and enhancing the electorate's public participation in policy and lawmaking process. In the current administration of government, this responsibility has been coupled with the Deputy President's role of facilitating the clearinghouse mechanism of government of national unity, as per the decision of Cabinet of the 18th September 2024. In navigating and facilitating the success of the current political configuration, the clearinghouse mechanism must serve as a working committee of the Political Leaders Forum. The clearinghouse mechanism ensures that contentious policy considerations are deliberated without hindering or delaying the focus of the administration. This mechanism is a resource through which parties in the GNU must pursue political coordination to build consensus on contentious policy matters. This makes the ultimatums to the President and playing to the gallery so unnecessary by a party that is a signatory to the statement of intent. House Chairperson, the Presidency is tasked with leading the nation towards the fulfillment of the aspirations of our national development vision Plan and Vision 2030. This is no small ask. It is one that requires all hands, brains, and yes, political orientations on deck. The presidency remains focused on achieving our national objectives and continue to ensure that our people, particularly the historically disadvantaged, women, youth, and persons with disabilities, are mainstreamed in our economy and government services reach all South Africans. We are diligently focused in doing this. Since 2020, the presidency has been coordinating the acceleration of government efficiency by working with departments, entities, and social partners. As mentioned by the president, Operation Vulindlela continues to drive structural reforms to drive inclusive economic development that creates jobs. In its phase 2 of implementation, the 2025-2026 first quarter Operation Vulindlela report, released on Monday, 14th July, demonstrates sustained progress in economic reform agendas, which serve as a counter to strong economic headwinds. Key milestones during this past quarter include the publication of the ministerial determination, as already mentioned by Honorable Hadebe, and associated regulations to enable the first round of independent transmission projects, as well as the request for information for major private sector participation projects in the freight logistics sector. The network statement and rail access tariffs were published in December 2024, have resulted in 98 applications from private freight operators, and this is currently under review with slot sales to be allocated soon. And also the clearing of the backlog of 306,000 visa applications by the Department of Home Affairs has been notched through Operation Vulindlela. Progress has been made in the new areas of reform included in phase 2, with a comprehensive review of the white paper on local government as led by Honorable Tlhabisa to reform the local government system and the introduction of performance-based financing mechanism to support the reform of municipal water and electricity services. The president referred to the progress made in eThekwini through the work of the Presidential eThekwini Working Group. Just to give further details on the achievement registered under the Presidential eThekwini Working Group, is the finalization of the water supply agreements for the Upper Umkomazi Water Project, which will provide 200 cubic meters per annum by 2032. In the short to medium term, there's been a focus on reducing non-revenue water, including the refurbishment and rehabilitation of key aqueducts, pipelines, and pump stations. The unlocking of additional funding to support the water and sanitation turnaround plan, including the 189.5 million BFI grant to improve non-revenue water reduction in the north of eThekwini, as announced during the MTTPS. 10 of the largest wastewater treatment works in the eThekwini are now run by Umgeni Utukela Water, resulting in improvement in effluent compliance. Several transport infrastructure projects are making progress, including the repair of the Umlas Canal damaged during the 2022 floods, which is now 60% complete. Other transportation infrastructure projects include the completion of the rehabilitation of key road arteries, including the M37. This work of the Presidential eThekwini Working Group has contributed to the progress in improving service delivery in eThekwini and positioning it as an investment hub. We are confident that we'll achieve same progress with the Presidential Johannesburg Working Group. To support the President's initiative to revitalize our cities, the Deputy President on August 2024 announced the Clean Cities and Towns and Villages campaign to revitalize cities, towns, and villages and improve service delivery by keeping our environment and our surroundings clean. House Chairperson, a strong presidency must be institutionally supported. It requires a capable state, one with professional public servants, strong institutions, and systems of integrity. When the presidency is strong, it unlocks the potential of the entire government machinery. A strong government machinery accelerates delivery of services to the people of South Africa. We are humbled to table the total allocated budget of the presidency for the 2025-2026 financial year of 747.2 million. I say we are humbled because we know these funds come from the nation. It comes from businesses and individuals who play their part in our country's development by paying their taxes and levies that constitute the public purse. These monies are hard-earned, and the SARS Commissioner will tell you some of these monies are hard collected, and we thank SARS for this. We therefore pledge that we'll work judicially with these funds to ensure that they are spent in the ways we have committed and ensure that they deliver the positive impacts of our society and our economy that are foremost in our minds and professional conduct. The allocation has been distributed per program as follows: administration, 657.5 million, executive support, 55.7 million, and policy and research services, 25.8 million. House Chairperson, a strong presidency does not mean autocracy. It means accountability, a visionary, ethical, and decisive leadership that is empowered to act in the interest of the people. I would have thought a person holding a PhD in law would understand this basic fact, that the president must be guided by the Constitution and constitutional provisions. However, he is the same person who was declared not to be fit to be a judge or a judge president by the Judicial Service Commission, a fact even confirmed by the caucus, by the courts. House Chair, I want to thank our president for leading us in difficult times and putting the needs and hopes of South Africans first, while contributing to the reconfiguration of our global institutions of government. I'd like to remind Honorable Ishope that since 2028, President Ramaphosa has been seized with rebuilding the broken ESCOM, broken Transnet, broken SSA, broken DNL, and many other entities broken during the 4th and 5th administration led under the erstwhile President Jacob Zuma, the lifelong president of MKP. Come and make accusation. I didn't say the print media is dead. I said facts indicate that the print media is dead. 600 print newspapers in 2020, and now we are only sitting with a meager 60. And I'll leave Honorable Morolong, Deputy Minister, to deal with the details that Honorable Botlane wanted to expropriate. Because we have been very consistent in our work to support community media, include on the legislation and the amendments thereof, to make sure that we've got access. Actually, during the national dialogue, we are going to use community media to make sure that our people can participate in the national dialogue using their own languages without the need for translation. They can make inputs using their own languages through community media, which is supported by the very MDDA she was trying to criticize. Honorable members, as South Africans, we have a responsibility to look into ourselves and also plan together and work for the greater benefit of our country.
Honourable Minister, will you just take your seat, please? Why do you want to be recognized?
Ngithokoze mgcini sihlalo bengitho nje ukuthi ngiyabuza ukuthi angawuthatha umbuzo ngoba akakarisi kuhle ni ukuthi umbuzo angawuthatha na umbuzo nje kuphela.
No, Honourable
Can you
Member,
take a question?
Honourable Minister, are you prepared to take a question?
Cha, ngeke ngikuthathe umbuzo wakhe.
Honourable Member, Minister is not prepared. Please continue, Honourable Minister.
Honorable House Chairperson, we have a responsibility not to criticize for the sake of criticizing. We have the responsibility to build South Africa together. That does not reside in one political party, resides across all of us. You've got a president that has served this country diligently, that has traversed many difficult periods, and in his leadership, we are here where we are because the situation could have been worse if he was not in leadership. We have rebuilt an economy which had collapsed through COVID-19 to the eras of 2016. And through his effort and the economic recovery and reconstruction program that he led us as a cabinet to deliver on, President Ramaphosa made sure that we do not only recover, but we recover in record time. You may not like the facts as stated by State South Africa in the census survey, but those are facts. And those facts remain facts because there is a methodology that Statistics South Africa does. And we know, all of us, the challenges that confronted Statistics South Africa when they had to run a census during COVID-19. Many countries abandoned their census, but also when they had to run a digital census during that period. But I'll leave the details to my Deputy Minister, Honorable Mhlaule, to deal with that part of the work. As the presidency, we would like to thank Parliament for keeping us accountable. It isn't always pretty, but it's always necessary. And it helps the administration to sharpen its outlook and its praxis. Because we are the convener of the government of South Africa, we are the convener of South Africa. I'll also like to thank the leadership and staff in the presidency as headed by Director General Pindile Baleni and Chief Operations Officer Rory Golega for dedicating themselves in ensuring that the presidency plays its rightful role in a nation that works for all. I thank you. Ndiyaleboha, siyathokoza, enkosi.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The next speaker is the Honourable Kwankwa.
Sorry. Thank you, Honourable House Chair. We rise to debate budget vote one at a time when the government of national unity stands on shaky ground. This JNU in its current form lacks the stability and coherence our country so desperately needs. To date, there is no single unified coalition agreement that binds all political parties equally, no common terms, no shared program of action, no trusted mechanisms to consult, to resolve disputes, or to govern together with clarity. Instead, what we see is an arrangement that resembles a political polygamy, where the ANC entered into multiple unequal agreements with different political parties without a central binding framework to hold this coalition together. This cannot continue. If we are serious about building a stable, credible, and functional government, one that truly reflects the will of the people, then we must urgently establish a binding coalition agreement, one that restores mutual respect, one that guarantees equal participation, one that ends the current ad hoc, opaque practices that exclude some and favor others. Honorable President, with a clear shared program of action, we will no longer be reacting to the world, we will be shaping our place in it. We'll be equipped to navigate global trade and complex geopolitical challenges with discernment, ensuring a measured balance between ideological conviction and pragmatic decision-making. President, without overstating the well-established importance of unity of purpose within government, it must be noted that had the aforementioned been implemented, the national budget would not have required revision in 3 separate occasions. As a consequence, and even now, the appropriations bill was set to pass next week remains vulnerable to a legal challenge on the grounds of unconstitutionality because we have fallen short of the constitutional requirement for proper public consultation. I now refer to your decision to establish yet another commission of inquiry during your tenure. This is to investigate allegations of misconduct within the law enforcement agencies and the broader security cluster. Undoubtedly, such an inquiry is both necessary and justified in light of the serious allegations raised by Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi. However, it must be acknowledged that many South Africans have grown increasingly skeptical of commissions of inquiry due to a recurring pattern in which the recommendations of commissions are ignored. The Zondo Commission serves as a stark example. We need a clear commitment from you that prosecutions will follow findings of all commissions of inquiry convened to date, including the current one, as the value of inquiries is ultimately measured not by the reports they produce, but by the accountability they deliver. The UDM proposes that we undertake a review of our legislative framework to enable private prosecutions in instances the NPA fails to initiate legal proceedings within reasonable timeframes. Honorable President, Operation Vulindlela must now evolve into Operation Vulimisebenzi, an urgent call to open pathways to employment. Millions of young people in our country have lost hope of ever finding a job, and current interventions are proving insufficient. Even the current learnership and internship programs largely cater only for the youth between the ages of 18 to 35. This narrow focus must be reconsidered. Given the scale of unemployment crisis and those without experience, the UDM proposes that 60% of learnership and internship opportunities continue to target those between the age of 18 to 35, while the remaining be allocated to individuals aged between 35 and 45 who remain unemployed. Many in this category are victims of long-term structural unemployment, and excluding them from such initiatives simply because they fall outside of the conventional definition of youth is both unjust and counterproductive, as this age group remains in one of the most potentially productive phases of life and must not be left behind. In those words, the UDM supports the budget vote. Siyabulela.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Bepti.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honourable President, Honourable Ministers, Honourable Members in the House, I greet you all. Last week we heard from the Honourable Minister Ramaphosa about the visions and the plans taking shape within the energy and electricity sector, and how that sets the country on a road to energy security with access and affordability that should power the nation to economic growth and greater employment opportunities. Manufacturing depends on a reliable source of energy to keep the machines rolling, to keep those wheels turning, and to keep the communication flowing. Agriculture, too, depends on all those machines that perform the myriad of tasks that are found in modern farming practices. Our healthcare facilities, our schools, our colleges, transport infrastructure, water infrastructure, environmental management infrastructure, communications, they all depend on a source of available energy. And so energy is a universal economic enabler. It's that central role that it plays that underscores the importance of planning diligently for the provision of a reliable energy source in the future. However, the Integrated Energy Plan, the Integrated Resource Plan, and the Gas Master Plan must still be adopted. The Integrated Energy Plan, as a broad roadmap to future energy security, has not yet been published. So there is a compelling need to move with speed in its delivery to provide direction and confidence in a fast-changing energy market. The Integrated Resources Plan is imminent, and that's the word we keep hearing. But the electricity sector needs certainty to accelerate the rollout of renewables in a scenario of an aging coal fleet and our stated commitments to responsible climate practices. The gas cliff looms ever larger as time marches on. Mr. President, we have reached the point where action must replace talk so that our recovery can commence in earnest. Eskom remains a major player in our energy sector, and we felt the harsh impact of its failures during times of load shedding. The recovery in Eskom generation, though, came through a much-needed maintenance regime, and that resulted in its energy availability factor improving to an average of 59.6% last year. That improvement is also evident in its planned capacity loss factor that increased over time, but the question remains, is it enough? Eskom's coal fleet has aged, and many stations are facing the end of life in the not-too-distant future. That generation capacity must be replaced, and our prospects for economic growth require that total generation must increase in the short term. The question that arises is whether the growth in new generation is fast enough to avoid a future load shedding scenario. An improvement in Eskom's EAF, coupled with rapid growth in renewables, begins to address that growing gap that we see in South Africa's supply and demand performance. Because while demand has shown limited but steady growth, supply has not kept pace. And this trend must be arrested if we are to end the load shedding for the future. The IRP will play a central role in addressing that gap. The National Energy Crisis Committee, through the Energy Action Plan, made very swift progress in ending load shedding and enabling new generation capacity. Their work must continue to pave the way to an energy-secure future, but always bearing in mind that cost and affordability have become critical components for our future. The cost of renewables has declined significantly when compared to other technologies. Whilst energy diversity is important in the mix, it undoubtedly will add to overall security. The immediate need for generation at an affordable rate and within short timeframes should not be underestimated. This subject brings into sharp focus the important role of small-scale embedded generation. The growth in SSEG came on the back of load shedding and the fight for survival that it engendered in industry, in commerce, and in our civilian life. But it makes a substantial contribution to our overall energy needs, approximately 5.5 to 6 gigawatts of power. It should therefore be encouraged. The punitive approach taken by Eskom towards those customers who make the effort at personal cost to self-generate is not helpful. Incentivizing customers, making it easy to register under a program like Cape Town's Cash for Power is it's good for the sector. Eskom must be persuaded to adopt a constructive approach that promotes rooftop solar and battery backup. It's not just that, it's also that the demand for PV panels and related equipment creates a market for local production and services. It adds to the employment pool. Eskom faces risks as its market share declines and competition in the sector increases. But one of these risks comes from local government. Now, we know it is receiving attention in the form of distribution agency agreements, but the recent court case between the Eskom and the city of Joburg showed us just how bad the scale of poor governance and mismanagement is in the local government sphere. There has to be some form of personal accountability to attach to what amounts to grand-scale electricity theft, if that is to end. Efforts to build local capacity, to supplement local performance, these are greatly appreciated. But to ensure that the old practices do not re-emerge, there needs to be a very strong deterrent. Gas is an important part of a future energy mix, and it is instrumental in transitioning to cleaner energy sources. But the gas master plan needs to be delivered with speed to avoid the impending gas cliff in 2028. The mobilization of the gas industry rests on substantial investments and builds in gas infrastructure. And we see the first window of the Gas Independent Power Producers Procurement Program, and we welcome it, but it needs to be followed up closely. We need a much faster rollout. And here again, Mr. President, there is need for actions over words so that progress is manifest in bricks and mortar. The job creation potential in the gas economy adds to this need for urgency. Our ambitious plans in green hydrogen are not met with implementation at the same pace. And the risk in not accelerating progress in this field is that competition in the global market could hurt our case for becoming a global supplier. So here again, the need for action becomes apparent if we are to harvest the best outcomes for South Africa. Our just energy transition to a cleaner and more environmentally sustainable future, coupled with the overwhelming need to promote economic growth for high volumes of job creation and the accompanying need for security and affordability in an energy future, come together to make a very compelling case for an action-orientated approach to what gets done today, what gets done tomorrow, and what gets done in the immediate future. The rapid transition to a competitive energy
Honourable
market.
Member, your time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is the Honourable Minister of International Relations and Cooperation.
Thank you, House Chairperson, Mr. President, Madam Speaker, honorable members. This budget will enable the presidency to fulfill its obligations to build a national democratic society and not narrow political interest. South Africa is a constitutional democracy. When there is a challenge of national significance, a commission of inquiry becomes relevant. And there is proof that these commission of inquiries have brought about a turnaround in the institutions where we had commissions of inquiries, in particular in relation to state capture. ESCOM, the lights are back, are on. The network industries such as Transnet, our ports, they are on their way to recovery. SSA, in its last posting, has posted a profit of 252 million rands. SARS has now recovered about 2.3 trillion rands. Its capacity has recovered. These are the outcomes of a commission of inquiry which gave, with forensic detail, pointed indicators for government to be able to respond. Also, denial is recovery. Isn't it ironical that the person who is telling us that President Ramaphosa has broken democracy comes from a party that believes in parliamentary sovereignty? The Honorable Hlophe, parliamentary sovereignty does not allow any form of a constitutional democracy. So this person was the architect of the current constitutional democracy that we have. He is currently enabling this country to rebuild all the institutions that must enable our country to stand. And in any society, for the state to succeed and to move forward, institutions must be able to stand on their own. The MK party leader is someone who, as a judge, did his best to unlawfully influence other judges to support Jacob Zuma. Lack of ethics, no integrity, dishonesty. Honorable Hlophe is an unrehabilitated and a blind Zuma loyalist. He is part of the family business. He has sold his soul because it is alleged that he promised by Mr. Zuma to become the Chief Justice. Just like Zuma is consumed by hate for President Ramaphosa, so is Honorable Hlophe consumed by his blind loyalty to Mr. Zuma.
Honourable Minister,
Is this not ironical?
will you take your seat, please? Why do you want to be recognized, Honourable Member?
Yes,
Order, Honourable
House
Members.
Chair. I'm rising on Rule 85.
Yes.
The member on the podium is imputing improper motives.
Honourable Member, it's a political statement that the member is making in response to what your Honourable Member has said. Please continue, Honourable Minister.
This party that is teaching us about democracy has got no democracy, internal democracy whatsoever. Their leaders are anointed by the supreme leader at home. How can they then export democracy to the people of South Africa? The president is the architect. He was the foundation leader in our country that enabled us to enjoy this democracy that we're enjoying. The president is also the chief diplomat of the Republic of South Africa. Our foreign policy is an extension of our domestic policy. Every day we work harder to make our contribution to advance the national interest of our people, especially helping to overcome the triple challenges of poverty, joblessness, and inequality. Through attracting foreign direct investment, we are contributing to achieving a 3% economic growth in the medium term. We take no pride in being labeled the world's most unequal society. The statement of intent of the GNU said the following: our foreign policy based on human rights, constitutionalism, national interest, solidarity, peaceful resolution of conflicts to achieve the Africa Agenda 2063, South-South and North and South Africa cooperation, multilateralism, just, peaceful, and an equitable world. We have not deviated from this statement of intent in our implementation of our foreign policy. The DA may need to revisit this statement of intent if they don't know about our foreign policy. We live in unprecedented and uncertain times in geopolitics, with heightened levels of geopolitical and geo-economic tensions, punctuated with sheer scale at which impunity overrides international law, not just in Palestine and in the war between Ukraine and Russia, but especially in our own continent, particularly in Sudan, makes a mockery of any notion of accountability. This, coupled with rampant surge towards unilateralism, severely weakens collective actions that undermines the promise of multipolarity in addressing common global challenges. As we remain committed to a progressive internationalist and a non-aligned foreign policy committed to cooperation and not confrontation, to dialogue instead of a war, economic interdependence and not punitive tariffs, we say with conviction that it is the time to disabuse the world of the dangerous idea that might is right. Progressive multilateralism and dialogue amongst nations, the idea of deepening cooperation and solidarity must be restored. As the President has already said, we will continue to engage those countries, in particular the US, on unresolved challenges. We must remind this House that it's not only South Africa facing increased tariffs from the US. The whole globe is suffering. Challenges with the US are in both the global south and the global north. It is American friends and their foes. They all have ambassadors in the US, but still face challenges because of the unpredictable nature of today's Washington. Our negotiations are currently being coordinated by DERCO and the DTIC to resolve the trade challenges. Opposition parties also have a duty to promote South Africa's national interest. It is a self-destruction to go to Washington to badmouth your own country. Once you go out of South Africa, you should be a true patriot and promote South Africa's national interest. You will not find any American opposition parties coming to South Africa.
Honourable Minister,
to
will you take
badmouth
your
their
seat,
country.
please? Why do you want to be recognized, Honourable Member?
Why did you keep quiet when
Honourable
Rupert
Member,
said you are a good
Honourable
boy?
Member.
Is a
Honourable
member prepared
Member.
to take a question?
No,
Chair?
it's not, because you asked the question and I didn't give you permission
Kept
to do
quiet
so.
when Rupert
Honourable
said
Member,
he's a good boy.
Honourable Member, you must abide by the same rules that you are quoting. Don't be selective in the application of the rule. Please proceed, Minister.
In bilateral engagements, they are led by the Presidency. You don't just speak out of your own whim. You are called upon to do so. So if opposition parties from the United States are not coming to South Africa to badmouth the United States, why do our political parties, particularly in the opposition benches, find it necessary to do so? Honorable Mulder, Peter Blanche, in his book, History of Inequality, argues that apartheid was built in such a manner that it must be able to reproduce itself, even in a democracy. So it is disingenuous to argue that there is no history or legacy of apartheid impacting the life of South Africans today. The legacy of apartheid still lingers. We have got a duty and a responsibility to respond to this challenge. The 2022 World Bank report on inequality states that South Africa's inequality is attributed to the legacy of apartheid and the nature of economic growth, which hasn't been inclusive enough to reduce poverty and create sufficient jobs. The Black economic empowerment policies, the Bella Act, affirmative action, they remain relevant for us to address the history of this inequality that was created as a result of apartheid. We have got a duty to continue with this task. As we mark the 70 years of the Freedom Charter, our human rights outlook continues to inform our international relations perspective. Our anti-war stance is the aspirations of many South Africans from all walks of life, who declared that South Africa shall strive to maintain world peace and the settlement of all international disputes by negotiations and not war. As the war in Sudan rages, the specter of violence conflict looms in South Sudan, committed to peaceful resolutions of dispute. South Africa will continue to play its role in both Sudanese. Our continent's crisis demand a concerted approach to peace building and the clear call of Agenda 2063. The continent we want, the silencing of the guns. This is the conviction that drove us as we engaged the political protagonists in Mozambique after the last year's elections. We were resolute in our participation in the joint SADC and East Africa Community missions to find long-lasting peace in the Eastern DRC. This House should be reminded the semi-DRC mission in which we participated was duly sanctioned and mandated by 3 continental multilateral organizations. South Africa is not in the business of deploying our men and women in conflict situations unilaterally. We do so through multilateral bodies. This year also marks a pivotal year for multilateralism. As the United Nations approaches its 80th anniversary, this vital institution finds itself facing an existential crisis, highlighting the urgent need for a renewed commitment to its founding principles. Our support for the Seville commitments was informed by our ambitions to bring back on the commitments of the SDGs. It is against this backdrop that member countries of the UN have recommitted themselves to close the 4 trillion annual budgeting gap through the Seville commitments, known as the Seville Decompromise, to achieve the objectives of Agenda 2030 of the United Nations. It is against this backdrop of fundamental commitment to multilateralism that our G20 presidency takes place. Our presidency is revolutionary. It is the very antithesis of what is going wrong in the world global order today. It seeks to revitalize the dialogue between North and South, and will never waver for Africa to be at the center of this debate. Where unilateralism casts its long isolating shadow, solidarity will rise during the hosting of our G20 in South Africa. While the world runs on our resources, the values does not stay here. The minerals leave through. The batteries, the solar panels, we power AIs, the cancer treatments are made elsewhere. We export wealth, but import back its transformed value. This is a phenomenon we see across Africa. In an award-winning book, Cobalt Red Sidakara argues that it is the blood of the Congo that powers our lives. This is why South Africa's G20 presidency puts forward a critical minerals framework that will rewrite this anomaly and revitalize our industrial strategy and manufacturing capabilities. In all bilateral and multilateral platforms, like the AU and South Africa partnership, FOCAC and the influence of South Africa can be seen through the declarations that pronounces without ambiguity on value additions and beneficiation at source. You can go and reference Mr. Nomvalo. Honorable members, as you are all aware, we have just returned from the BRICS Summit in Brazil, and cooperation and economic development with the themes that resonated were not just unilateralism and zero-sum politics and economics. South Africa continues to leverage its BRICS partnerships to power its green future. 2.9 billion rands from the new development bank is building the grid's backbone for the renewable energy, boosting energy security through tangible projects like the integration of 7 renewable energy projects of independent power producers in Uppington, the construction of transmission lines and the substation for Soweto area, and the construction of transmission lines of Angelag Sterrenkas Power Station. A 3.5 billion NDB loan is transforming the Durban port into a world-class African gateway. This upgrade slashes shipping times, attracts major vessels, and unlocks regional gurus, making Agenda 2063 trade goals a reality. We are speaking about the networking and enabling the Africa Free Trade Area. Our economic diplomacy and our international relations is beginning to yield the desired results that must contribute to the 3% economic growth in the medium term. This is a task we are continuing to undertake to change the lives of our people, so that the people of South Africa must be able to see and touch the work that we do across the globe. It is against this background that this House must adopt and pass the presidential budget votes, because this will enable the presidency as the chief diplomat of the Republic of South Africa to crisscross the globe in bilateral and multilateral platforms to enable us to achieve these objectives. Every one of our external engagements, every diplomatic handshake, every international agreement must echo our domestic imperatives of eradicating poverty, reducing unemployment, and slashing inequality. Our foreign policy is a mirror reflecting the needs of our people at a domestic level. These extend our domestic imperatives to international platforms. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, I will now suspend business for 15 minutes for a comfort break. Bells will be rung 5 minutes before the resumption of business. Business is now suspended.
The House Chairperson.
Thank you. Please be seated. Honorable members, the next speaker is the Honorable Deputy Minister of Employment and Labour, the Honorable Zinga Chabalala.
Thank you, Deputy House Chairperson. Can you call your house to order? It's noisy. Thank you so much. Let me start by greetings. And of course, I want to greet the Honorable Speaker, the Deputy Chairperson, also our Presidency, His Excellency Mr. Madamela Cyril Ramaphosa, the Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa in his absentia, the Chief Whip and Deputy Chief Whip of the largest party, and the Honorable Members of Parliament, and of course, viewers at home. Honorable Speaker, I'm reminded of the timeless words of Thomas Sankara, who said, an open quote, "The history and process of political consciousness of the masses follow a dialectical path that escapes reactionary logic." I close quote. Do not howl, I'm coming. I'll give you time to howl at me. You know I'm best at it. Now, Mr. Sankara understood, like Marx before him, that true social transformation arises from contradiction and struggle. That transformation is not near nor linear. It is forged in the cubicle of adversity, resistance, and collective determination. It is through this lens that we must understand South Africa's journey from racial tyranny to democratic self-determination. Honorable members, the South Africa of the past was a land of systematic dispossession, an institutionalized humanization. The race determines one's humanity. The black majority were rendered voiceless, landless, jobless, and forced to be margins of an economy designed to serve a white minority. The law criminalized black dignity and condemned freedom fighters for demanding nothing more but basic human rights. But through the struggle, through dialectical upheaval, we ushered in a democratic dispensation, one where the Constitution affirms the equality of all, one where the gates of universities are no longer closed to black children, one where workers are shielded by some of the most progressive labor laws in the world, one where women, youth, persons with disabilities are no longer invisible. Today, we are said proudly that the South Africa we are building is one rooted in the economic justice, shared prosperity, and inclusive development. A South Africa where land and wealth must be equitably shared, where unemployment does not define our youth, and where unity in diversity is more than a slogan, it is a material goal. To those who claim that the president is broken or demolished man, we say to yourself, only reactionaries must misunderstand the dialectics of leadership during crisis. Only those obsessed with political theatrics fail to recognize that leadership must confront contradictions head on. They see the struggle and declare failure. We see struggle and declare transition. While they see script collapse, we build. While they cast stones from the gallery of populism, we carry the bricks to the house of transformation. Let us be clear,
Honorable
President
Deputy Minister,
Ramaphosa.
please just take your seat. Honorable Litchfield, why do you want to be recognized?
Litchfield Shabalala. Can the Deputy Minister take a question?
Honorable Deputy Minister, do you want to take a question?
I'm going to respond to her. I'll take it at the end. I'm coming to MK.
Thank you, not at this point.
Yeah. Let us be clear, President Ramaphosa has led this country through some of its darkest moments. An honorable minister and the presidency tried to illustrate this when she spoke about the time of COVID-19, where the nation could not have hope, where the whole seasons, the whole country, including in the world, it was a very difficult moment that needed a leadership, a president to rise and put his people first, a president that makes sure we get vaccines, a president that makes sure when people could not go to work, he introduced schemes to make sure that he gives those ones who lost their employment, those 350 grants that were introduced to ensure that there is food security, the free food that we received for those that were locked in. And I can assure you that was not a simple moment. There's a moment where we were taken aback by the July unrest, for your information, where the shops and malls were teared apart over one man in this country, where people till today, infrastructure were demolished. The malls, they left their shops, they could not proceed. Those were the July unrest that were very, very hurtful in the time and memorial of this country, throughout entire provinces. But the president said, we must build. And he continued to say, let's build. We had a time, a moment when KZN were confronted by floods, people were found homelessness, but he said, let us continue to build. We are now having and confronted by Umtata, what is happening in terms of the floods. The president says, let's continue to build for the sake of the South Africans. Now, that is not demolition, that is resilience. We equally commend the president for taking a bold, principled stand on the international stage, particularly his historic condemnation of Israel genocidal acts against Palestinian people at a time when many cower in the face of global imperial arrogance. Our president made a choice of justice, solidarity, and values enshrined in our constitution. That is not an act of a broken leader, but of a statesman with morality and clarity. And we want to tell you, those that think that they don't see it and they say the president is broken, for taking such a stance, and you say to the president that you don't resemble Mandela. I'm telling you, President Mandela said that as long as the people of Palestine are not free, the struggle must continue. And President Ramaphosa took this government, all of it with his financial muscle, to CJ, the ICC, and that is a man of resilience. As a nation, we pray President has been granted continued wisdom and courage for his leadership, continue to steer us through turbulence towards justice, peace, and prosperity for all. Honorable Deputy Chair, let us now deal with the substance, because unlike the opposition, we're not here for political tantrums. We're here to report on progress, because South Africans need to hear the progress that we're doing. President Ramaphosa reminded us in the 2025 State of National Address that the presidential employment stimulus has created a 2.2 million work and livelihood opportunities. This is not abstract, it's a concrete proof that public employment programs work and work well. The Social Employment Fund generated 80,000 jobs this year, enabled over 12,000 participants to venture into entrepreneurship. The National Pathway Management facilitated over 235,000 work opportunities, with other 152,000 on this year. It's on track. The South African Youth Mobi platform boasts over 4.7 million registered youth on powerful digital spaces, linking young people to real work and skills. We reiterate the president's call to the private sector to register their job opportunities on the ESA system of employment and labor, where has to do with all the job seekers to register them. It is a matter of social compact, because we do need the private sector. Government cannot handle unemployment on its own. The labor activation program through the UIF continues to provide lifeline. The Basic Education Employment Initiative, funded by UIF, will absorb over 204,000 young people as the teacher assistants in 20,000 public schools, ensuring income, experience, and dignity. We must now institutionalize these employment mechanisms under unified national framework aligned with the MTDP. In support of this, Department of Labor has finalized the national employment policy to coordinate the scale and sustain employment initiatives. The supported employment enterprises remaining a shining example of the inclusive industrialization Association, employing and empowering persons with disabilities. No one is left behind in our line of work. NETLEC Temporary Housing, the Presidential Climate Commission, continues to host transformative social dialogue, shaping policy with input from workers, business and civil society. The President National Dialogue Initiative will be coordinated here, reinforcing participatory governance. Let us not forget the amendment of the Employment Tax Incentive Act signed by the President in 2022, expanding opportunities for youth unemployment. We're also increasing the fund for temporary employee relief scheme known as TERS from 400 million to 2.4 billion. Through this, we save jobs as Acela Metal, as we are speaking, this department. Save the job Acela Metal, South Africa, including in the post office, for many distressed businesses, and these are interventions that are happening for your information. And I want to say Productivity as South Africa, as well in partnership with UIF, is also implementing a business turnaround strategy to protect over 226 enterprises, targeting the township and rural economy through procurement incubation. We are also moving in the Presidency within a budget allocated of 2.3 billion is not merely a symbolic center of power, it is a strategic anchor of governance, economic reform, international advocacy through that Operation Vulindlela, as you would know. None of this is not a theater or is not a demolition, it's the work of transformation. It is the hard daily effort to bend an arc of history towards justice. We want to say we'll not allow the populace to regard our for constitutionalism or democratic processes, including partners in the GNU, to intimidate our government through fabricated criminal charges, fake national shutdowns on anti-democratic threats. We reject their spectacle and reaffirm our commitment to the Constitution, due processes, and the sovereignty of our people in this country. It is in this pursuit of this vision of a constitution democracy that the state must confront growing these populist tendencies, this politics of throwing tantrums that we see and masquerading as critique. This disastrous seeks to derail our transformative agenda that our president continues to champion with clarity and conviction. We want to say to our partners in the GNU, we will not allow you to take us back when it comes to transformation, especially on the Employment Equity Act. I want to tell you the DA on this one, we're not going to regress because this has to do with the issue of transformation, and we are not going to apologize for that one. Now, we must mark the 70th anniversary of our Freedom Charter, like the Chief Whip of the ANC would have said. We reaffirm the President's unwavering commitment to the ideals and aspirations expressed in the Charter. The Freedom Charter declared there shall be work, security, and comfort. And in my conclusion, the Freedom Charter says to us, as the last words, it says, these freedoms we will fight for side by side throughout our lives until we've won our own liberty. The ideals and aspirations of the Freedom Charter are found in expression in our Constitution and guides the transformation of the workplace through progressive pieces of legislation, such as that Employment Equity Act, Labor Relations Act, Basic Conditions of Employment Act, Sectoral Determination Act,
Thank you,
Occupational
Deputy
Health and
Minister.
Safety. Mr. President,
Thank you.
may the good Lord bless you and keep you safe. We support this budget vote.
The next speaker is the Honorable Gama.
Honorable Speaker, President Ramaphosa, honorable members, patriots and citizens of our great nation. I rise on behalf of the MK Party to give a perspective and dissect the underlying mechanics of budget vote number 1, the presidency. Honorable Speaker, what we are debating here today is not just a budget. It is the financial architecture of a parallel state, a budget that funds insulation, protects inefficiency, and advances elite consolidation under the guise of reform. Let us be clear. This presidency budget is not only economically indefensible, but is legally and institutionally corrosive. Under the veil of reform, we are watching the calculated erosion of constitutional accountability and the quiet transfer of state levers to unaccountable corporate fora and consultant ecosystems. Khalil Gibran, writing on deception in The Prophet, says, and I quote, "The reality of the other person lies not in what he reveals to you, but what he cannot reveal to you. Therefore, if you would understand him, listen not to what he says, but rather on what he does not say." Close quotes. Honorable members, allow me to start where the deception is most technical and most dangerous, Operation Vulindlela. Launched with fanfare, presented on a cross-cutting reform initiative, and now in the second phase, Operation Vulindlela has become the Trojan horse of neoliberal structural privatization. By way of a short case study, under Operation Vulindlela, a policy decision has been taken to depoliticize the supply of public services such as water supply by transferring operations to the private sector while retaining infrastructure ownership in government, under the guise that the state has insufficient funds to fund traditional public goods. Basic infrastructure has deliberately been ignored and not funded over the past 7 years in sectors such as water, electricity, logistics. This then qualifies them as the low-hanging fruits of Operation Vulindlela. The Constitution of South Africa guarantees the right to access to adequate water. However, the privatization of water services motivated by maximization of profit frequently undermines this right. South Africa faces significant backlogs in water infrastructure development.
Gama,
And
please just pause for a moment and take your seat. I have a hand on the virtual platform. Honorable Letsi, why do you want to be recognized?
Thank you very much, House Chair. I wanted to check if Honorable Gama's bail condition allows him to debate in the House.
No, Honorable Letsi, that's not a point of order. Honorable Gama, please continue.
South Africa faces significant backlogs in water infrastructure development and maintenance. Most of our municipalities are cash-strapped. Water concessions such as the Slulumanzi in Nelspruit and the Dolphin Ilembe district concessions have been used as pilot projects for the commodification of water. While these pilot projects offer more efficient billing and collection systems and reduce water leakages, private concessions tend to be more costly as they emphasize full cost recovery and foreclose lower income households. However, like everything else, this policy ignores the character of the economy of South Africa. The majority of the black population are unemployed and remain outside the catchment of the productive economy. It lacks of social equity, ignores affordability, and is devoid of human rights concerns, which militate against privatization of water, which results in elevated tariffs and installation of prepaid meters. Low-income citizens struggle with high basic household costs, leading to disconnections which negatively impact their socio-economic rights and health. The legacy of apartheid water access looms large, and the privatization of water exacerbates racial and class inequalities. Yet through Operation Vulindlela, significant policy decisions have been taken to privatize and thus commodify the public good called water. No consultation with communities took place, and neither is there effective governance, transparency of contracts, or proper regulation put into place before jeopardizing the crucial constitutional right to water. Those in parliament will often attest never being consulted on the privatization of water distribution to communities. Now, I just want to turn and assist a few people here who have a lull. In 2015, which was the last year that the indefatigable Lucky Montana ran PRASA, there were 542 million passenger trips on our railways. By 2019, this had reduced to 200 million after the butcher of SOEs, Popomlife, had taken over. Nowadays, in 2025, PRASA is battling to reach 70 million trips, which is 12% of the capacity it had in 2015. Yet some of you will come to this house and blame Montana. He left PRASA 10 years ago, and no one since that day has reached the staggering records he and his team were able to achieve. Between 2016 and 2018, Brian Molife managed to stop load shedding, President. And for more than 540 days, South Africa forgot what load shedding is. It was to return in May 2018 when you, President, started preaching a new dawn, which has proved to be a long night. We experienced up to level 6 load shedding until 2024, when the Android director left. The CEO who had been hired by this administration, he was actually writing a book instead of running ESCOM. In 2018, when Transnet was glorious and on the ascent, it carried 226 million tons on its railways and made a profit of 5 billion rand. Today, after this administration had to create a business case for what it would term state capture, again bringing the butcher of SOEs who ejected all the skilled personnel, Transnet was brought to its knees and could only carry 151 million tons last year and a staggering loss of 7 billion rand. This is 35% less than it carried during the glorious years of 2017-2018. 2 days ago, Transnet was downgraded by Standards & Poor's. And they cited that it is unlikely to meet the target tonnage that it had set for itself. On the 22nd of February 2018, SARS reached the 1 trillion mark for the third consecutive year under Commissioner Moyane, and yet a judge was hired to rubbish all the achievements he had made. That is the nature of New Dawn South Africa. Successful black executives who have backbones and refuse to be assimilated are identified, tainted, harassed, and humiliated so that no black child can have a positive role model. Today, lies are being told, but the numbers do not lie. SOEs were deliberately brought to their knees so that a new trick called Operation Vulindlela could be hatched. Nivulela badzeshi indlela. You are opening the privatization path for the rich elites to consolidate their wealth to the continued exclusion of the masses of our people. According to its own documents, the Presidency and Treasury have used Operation Vulindlela to fast-track the corporatization of the National Ports Authority, vertically separate Transnet Freight Rail, formalize the National Transmission Company of South Africa, restructure the ESCOM grid, and create PSP units housed in the DBSA and water boards, all outside the scrutiny of Parliament. In other words, it is a project that outsources state power, re-engineers public ownership, and neutralizes public accountability through reform milestones, and asserts privatization as the panacea for all of the country's economic ills. As an example, and this is by no means exhaustive, the vertical separation of Transnet Freight Rail is ill-advised. Breaking up of a network industry whose costs remain low as a result of economies of scale, where fixed costs can be spread proportionally based on more volumes carried by rail, will result in higher costs to consumers. However, the Presidency is hell-bent on selling the country's crown jewels and will even do so without a proper business case which would have informed it that the lack of densification of commodities in the rail space militates against breaking freight rail at this point. Private companies will have to charge more as the rail infrastructure provider's source of income will shift to access fees. By 2029, this government will have to subsidize the Transnet Freight Rail Infrastructure Manager upwards of 30 billion rand per annum. And like British Rail, we will recognize the folly of this premature move later. This has not been provided for in the budget simply because the consultants are less than frank when providing advice to government. Whether it is at water boards or at ESCOM or Transnet, there is no substitute for placing competent boards of directors and competent managers to lead the business and then drive the correct KPIs to meet societal expectations. ESCOM has proved that with a competent chairperson and board, as well as recruiting knowledgeable CEO skills in the form of Dan Marokane, the entity can be turned around swiftly. This country does not need Operation Vulindlela. Izimboni zombuso sezithengiselwa labo abangenankosi, labo abangenaso isilo. The Operation Vulindlela process was not publicly debated in this House. It was introduced in the back door and repeated many times that people who do not know what it is will easily say, we remember the word, but they do not know what the program is. It was not subjected to socio-economic impact assessments. No business cases exist that have been publicly scrutinized, except data from sweetheart consultants who were hired to drive transfer of state assets into private hands. This is a neo-colonial and neoliberal agenda with a high price to pay for the country in the future. And we do not say that there are no industries that would benefit from privatization, but wholesale privatization as driven by Operation Vulindlela undermines the state's ability to drive economic growth through state-led investment and creating a responsible developmental state. The Vulindlela process is privatization by stealth, hidden in plain sight. It is administered through the National Treasury and Presidency-sponsored TBSA PSP unit and informed by consultants paid through undisclosed contractual mechanisms. This, honorable members, is real state capture. I repeat, a state of capture which uses legislative reform and policy abstraction. It is harder to see, but far more difficult to reverse. Imagine if we had sold SAA for 51 Rand as approved by the cabinet, and then 2 years later it makes 250 million Rand profit. If it was this parliament that probed the Takatso deal and stopped it, and that saved the day. What we are witnessing is what legal professionals have correctly termed a soft coup, the systematic privatization of the state without the political cost of saying so. A submission by concerned legal professions to the Portfolio Committee on Transport makes sobering reading. It alleges coercive NDAs being used to silence whistleblowers within Transnet, the circumvention of procurement protocols, and a quiet corporatization of logistics through shadow structures like the National Logistics Crisis Committee, a body that does not appear in any law but acts with the authority of cabinet. The NLCC has an incestuous relationship with both BUSA, which front-loads business for South Africa, an entity with no legal persona as well, or standing under any laws of our country, as well as with the interim rail regulator. And all this is funded and sustained by Budget Vote 1. Honorable Speaker, Vote 1 is where the parallel state predominates. The presidency budget for 25-26 total 747 million. Of that, over 654 million is allocated to administration, mostly more than 561 staff, strategic communications, consultants, and outsourced services. More than 83 million is allocated to travel and subsistence. The support services to the President's sub-program, valued at 103 million, is described as including national commemorative advance, public engagements, and coordination of district oversight. But nowhere does it tell how this coordination is measured, reported, or verified. What we know, though, is this. While Vote 1 inflates, our municipalities collapse. While consultants grow, public engineers vanish. While NDAs spread, whistleblowers disappear. While PSP units expand, SOE balance sheets shrink. And while the presidency builds an empire of technocratic opaqueness, the people get more speeches and fewer services. This budget also pretends to fund reform, but it actually funds the insulation of the executive from the people it should serve. It funds the administration of market restructuring without the counterbalance of public interest and oversight. And it funds the creation of a parallel decision-making bodies, entities that are neither elected nor accountable, but are empowered to negotiate, contract, and plan in the name of the state. There's no line item for the NLCC or P4SA. There's no code for the TBSA PSP units operating under Vulindlela. There's no sub-program tracking the displacement of civil service roles by consultant frameworks. And yet, these activities are now in the heartbeat of executive economic planning. The figures in this budget may balance on paper, but they unbalance the future
Honorable
of public
Gama,
ownership.
just hold on for a moment. Please take your seat. Honorable Deputy Minister, why do you want to be recognized?
I would like to check if the honorable member can take a question.
Thank you. Honorable Gama, are you prepared to take a question?
It depends who's asking. So South Africa is being
Okay, let's answer
restructured.
that one.
sector by sector, policy by policy, and budget by budget into a state that is administered by private design. That design is being implemented under the name of Operation Vulindlela and forced through Budget Vote 1 and shielded by a wall of plausible deniability funded through careful communications, legal teams, and strategic advisors. Let us call this what it is, executive defiance of constitutional accountability. We in the MK party cannot and will not legitimize that through our silence or our vote. The MK party rejects this vote. Vuka Taki.
The next speaker is the Honorable Kohler.
Kwazam konto kwasi.
Thank you, House Chairperson. South Africa's security apparatus should form the cornerstone of our nation's peace and stability. That's according to global best practice. As the saying goes, we cannot control the waves, but we can learn to surf. Hearing the Minister and the Presidency admit that there was indeed the possibility of a coup d'etat here in our country, having said a scant hour earlier in a debate that other nations watching Sunday's media briefing were thinking that such an event was already underway. Well, that had me admiring the honesty with which she spoke. By finally releasing the promised reports on the national security lie of the land, so to speak, was brave to put it mildly. Indeed, an honest reflection of where we are right now reveals an intelligence ship tainted by allegations of collapse, state capture, and corruption, reaching the highest levels of our nation's intelligence community. We entrust these agencies to be the guardians of our democracy, the silent sentinels ensuring our safety. Yet in recent years, their credibility has been white-anted by scandal, mismanagement, and political interference. Unlike those in this House who have never gone through the rigors of top-secret security vetting, what those of us hear and see on the JSCI is at times breathtakingly alarming. Suggestions, however, that what we do is sign off on the erosion of personal freedoms is wrong on every level. And I speak as someone who's been a member for 6 years and not just begun to attend. The Minister yesterday also highlighted the need to decontaminate the criminal justice system of criminality. Now, this in the light of the Makonazi revelations. True, but the threats flying that should the Lieutenant General be suspended after his media briefing, riots similar to those of 2021 will follow are concerning indeed. And in a country plagued by unemployment, poverty, inequality, and poor service delivery, we find ourselves in a very volatile situation. Nobody who was there will forget as citizens blockading our streets and standing guard in the total absence of the SAPs, or that during those riots, some 350 died and 50 billion rands worth of damage was caused. And where were our intelligence services then exactly? I fear that claims that such riots will never be allowed to happen again, ring rather hollow. I doubt there is anyone in the country who disagrees that the very pillars of the Republic's security, comprising the State Security Agency, Defense Intelligence, and Crime Intelligence, require both a systemic clean-out and resource capacitation. The reality is that peace is but a conduit for development. Hence, to ensure a stable security landscape, our intelligence community must be capacitated with capable, competent, and well-resourced staff. The inevitable outcome of the lack of capacitation sees us viewed as an epicenter for illicit terror funding, with the knock-on effect that has seen our nation's credibility and security shaken to the core. According to the Organized Crime Index of 2023, South Africa has lost state control to mafia networks, gangs, and corrupt officials. One of the main causes of our being grey-listed was our vulnerability to illicit terror funding. Having a safe and secure state is so much more than about preventing harm. It's equally about displaying to the global community that foreign direct investment will be used for economic development and not nefariousness. The very essence of the Weberian state and the decline in the Republic's ability to wield control over the use of force is the driver behind the increase in criminality that sees our citizens live in constant fear for our lives. Such a reality is nothing more nor less than an existential threat to our nation's very survival. In essence, Weber's definition highlights the state's unique ability to maintain order and enforce its will within the borders through the controlled use of force. The next logical question that must be asked is, Does our country have the ability to maintain order? Well, 14 months ago, Professor Kachalia, in his capacity as part of the National Corruption Advisory Council, handed President Ramaphosa a comprehensive report which claims to have detailed what plagues crime intelligence. Yet, to date, the President has yet to make the report public. It is in the interests of the country that we know the contents of the report and call on Professor Kachalia in his capacity as the incoming acting police minister to act on the findings of the report to once and for all clean the rot out of crime intelligence, the very same rot that saw the arrest of the entire top structure of crime intelligence just over 3 weeks ago. We cannot continue to allow crucial reports to gather dust. When Mr. Ramaphosa first became the president, his task was to implement the recommendations of the Zondo Commission into state capture. 3 full years and 1 billion rand later, there's no accountability in the face of sometimes horrific testimonies. 0 arrests. And Mr. President, for your very credibility as the chief executive, this has to change. Reports and commissions must have teeth if we truly mean business. Otherwise, they're just useless piles of paper used to cover over the cracks. What must also change, Mr. President, in addition to your inaction, is your prevarication. Now, your minister in the presidency, who is the political head of the State Security Agency, is reportedly awaiting a decision by the National Prosecuting Authority following the disappearance of 80 million rand during her time as a municipal manager. Now, should a person with such clouds circling above her head have a place around the cabinet table, let alone overseeing the SSA? It's as if the state capture never happened, when in fact our security and intelligence apparatus was grossly manipulated. The very man who was the minister who broke the State Security Agency serves today as a deputy minister. Honorable David Ndlobo is still a member of cabinet, enjoying the benefits of the state he tried and came very close in succeeding to destroy. Look back at the Zondo Commission hearings and do a search for, quote, carrying off suitcases stuffed with cash. Just because we believe the SSA is not captured today, that does not mean it will never be so again. South Africa is a nation that learns lessons from its past, but it seems the presidency has yet to learn the lessons from the 3 years of state capture hearings. As the Democratic Alliance, we have long called for the depoliticization of our intelligence services, coupled with that of a skills rebuild and enhanced coordination between the security services. These are all vital mechanisms which must occur so that public trust can once again be restored in our government's ability to protect our citizens from threats, both foreign and domestic. This is why we hammered on for so many years about pushing the General Intelligence Laws Amendment Bill through the system to clear out what those dreadful Zuma years had done to our intelligence services. When our intelligence services are strong, our economy is safer, our streets are more secure, and our future brighter. But when they are weakened by corruption and incompetence, we all suffer. Let us demand a professional, ethical, and effective intelligence community. We have been through so much. We have earned this right. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honourable the Deputy Minister in the Presidency, the Honourable Morolong.
House Chairperson, President of the people of South Africa, President Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, members of the National Executive, honorable members of Parliament, distinguished guests, fellow South Africans. We gather here today in this August House just over a week after the passing of Ms. Teresa Solomon, yet another towering activist for equality, peace, and justice. We, the descendants of such a courageous soldier for peace, will forever remain indebted to Comrade T and her generation, who are born of the matriarchs of our struggle, women like Comrade T, as she was affectionately known in her community. She belonged to a generation of freedom fighters whose vision for the future was to nurture the belief that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, to foster a common loyalty to and pride in our country, and to cultivate a universal sense of freedom. As they articulated this vision through the Ready to Govern document in 1992, they understood that the democratic project was not a byproduct of peaceful negotiations, but the culmination of relentless struggles waged by the masses of our people, courageously led by the African National Congress. House Chairperson, we stand before this honorable House today to expound on the budget vote for the presidency a vote that speaks directly to the heart of our constitutional democracy and the engine room of our national effort to build a better life for all. This budget is not merely an allocation of funds. It is an investment in the stability, capability, and vision required to steer South Africa towards its destiny. Section 83 of our Constitution defines the President as the head of state and head of the national executive, entrusted with upholding, defending, and respecting the Constitution as the bedrock of our democracy. Section 85 further charges the President with a solemn responsibility to execute this mandate through the powers vested in the high office of the land. The Presidency, Honorable Speaker, is the pivotal institution established to support the President in fulfilling this immense constitutional duty. It is a nerve center of government responsible for strategic coordination, policy coherence, and ensuring the effective implementation of the electoral mandate across all spheres and departments. This budget vote directly resources the Presidency to provide strategic support and advice to the President, coordinate the integrated program of government, manage the interface between the executive, parliament, and other constitutional bodies, oversee the national response to critical challenges and opportunities, safeguard the integrity and smooth functioning of the executive branch. This budget is therefore fundamental to ensuring that the President has a necessary capacity to lead decisively, constitutionally, and in the best interest of all South Africans. Honorable members, the vision of a capable, ethical, and developmental state is central to the mandate of our democratic government. This budget vote provides a critical resource to drive this transformation, focusing on three key pillars. The first pillar being the professionalization of the public service. A cornerstone of this effort is the establishment of the position of the head of public administration as mandated by the Public Administration Management Act. This is not merely an administrative step, it is a decisive move towards the professionalization of our state. This senior official will be singularly focused on driving standards of excellence, ethical conduct, and performance management across the public service. This budget allocates resources to ensure this office is empowered to set norms and standards, build capacity, combat corruption, and foster a culture of service delivery that truly prioritizes the citizen. It is an investment in the backbone of our developmental state. The second pillar being upholding accountability. Transparency and accountability are non-negotiable pillars of an ethical state. The President is constitutionally mandated to establish commissions of inquiry to investigate matters of significant public concerns such as state capture and systemic failures. The Presidency plays a vital role in facilitating the work of these commissions and crucially in processing their outcomes. This budget supports the necessary administrative and analytical capacity within the Presidency to ensure that these findings and recommendations are meticulously considered, translated into actionable plans, and their implementation rigorously tracked. Those who seek to divide this country would have us believe that these commissions are a pointless exercise and a waste of public funds. Nothing could be further from the truth. The recovery of 11 billion in stolen assets is not wastage. It is revenue channeled back into the fiscus to address essential public service and infrastructure development. Without the State Capture Commission, this money would never have been recovered, and our state will still be controlled by thugs and cowards who fled the country to evade accountability. The third pillar being fostering social cohesion. Our strength as a nation lies in our unity amidst diversity. Recognizing the fractures in our social fabric, the President has championed the National Dialogue Initiative. The Presidency provides critical coordination and secretariat support for this vital national conversation. Madam Speaker, this budget enables us to facilitate these dialogues across sectors and communities, creating safer spaces for South Africans to address underlying tensions, celebrate our shared identity, and collectively define the values that bind us. It is an investment in the intangible yet essential fabric of our nation, our sense of belonging, mutual respect, and shared destiny. Honorable members, the work of the Presidency, the professionalization of the state, The pursuit of accountability and the fostering of social cohesion is not a task of government alone. It requires the active participation and commitment of every South African. Honorable members, I'm certain that most of us in this democratic parliament would agree that we must call on our people to reject divisions and cynicism, actively participate in their communities and in the national dialogue, report corruption, hold all public representatives accountable through democratic instruments, champion the values of Ubuntu, respect, compassion, and shared humanity. The challenges we face are significant, but so is our collective resolve. Earlier, a discredited judge stood on this platform, reminding us why he became the first judge in history to be impeached. We remind South Africans that this disgraced former member of the bench was impeached.
Honorable Deputy Minister, just take your seat for a moment. I have hands in the chamber, and I have disruptions from the virtual platform. Let's go to the chamber first.
Ngiyakuthokoza mgcini sihlalo. Okhuluma la. Angazi ukuthi ukhuluma ngejaji likuphi ijaji namhlanje la ngoba angasimislead angasileli into engasiyo ne. Angakhuluma into engekho. Akakhulume ngento ekhulunywa namhlanje la. Angakhuluma into engekho kufana nalabo abakhuluma ngoZuma la uZuma akekho la. President Zuma is not in the house. Akuba bawe nje ukuthi akhe bajame. Ke bakhulume into ekhona. Siyazi kubhlungu.
Thank you, Honorable Skosana. You're not raising a point of order. You're making an argument. The Honorable Deputy Minister is within his rights to argue in this debate. I won't stop him at this point. Honorable Deputy Minister,
Sorry, Speaker.
Let me just go to the virtual platform as well. Honorable Reddy, first.
Thank you.
No. Before you speak, the rules clearly state that you to raise your hand, and then the table staff will alert me to it. Please don't unmute and speak again before you are recognized. Why do you want to be recognized?
Yes, Honorable Acting Speaker, I did raise my hand. I was not seen by the table staff, so you can't blame me for that. I had to speak so that you could recognize me. But I rise in terms of Rule 64, because there's something very seriously wrong that's going on at the moment. You've noticed that a lot of deputy ministers have been speaking, and we need to keep the decorum of the House in place, and let's protect it at all costs and ensure fair debate. These deputy ministers are here speaking as members of the cabinet. So that's where they need to confine their speeches to. When they start going into the politics of matters, then it seems that the ANC is getting a disproportionate time in the debate.
What is this now?
Not
Already is debating.
Thank you.
It's not a debate. I'm raising it in terms of Rule 64.
I'm ready to deal with this issue.
Okay.
Thank you. Honorable Reddy and honorable members, deputy ministers, members of the executive are fully entitled to participate in the debates in this House. Speaking time, furthermore, is allocated in terms of decisions by the Rules Committee on which all parties are represented. We are not going to prosecute what some members may experience as a disproportionate allocation of time during a plenary session of this House. Please take it to the Rules Committee. Honorable Deputy Minister, please continue.
Thank you very much. We remind South Africans that this disgraced former member of the bench was impeached following allegations of improper interference in a constitutional court case involving former President Jacob.
Order, honorable members.
His impeachment followed an inquiry by the Judicial
Honorable
Service
Deputy
Commission.
Minister, my apologies. Please take your seat. Honorable member at the back, why do you want to be recognized?
I'm rising on Rule 68. The deputy minister is irrelevant. And secondly, the people on the ground are asking who is this deputy minister because
But what is this thing now? What is this
Thank
thing?
you,
I don't know you.
No.
Who are you?
Honorable member.
No.
Honorable
Who
member.
are you? It's not allowed this thing, Honorable House Chair. You're allowing it. Order.
Table staff, please assist in muting members on the virtual platform. Honorable member, I will deal with your point of order about relevance. Order. In the context of how this debate has transpired, your member who has just previously in this debate spoke at length about his perception. Order. I'm on the floor. Honorable member, if you're going to keep on interrupting me while I'm speaking, I'm going to act in terms of the rules. Your member who previously spoke at length to put an argument about his view on successes of previous administrations. I will give the Deputy Minister latitude to speak about the plans and what he deems to be the successes of the current administration in this debate. Deputy Minister, please continue.
His impeachment followed an inquiry by the Judicial Service Commission, which found him guilty of gross misconduct. Yet today, this former judge advocates for ministers to be dismissed without due process. The very due process he was afforded in an attempt to clear his name and
Speaker,
spectacularly.
virtual
Deputy
platform,
Minister,
please.
please take your seat. Honorable Skosana, why do you want to be recognized now?
Ngiyakuthokoza mgcinisihlalo. Honorable member. Akakhulumi into esizoyikhuluma la namhlanje. Ukhuluma ngejaji, ijaji alikho ngisayiphinda lento. Sibawa ukuthi akhulume into elanga phakathi. Last now honorable member.
Honorable Skosana and honorable members, we've dealt with this issue. The ruling is final. The ruling is final. I'm not going to entertain further points of order on this matter. The Honorable Deputy Minister is allowed to take part in the debate. Honorable Skosana, I'm warning you now. Please do not persist with this type of interruption.
Let me regurgitate this point.
Speaker.
This former judge advocates for ministers to be dismissed without due process.
Speaker.
Honorable Deputy Minister, Honorable Deputy Minister, Honorable Deputy Minister, please just take your seat for a moment. Honorable Reddy, is that a new point of order?
Yes, it is. May I proceed?
Yes.
Honorable member, what is the relevance of this unknown minister
Honorable
making these
Reddy.
points? There's no
Honorable
relevance
Reddy.
to the debate on presidency.
That's not how one
Reddy's
point of
board.
order by asking.
Honorable Reddy, can you remove him?
A
Can you
question.
please remove Reddy? No.
I also see the hand on the virtual platform of Honorable Lowe.
Also, can you really given the days of Honorable Reddy? It's really out of order. He's been disturbing the House for 3 times with irrelevant out of order. And we're allowing him. He's even calling you without even raising a hand. Please deal with it. We are begging you.
Thank you, Honorable Lowe. Honorable Gabu on the virtual platform has a hand up.
No, thank you very much, House Chair. I'm rising on Rule 66 of the Rules, Chair. That really deals with an interruption of the Speaker on the podium. There is a well-coordinated effort from some members who are behaving like a rented crowd, disrupting the Deputy Minister while he's presenting. Can you protect the Deputy Minister from this rented crowd, Chair? Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Order, honorable members. Members are entitled to raise points of order. I've dealt with those. What we need to do now is to allow the Deputy Minister to proceed with the debate. We are not yet at the point where we are going to say that this is going to start getting grossly disorderly. But honorable members, let me add to that immediately. If you are going to persist with raising the same types of points of order with which I have dealt with, which are aimed at disrupting the Speaker at the podium whilst he's taking part in this debate, I will go to that specific rule. Honorable Deputy Minister, please continue.
Our democratic project is not going to be derailed by...
Honourable Deputy Minister, my apologies. Honourable Van Rooyen, why do you want to be recognized?
Thank you, Chair. Rule 85, there was an earlier submission from the visual platform indicating that some people are making inputs here because they are a rented crowd. I don't think that is parliamentary, it's casting aspersion. Could you please rule on that?
Yeah, thank you. That specific member didn't name names. And I've dealt with that specific intervention. Let's allow now the Deputy Minister to proceed.
In 2024, we established the Print and Digital Media Transformation and Revitalization Steering Committee comprising the CEOs of Media 24, Caxton, MTDA, Arena, Daily Maverick, Mail and Guardian, Independent Media, and AIP. Their mandate was to collaborate on identifying the best interventions to revitalize both community and commercial print media in the digital era. Soon we will release the final report, which outlines actionable and recommendations for implementation. However, Honorable Bodlani, you are already well aware of these developments, as I have extensively reported on these matters in the Portfolio Committee. Honorable President, just about this time tomorrow, we will be unveiling a state-of-the-art studio donated through the MDDA to 1KZN TV. We are committed to developing and diversifying our media landscape. Community broadcasting speaks to the heartbeat of the nation, the local, the personal, the cultural, and the often unheard voices. This is the legacy of your leadership. This budget vote for the presidency equips the center of government to lead with constitutional fidelity, to drive the building of a capable and ethical state, and to foster unity we so deeply need. Let us move forward, not as a splintered voice, but as a nation united in purpose. Let us build a South Africa that truly belongs to all those who live in it, united in our diversity and prosperous in our shared future, as envisioned by our patriots such as Ms. Teresa Solomon. I thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honourable Zibi.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. Honourable President and honourable members, I rise to talk about the importance of retaining a sensible perspective on the place in which we find ourselves as a nation today. The various programs of government outlined in the various budget votes over the last 2 weeks are being drowned out by national anger and frustration. I share this anger and frustration, Mr. President. Honourable Chair, it is abnormal for a senior police commissioner to hold a press conference in the full camouflage gear of a specialized assault unit. It says those who have sworn to protect us are ready to go to war with one another over an evidently broken law enforcement system. Mr. President, while we welcome the appointment of a judicial commission of inquiry, we must also reflect on how we got to this moment. We have had a string of senior police officers and national police commissioners who've either operated under a cloud or have been arrested. That has sapped the confidence of the public in law enforcement. We now live in a low-trust environment where South Africans wonder why we spend time debating here while they must fend for themselves outside. A low-trust environment, Mr. President, is one where tolerance for due process is low and the people look for alternatives outside democratic structures to address their needs. In this budget vote last year, I said we do not have the luxury of time, and that is truer today than it was last year. As necessary as a commission of inquiry may be, what angers South Africans is the sense that there is no willingness to act decisively before such inquiries become necessary. South Africans are asking for a sense of urgency from the executive in dealing with corruption and lawlessness. Yes, numerous cases are in the courts, but what frustrates South Africans is that it takes so long for those responsible to be charged, let alone to be sent to prison. It sends a message that our systems of accountability are paralyzed against those who either have power or have proximity to it. An increasing number of people speak of their preference for a military dictatorship in our country because they believe it will not be constrained by due process and will deliver the agency they so deeply crave. Let us show South Africans that democracy can deliver accountability, development, opportunity, and the hope of a better future. Mr. President, you have a special responsibility to lead in such a way that South Africans begin to believe again. Faith in democracy is declining, you can revive it. When the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry delivers its report, please do not just hand it to the Speaker. I ask that you write to the Speaker and ask her to convene Parliament so that you can tell South Africans how you will use the awesome power of the executive presidency vested in your hands to begin to set things right. People are tired of process, promises, and long, complicated plans. They want to see action so they can feel galvanized to join in turning our country around. This is an opportunity of a lifetime that we must not squander. If we do, we will live to regret it. People are asking for decisive leadership. They want to see you angry, Mr. President, sharing the same anger that they have. And when we show that we are in line
Zibi,
with...
my apologies, just take your seat for a moment. Honorable Skosana, why do you want to be recognized now?
Ngiyakuthokoza Mgcinisihlalo. Bengicabanga ukuthi siku-budget speech, mara ngizwa sekukhulunywa into enye engayaziko ni. Ngibawa irrelevance yaleyo nto, Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Skosana, no, you're not assisting the process. We've previously indicated speakers here can speak about, as everyone, also from your party, as they wish. Honorable Zibi, please continue.
Thank you, Chair. He knows I'll deal with him in our committee when it comes there. In closing, House Chair, the time for action is now. We need less talk, we need more commitment and more action from the House and the Executive. I thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honorable Maimane.
Honorable President, fellow South Africans, honorable members of this House, Bagai Tudumelang. President, I recall quite distinctly when you became elected as President, you used the words, honorable members need to stop looking at headlines, they need to begin to look for trend lines. I remember those words as I was preparing for this budget vote and began to ask myself the question, what are the trend lines, Mr. President? And in truth, when we look at the trend lines, Mr. President, more young people are entering the realm of the unemployed. Mr. President, more than half of our citizens are living below the upper poverty line, which effectively means that in the medium term, when we follow the trend lines, that more and more, we will be spending more on social grants than we will on any other function of government. Mr. President, when you look at the trend line of crime, 26,000 people were murdered last year. Were you to take their coffins and line them up, they would line up from your door in Hyde Park all the way to the Union buildings. As you drive that route every single day, Mr. President, realize that we're dealing with a serious problem of murder. Mr. President, I speak to you not as one who's leading in a peaceful time, but one leading in a wartime. You are leading in geopolitical terror force. You are leading in a time where our country is now asking that in a war, what we don't need is dialogue, consultation. What we perhaps need, Mr. President, is for you to then take decisive and strong action. And in this light, Mr. President, I want to say that whilst we heard from General Mkhwanazi, I think he confirmed something we all feel. Yes, the allegations are untested. But Mr. President, I want to urge, if you felt it enough to institute a commission of inquiry, I wonder whether you feel it enough to ask the question, was Mr. Mkhunu's actions ethical? And if they were not ethical, in your view, which is your prerogative, then I would urge you, Mr. President, that what we don't need is another ghost worker who's sitting at home whilst South Africans are struggling. What we desperately need is for you to take decisive action. And I would urge, Mr. President,
that perhaps it wasn't time to appoint someone from outside the police. Perhaps we need to get to a point, Mr. President, where when we use the same provisions of the Constitution you used to appoint Mr. Kachalia, that we choose someone who is the best police person, the most ethical person to become the Minister of Police. When we get there, the force of policemen and women can say, here's someone that has been in the trenches with us and we can follow them. Mr. President, you have successfully working in the G20 and the global platform. I support your efforts. What I would really urge you is that as a third priority at the end of the G20 summit, the measurement cannot be we hosted meetings. The measurements must be like Japan, like India, who have hosted before us, to say investment increased. I want you to succeed, Mr. President, and that's the rest of the country. The fourth aspect is the fact that you went to Johannesburg and said that there were problems there. We need a strong local government, Mr. President. So let's not get into each other's way with what Minister Ehlabisa is doing and other actors. Let us be deliberate at salvaging local government. Lastly, Mr. President, I want to urge for the future of our country, let us be strong on an economic plan that guides the GNU. Otherwise, we are going to have budget vote 15 eventually, or version 15. We need strong priorities. We need an economy that works. Let's educate our young people. Let's limit priorities. And let's be decisive at delivering this country so we reverse
Thank you,
the trend
Honorable
lines.
Maimane.
I support the budget. Thank you, President.
Honorable Khanile.
Honorable President, honorable members, the late former President Nelson Mandela once said, I quote, "It is through education that the daughter of a peasant can become a doctor, that the son of a mine worker can become the head of the mine, that the child of a farm worker can become the president of a great nation. It is what we make out of what we have, not what we are given, that separates one person from another," close quote. Honorable members, it has become evident that as a country, we have a long way to go to realize what was said by the late former president in the quote I have just read. In 2018, the late former finance minister, Tito Mboweni, set aside the first budget to distribute sanitary towels to girl learners. This initiative was introduced because it became clear that a lot of girls from impoverished families miss days of school when they are on their periods. The National Treasury avails a budget allocation through the equitable share from the Department of Basic Education and Social Development. However, the National Treasury has left a loophole in allowing misuse of this allocation because it is allocated directly to provinces and is not ring-fenced for the purchase and distribution of the sanitary dignity packs to quintile 1 to quintile 3 schools. President, National Treasury should ring-fence the sanitary dignity budgets and place it where there's accountability and gender focus. This budget should be allocated to women, youth, and persons with disabilities. Reports reveal that some departments use the allocation on other staff, while girl learners miss out on school during their cycle. Mr. President, according to a report provided by law firm Bowman Gilfillan and signed by its Executive for Investigations, Joe Da Silva, in 2016-17 and 2017-18 financial years, only 24% of the 248 Gauteng schools received their share of the 106 million Dignity Packs project. The investigation further revealed the projects to have been riddled with alleged fraud, corruption, and criminal acts. The Dignity Packs report dates back to September 2020 and details how officials in provincial social development departments devise schemes to circumvent procurement processes to unlawfully and willfully enrich themselves and certain suppliers to the detriment of the girls. Shoki Shabalala, who is the former head of the Social Development Department, was implicated in the Dignity Pact report as being at the forefront of the alleged fraud and financial misconduct. She has now been rewarded with another position as the Deputy Director General for the Department in the Presidency for Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities. All this happens at the expense of a girl child who misses out days of school when on periods, and her dream of becoming a doctor diminishes under the watch of the ANC cadres. To date, that report gathers dust while the girl learner misses days of school. Chairperson, more budget needs to be made available to address the issue of teenage pregnancy and statutory rape. There should be an allocation for community empowerment programs where communities are empowered on issues around their children's rights. The Children's Act 38 of 2005, under the Protection from Abuse, Neglect and Exploitation, Section 110, states that anyone who suspects abuse, neglect, or exploitation must report it to the designated social worker or the police. The Act requires mandatory reporting by professionals such as teachers and doctors. Honorable members, we are all aware that there are older men within our society who date young girls in the full view of teachers. And this goes unreported until these teenagers fall pregnant. And only when they're about to give birth, this issue is identified and recorded. We believe that preventative action should be explored. Hence, we need more resources allocated to empower our communities to ensure we prevent teenagers from engaging in early sex and we protect them from being exploited by older men. Honorable Chair, we cannot overemphasize a desperate need for all departments to meet their 7% equity target on employment of youth, women, and persons with disabilities. We believe this will also give especially our young people a purpose in life, majority of whom have lost hope as a result. They indulge in drugs excessively. I'd also like to commend pioneers like Mr. Muloto, who runs Ladgak, a rehabilitation center for drug addicts. We commend the exemplary work these South Africans are doing to turn the lives of these young people around. We hope government is going to do its best to meet them halfway by ensuring that job opportunities are created and so that they can absorb these young people after they have been rehabilitated. Mr. President, in this current financial year, we would also like the government to pay more attention to addressing the issue of drug abuse and the access to drugs. When one looks at the reports of people convicted for selling drugs, it is concerning to observe that drug users know where to buy drugs, but South African Police Service doesn't know where or who these drug peddlers are. In some instances, where SAPS have apprehended drug peddlers, the number of people convicted raises a grave concern. As this House, we will need to look at the Justice Department to play its role. Honorable Chair, we will be conducting oversight visits in this financial period to ensure government rehabilitation centers are fully funded and resourced. The issue of the very long waiting list is addressed swiftly, and to ensure every young person who wants an opportunity to turn their lives around is not prohibited by the government's incompetence. Honorable Chair, South Africa has a national drug master plan since 2013, whose implementation is the responsibility of no less than 20 departments, 9 provinces, and local drug committee. But the Central Drug Authority, which has been mandated to coordinate the plan's implementation across government, has no resources, no authority, no standing. No wonder the country is struggling to make a dent on the scourge that is drug and substance abuse. We urge social development and the National Treasury to review the CDA's resource allocation for the sake of our youth and their future and the future of this country. I thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honourable the Deputy Minister of Home Affairs.
House Chairperson, His Excellency, President Cyril Ramaphosa, members of the Executive, honorable members, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. The Presidency stands as an apex office of the land, not by ceremonial accident, but by constitutional design. The constitutional architecture of our democratic order was deliberate in locating central executive authority within the President. It is through the office of the President that cabinet is coordinated, intergovernmental relations are guided, and urgent national challenges are confronted with clarity and consistency. As the highest office in the land, The presidency embodies the unity of the state, the strategic command of government, and the collective aspirations of our democratic society. In this budget vote debate, I would like to display the importance of the ability of the presidency to lead the state, to see the furthest, and to put in place instruments necessary to bring visions into reality. On the 21st of July, 2020, Mr. President, you signed the Border Management Authority Bill into law. This was after decades wherein our borders were managed in a fragmented manner with multiple departments and agencies performing distinct functions, often with overlapping mandates and inadequate coordination. This was the cause to various border security and trade facilitation vulnerabilities. The BMA Act that you signed into law, Mr. President, gave effect to the establishment of a single integrated authority responsible for the management of the ports of entry and border law enforcement areas. This was not merely an administrative change, but a strategic necessity to secure our borders, protect our economy, and ensure the safety of our people. Today, the BMA has footprint in all South African ports of entry and identified vulnerable border law enforcement areas. They continue to intercept large consignments of illicit goods, which included cigarettes to the value of 640 million in the past 24 hours. The BMA has reduced human trafficking operations and the number of stolen vehicles crossing our borders. The BMA the various technologies to augment its capabilities in the border environment, as well as border management system for legitimate processing of people, goods, and risk profiling purposes. The deployment of advanced drones and body camera technology at the border yielded an increase of up to 215% in the detection and prevention of attempted illegal border crossings and the interception of 114 people who are facilitating illegal migration within our border environment. And this was made possible by you, Mr. President, signing the BMA bill into law. To deal with corruption and risks, we strengthened the Justice, Crime Prevention and Security Cluster when we launched the Border Management and Immigration Anti-Corruption Forum with the BMA, Special Investigating Unit, Directorate for Priority Crime Investigations, and the National Prosecuting Authority. This helps in dealing with corrupt officials and other rascals within our border environment. Now, government working closely with civil society remains committed to realizing the aspiration of the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. Sexual offences courts continue to offer support services that are tailor-made for survivors of sexual offences. 19 sexual offences courts were established in accordance with the recently amended Section 55A of the Criminal Law Sexual Offences and Related Matters Amendment Act, which became operational on April 2024. This amendment, Chair, which brings it power, is that it empowers the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development to designate places of sitting, and sexual offences courts must be established, which means we'll soon have more of these courts that deal with this issue. During this financial year, government will increase the national footprint of sexual offences court, particularly in rural communities, and an additional 16 sexual offences courts will be established, with 2 more Tutuzela centers targeted to be opened. Over the 24-25 period, the National Prosecuting Authority recorded 3,697 convictions in relation to sexual offences, with over 79% of these convictions resulting to direct imprisonment, while 44,147 victims were supported at the 66 Tutuzela care centers. Bail provisions in GBV matters have been tightened. Important legislative amendments now ensure there is no more police or prosecutor bail in GBV matters. All GBV suspects must appear before court and apply for bail. The legislation now allows for online applications for domestic violence protection accessed remotely. The Department of Justice and Constitutional Development is at the final stages of the development of the online solution for applications for domestic violence protection orders. In your February 2023 State of the Nation address, President, you announced what is arguably the biggest paper records digitization project in Africa, set to digitize 350 million paper records. As we speak here today, 49 million records of civic services have been digitized. The project is also creating jobs for young graduates. In the current financial year, we will be digitizing 25 million more records. This project is a fundamental cog in the Home Affairs digital transformation journey, and it is also critical for South Africa's quest for digital identity, given its fundamental role in economic growth and social transformation. The conversion of manual paper-based files to citizens into digital records will allow us to easily access these records at a touch of a button. Now, this is what citizens expect from their government: faster, smarter, and convenient services at all times. We are now taking this further, President, working with the South African Revenue Services and the South African Reserve Bank. We are developing a robust digital identity for the country. This system will use facial recognition as the primary biometric modality, thereby enhancing national security and reducing the risk of fraud. The identity document revolutions from the archaic green ID book to the high-tech and secure smart ID card is in motion, Mr. President. As of the 14th of July 2025, we had issued just over 30,239,000 smart ID cards, pointing to progress made since the initiation of our modernization program. House Chairperson, the Home Affairs has issued a record of 3.5 million smart ID cards against a target of 2.5 million in the 24-25 financial year. This record of smart ID cards was achieved partly because we added 100 new mobile offices that we launched with yourself, President, on the 7th of May 2024 in Mokopane. The decisions and the actions we take affect the future progressively. Today, I was with the children of Masiphumelele Child Home, which really appreciated the services that we brought to them. President, on the 15th of October 2020, during the State of the Nation address, you announced phase 1 of Operation Vulindlela. Today, we are reaping the fruits of Operation Vulindlela. Recommendations through, amongst others, the Trusted Employer Scheme, the Trusted Tour Operator Schemes. The Trusted Employer Scheme allows qualifying companies to verify documents of skilled workers they wish to bring to South Africa. It shortens the adjudication process, in return promoting South Africa as a sought-after investment destination. The online Trusted Tour Operator Scheme is boosting tourism from the major sources of markets of China and India. Since February this year, 17,000 Chinese and Indian tourists have obtained visas to come to South Africa undaunted. The tourists who came through the Trusted Tour Operator Scheme have created about 1,230 jobs. This is set to grow as we grow this particular scheme. So let no one say we are not pushing forward with job creation. We are now building a working prototype of the electronic travel authorization system for tourist visas before expanding to more visa categories. When completed, it will digitize visa processes and enhance efficiencies while curbing corruption. House Chairperson, we must always be reminded of the words that preachers of past failures are detractors of success of the present, and they jeopardize the future. As such,
Honorable Deputy Minister, can you please take a seat? There's a point of order. Honorable Shabalala. Honorable members, can you please afford a member that I have recognized? Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Chair. Yo, Sekundamba, man. I rise on Rule 62. Eye contact. Deputy Minister is just reading. Talk to us.
Honorable Member, that is not
It's
a point
Rule
of order.
62. It is Rule 62. It's in the rule book.
Honorable Member, an honorable member on the podium is allowed to refresh his or her mind in looking at the notes that he has drafted. So that is not a point of order. Please continue, Deputy Minister.
I have no interest at looking at the honorable member. House Chairperson, people must decide whether they
Honorable
want to be
Deputy Minister,
opposition.
can you please take your seat?
Chair, on a point
Yes.
of order, that is very misogynistic thing to be
I
saying
can't
here in
hear you.
Parliament. No, Chair, on a point of order, it's very misogynistic for him to say he's got no interest to look in. He did not say, the honourable member did not say she wants eye contact. And then we have men here in Parliament that everything is reduced to something that there must be eye contact that we want to look at them. He must withdraw that, it's unnecessary.
No, honorable member. You see, when you start raising a point of order and throwing in jabs, you must not have thin skin. Because when you get the response, there's nothing that is unparliamentary that the Deputy Minister has said. So I am ruling on that. No, I did not recognize you. Switch off the mic. I did not recognize you.
You also support
Please,
patriarchy
Honorable
here.
Deputy Minister, take the podium.
People must decide, House Chair, whether they want to be opposition or play a role in providing solutions towards building a better South Africa. You cannot claim to be part of building when there are successes, whilst wielding and ushering a hammer of destruction on the other hand. Administrative obstructionism and hostility towards the programs and operations of the state only serve to weaken the states that we were sought to serve. Lastly, House Chair, we must always bear in mind that a dialogue is not optional if the nation is serious about unity and peace. It is through dialogue that misunderstandings are dismantled, grievances aired, and tensions are diffused before they erupt into conflict. Where there is no dialogue, suspicions grow, divisions deepen, and violence erupts. Dialogue forces society to confront hard truths, to listen and to act not in isolation, but together. It builds empathy, restores trust, and ensures that every voice is heard, especially of those who have been historically silenced. We will not allow detractors, Mr. President, to strive. We must continue to look forward and work harder to create a better future for our people. On House Chairperson, the Presidency remains the embodiment of South African state. It must be strengthened, defended, and respected. We support this budget vote.
Thank you very much. I will now recognize the Honorable Zungula.
Mandikubulise Mongameli. Ungazuntyhola uba ndikubulise. Your presidency, Mongameli, has been characterized by panels, task teams, commissions of inquiries that cost billions, but with no tangible results. Every time there's a crisis that requires bold and courageous leadership, you outsource the responsibility to a panel, a task team, or commission of inquiry. These panels produce reports but dololo action. There are no tangible actions taken on the Zondo Commission, the Mufamadi panel on intelligence, and the Sandy Africa review on the 2021 unrest. Mr. President, the allegations made by an entire police commissioner that a minister is embedded with criminal syndicates requires more than paid leave, especially that the minister himself confirmed some of the allegations. The minister lied to Parliament, and that is enough to take decisive action against him. President, it is a well-known fact that unemployment, poverty, crime and corruption has increased under your leadership. Unemployment in 2018 was 36%, now it is 43%. 30 million people lived in poverty in 2018, now it is 42 million. 52 people were murdered per day in 2018, now it is 64 people. All these indicators paint to a reality that we have failed to improve the lives of citizens. No matter the spinning or positive media coverage you can get, this is the lived experience of the citizens. Even when you address the country, it is always, we'll do this, we'll do that. You've been saying we will since February 2018, there is no single success story where you can say the government has, under your leadership, reduced unemployment, poverty, crime, or corruption. Mr. President, people elect their representatives to parliament, which is the voice of the people. You can't, as president, undermine and gaslight the people by having a national dialogue outside the elected representatives of the people. The parties in parliament, whether you like them or not, represent the unfiltered voices of the people. What the country needs now is frank conversations that can come from the elected representatives of the people. We all know, Mr. President, that the so-called national dialogue already has predetermined outcomes, just like the CODESA that left the economy untransformed, that did not return the land to its original owners, and gave us a constitution that did not advance justice for the brutal
Honorable
apartheid and
Zungula,
colonial
please
rule.
take your seat. What are you raising on, Deputy Minister?
Thank you, House Chair. Honorable member is misleading the House when he says unfiltered views. MK is Nkandla filter, EFF is CIC filter. It's all these filters.
Honorable Deputy Minister. Honorable Deputy Minister, honorable members, please, can we not call out unnecessary point of orders? It was very unnecessary for that, and it will not be sustained. Continue, Honorable Zungula.
Spending 700 million for an exercise that seeks to delegitimize a constitutional institution of parliament is telling the people their voices do not matter. And we are calling the people that have been named as part of the eminent persons to decline, as their participation endorses the subtle erosion of democratic institutions. Even your group of elite eminent persons shows exactly the problem in the governance of the country, where the rich, famous, and politically connected get a seat at the table to discuss national issues, and the voice of the poor is not heard. And when the poor, unemployed people express themselves, the state meets them with aggression and violence at worst, or arrogance at best. South Africans want a safe country, controlled migration, enough healthcare workers and healthcare facilities, an enabling business environment, jobs, a transformed economy, drug-free communities, food securities, and land. South Africans reject this insulting national dialogue. We reject an elitist program that does not represent the people of this country, from Goqwana to Msobomvu to Venda. Lastly, Mr. President, Colubuza, did you return those dollars zasepalapal? Were the buffaloes ever collected, okanye they are still a palapal? We reject this bill.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I will now recognize Honorable Musa. Honorable members, it is Honorable Musa's maiden speech. Can we please then be kind? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. His Excellency, the Honorable President, Matimela Cyril Ramaphosa, and our chosen gifts of God, the esteemed honorable members of this Parliament, and our great nation, and our fellow beloved family South Africans. I greet you in the name of Almighty, the most gracious, the most merciful. I stand before you today with humility and deep gratitude for the honor of representing Al-Jama in this esteemed parliamentary house. I am committed to serve with integrity and compassion under the wise and principled leadership of my party's leader, Honorable Hanif Hendricks, who is the Deputy Minister of Social Development. I express my heartfelt appreciation to my beloved wife and Al-Jama constituencies who supported me throughout my journey from becoming a ward councillor.
Honorable members, can we please give an opportunity to the member on the podium? The howling is too much now. We can't even hear what the member is saying.
Thank you,
Please.
Honorable Speaker. I express my heartfelt appreciation to my beloved wife and Al-Jama constituencies who supported me throughout my journey from becoming a ward councillor at grassroots level to a member of parliament. I also thank Advocate Councillor Shamima Sali for having stood in for me for the past year and having demonstrated resilience throughout the period she served as a member of parliament. Many of us in this House made sacrifices for a free, democratic, and economically viable country. Our fight was not just against racial oppression, but for economic freedom, free from colonialism and imperialism. Al-Jamaa welcomes that the presidency has listed 3 strategic priorities, including the promoting inclusive growth, job creation, poverty reduction, and building a capable, ethical, and developmental state. We acknowledge the many strides made to improve the lives of South Africans, and the President's promise of a hot plate of food is a serious commitment to the nation, and the Presidency's commitment and strategy to bring about 0% hunger should become a reality. For inclusive development, government strategic priorities should continue to focus on poverty reduction and high cost of living to realize the aims for creating a capable, ethical, and developmental state. South Africa still ranks high globally in terms of inequality. The vast majority of previously disadvantaged communities are still excluded from participating in the economy, and these include groups such as youth, women, and unemployed who continue to be denied meaningful participation in the economy. A developmental state should be geared to empower future leaders. The students at universities and colleges continue to study on empty stomachs, which impacts negatively on their mental health and well-being. Unemployment, violent crime rates, gender-based violence, drug abuse, and trafficking are increasing, and drastic action is needed to remove corrupt officials and ministers. We have seen in a number of areas a deterioration in governance, a decline in the delivery of services, and widespread corruption and wastage of public resources. Let us hero forward to work proactively, positively towards a just, united, and prosperous South Africa. Malibongwe.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I will now recognize Honorable Michalakis.
I support the budget.
Thank you, Honourable House Chairperson. House Chairperson, late last year, the DA proposed the setting up of a committee to oversee the presidency. This was supported by the majority of parties in the Rules Committee. It was then referred to the Subcommittee on the Rules to formulate and suggest what the new rules to regulate the function and powers of this committee should look like. The origin of this stems from the work done in the 6th Parliament in the Rules Committee, but also the Zondo Commission report, which states that, and I quote, "It would be a good idea for Parliament to establish a committee to exercise oversight over acts or omissions by the President and the Presidency, which are not in any event subject to adequate oversight by other portfolio committees. It is not correct that everything for which the President is responsible is delegated to a minister or department outside the Presidency. Our recent history also shows that the President's conduct is not always subjected to adequate oversight by the existing portfolio committees, and a process to enable the President's conduct to be subjected to more scrutiny than is feasible in a plenary session of the National Assembly would therefore appear to be beneficial," close quote. It was the lack of such a committee, among other things, that prevented Parliament from calling then-President Zuma to account for allegations against him as one of the primary enablers of state capture. It is the continued lack of such a committee that will ensure that future presidents will be equally unaccountable unless it is set up. Smaller parties may all now scramble to claim that they had a hand in the setting up of such a committee, yet many of them during the debate a few weeks ago on the last report of the Rules Committee did not even know that the Rules Committee referred this to the subcommittee in the first place. It's nice to beat that drum, but they in effect had no idea where in the process we are with this, what is required, or how it will come about. In fact, fewer than a handful of parties, among which the DA is one, have made submissions to the subcommittee on what such a committee on the presidency should look like. I repeat, when the chance recently was there to make suggestions on what such a committee should look like, fewer than a handful of parties in Parliament made suggestions. The DA was one. Most of the smaller parties that are beating that drum today made absolutely no contribution whatsoever. I hope that when we get to voting for such a committee, that they will at least be in the room to do so. Speaker, the main argument against such a committee is that the ministries within the presidency already account to the portfolio committees, and there is therefore oversight already. I'm going to leave the debate that there are too many such ministries falling within the presidency aside for a moment and focus on the main problems with this argument itself. Firstly, the DG in the presidency does not account to a single portfolio committee or select committee. He is the only DG who does not do so, or she. The most senior civil servant in the country is wholly unaccountable to Parliament. Apart from that, Parliament has absolutely no opportunity to engage the President or his deputy on matters of national importance or public policy other than oral questions and the State of the Nation address, which happens once a year. And we all know that the President is rather skillful in answering questions in the House. It's no effective oversight mechanism on its own. We are not calling for the head of government to appear before Parliament like other cabinet members on a weekly basis. We are simply calling for an accountability mechanism through which he and his deputy and the DG of this department can come and account. The President himself is responsible for giving policy direction to his government, yet Parliament cannot scrutinize these policies in depth other than a few oral questions. And the Deputy President, as leader of government business, only deals with, in many instances, questions around his position through correspondence or through the Speaker. Madam Speaker, House Chairperson, it is therefore important that the subcommittee gets going on these rules as a matter of urgency, and for us to discuss and consider what such a committee would look like in the public interest. The DA will, as we were in the decision to set it up, be at the forefront of discussing the details around it, and we hope that all parties in Parliament will support the product of such subcommittee in the interest of accountability in a country where Parliament has lost the public trust already. I'm absolutely sure that the President, in his reply tomorrow, will welcome the opportunity to engage Parliament in such a way as an opportunity to be open and transparent about the workings of his department and the government in its entirety and its policies. Only when we can say that this House has oversight over the very heart and epicenter of the government can we truly claim to have oversight over government itself, as the Constitution requires of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I'll now recognize the Honorable Deputy Minister in the Presidency, Honorable Mhlaun.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, the Honorable President of the Republic, Honorable Madam Speaker, the Chief Whip of the ANC, Honorable members, as well as distinguished guests. Honorable members, it has been exactly 12 months since the establishment of the Government of National Unity. Therefore, part of our reflection here today as we debate is the extent to which we have made an impact in addressing the needs of our people. That, as you said, Mr. President, at the beginning, is the true measure of the success of this particular government. Now, we all know that 10 parties, minus the one that then reneged, signed the statement of intent committing to constitutional order and the rule of law. Some of those parties who signed the statement of intent today wish they can throw away the Constitution because it hinders their relentless pursuit of plunging this country into a crisis with the continued fake news that they spread about the government that they form a part of. Now, Honorable Burke, if the GNU is the best thing that has ever happened to this country, as you said, then why is your faction of the DA hell-bent on destabilizing it? It is your party that has been at the forefront of schizophrenic behavior of wanting to enjoy the perks of being part of government, but at the same time spreading fake news about the very same government. Now, in fact, the Honorable Zibi some time ago correctly characterized the DA as a party of extortionists. People who want to use their membership of the GNU as a means to continue to extort us out of the very important transformative policies that this country needs. However, Mr. President, we remain resolute to confront that which affects our people the most, especially young people who continue to bear the brunt of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. Through the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention and cross-cutting coordination with social partners, we are shifting the dial and scaling solutions that are showing real impact. One of the most promising interventions we are leading is the Jobs Boost program, a groundbreaking outcomes-based employment model. The Jobs Boost Fund is a 300 million pay-for-performance initiative currently being piloted. This program, which is currently in its pilot phase, seeks to connect 4,500 of the most marginalized young people in our country to sustainable quality jobs. It is among the largest outcomes funds globally dedicated to youth employment. What makes the Jobs Boost Fund particularly powerful is its laser focus on inclusion and results. This program targets young people who have matriculated from quintile 1 to quintile 3 schools or have received social grant support and who have no formal post-school qualifications. These are the young people who are at risk of long-term exclusion. Jobs Boost ensures that they are placed in high-quality jobs that are employer paid and monitors whether these young people remain in jobs. To date, 12 implementing partners have begun rolling out this program, and since its launch in September 2024, we've seen 4,136 young people placed in sustainable jobs. 1,543 of them have been in these jobs for at least 3 months, and another 825 have been in those particular jobs for 6 months or longer. These are not just numbers. They represent young people's lives that have been changed. They represent families who now have a steady income. This pilot will conclude in December 2025, and early indicators suggest that Jobs Boost will not only meet its targets, but will also set a new benchmark for how we tackle youth unemployment. We therefore look forward to scaling this program in 2026 in partnership with our private sector partners and donors. Linked to the success is the growing impact of SAYouth.mobi that the President spoke about. As reported, Mr. President, that SA Youth has grown to over 4.7 million registered users. Now, Honorable Trollope, the 1.7 earning opportunities that the President quoted are not fictitious. These are real people with real stories of hope, development, and transformation. One such is a young lady by the name of Malibongo Ntuli, who joined the Year Beyond program via SAYouth.mobi after matriculating in 2024. She volunteered as the library assistant at the Delft Library in Cape Town, and in actual fact, in April 2025, she actually got a permanent job with the South African Air Force. Again, Honorable Trollope, this is what inclusive development looks like. When we design systems intentionally to serve the poor and unemployed, we bend the trajectory of this country towards justice and shared prosperity. These achievements are not accidental. They are a result of the strong coordination led by the Presidency and the tireless work of government departments and delivery partners across the state. As we move forward, we invite all partners.
Honorable Zolega, please mute your mic.
As we move forward, we invite all social partners of our society to be part of the solution. The Jobs Boost model demonstrates the power of partnership. Equally so, the SA Youth platform thrives because of cooperation between government, business, and civil society. Now, Honorable Gama, the reason that we needed Operation Vulindlela is precisely to fix the logistics crisis that you and your Gupta criminal network broke, to borrow from the words of your honorable leader, who actually stole a speech by Honorable Mamane that he delivered in 2015. It is under your watch, Honorable Gama, as CEO of Transnet, that the Transnet locomotive scandal started. And of course, you will know about consultants because of your history with the regiments Trillian, McKinsey, and Co. Honorable Gama, you speak about the Honorable Montana and the time that he was at Prasa. Perhaps what you must also tell us is what happened to the fake engineer Tim Kulu that he introduced to us on national TV. Okanye ichomi zakhe ezilishumi that he transported with the blue train from Pretoria to Cape Town for the Cape Town Jazz Festival. It is under him that our trains were left unreliable, underserviced, financially unsustainable, and completely broken, again to borrow from you guys. The Presidency under President Ramaphosa is fixing the mess of this particular caucus. We recount the words of
Aye.
Joel Nechitense when he said, the beneficiaries of state capture will not go down without a fight. I also wish to highlight the responsibilities of Deputy President Mashatile, who is on official assignment abroad, of course, whose work continues to strengthen the
Honorable Deputy
presidency's
Minister, can you
leadership
please
role.
take your seat? Honorable Skosana, what are you rising on?
Thank you, Chair. Can the honorable member take a question because she has an issue as well?
No.
asking.
You're asking me.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, Chair.
I will ask on your behalf. Yes. Honorable Deputy Minister, can you take a question? Honorable members, on a serious note, I do not understand this excitement. Because there is a point of order and there's a request if a deputy minister can take a question. I can't even hear the response because you are howling to a point of, I cannot hear from where I'm sitting. Can we please be orderly? Honorable Deputy Minister, can you take a question?
No, Honorable Chairperson. I refuse to take a question from the Gupta Criminal Network.
Thank you, Honorable
Now,
Skosana.
I
She will
cannot
not
sit
take a
down.
question.
Now,
Thank
I
you.
cannot sit down
She will
without
not take a
addressing-
question. Continue, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Now, I cannot sit down without addressing the complete lie again spread by the Honorable Bergman about our very effective,
Honorable Deputy
efficient...
Minister, please take your seat again. Honorable Skosana, what's the point?
Chair, let me say this to you under the rule. And I will show.
Under which rule?
Let me give you a rule. Rule number 64. Uti Gupta network. Gupta network. Uye number one wako. Nangasfagi thina kulezi.
You are debating. Chair, no, this man is debating.
Honorable Skosana. Honorable Skosana, I'm going to caution you now. Your point of orders, there is no such a point in Rule 64. It has never spoken about Guptas and other members being members of the Guptas. So please, can we stop with the spurious point of orders? I'm cautioning you now. Honorable Deputy Minister, please continue.
Now, Honorable Chairperson, before
Honorable
I sit
Deputy
down...
Minister, can you please take a seat again? Honorable Michalakis.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. House Chairperson, I rise on the rule indicating that a member cannot cast aspersions on another member. The Deputy Minister, before she even completes that sentence, I want to ask you to stop her there, because the first words that she said was, I want to refer back to the lies that the Honorable Bergman is spreading. Firstly, she did not get up on a point.
Honorable members.
Firstly, House Chairperson,
Honorable
firstly, she
members.
did not get up on a point of order at that point to indicate that he's misleading the House. So she's missed that opportunity. And secondly, insinuating or actually saying directly that another member is lying to this House is unparliamentary, and she should withdraw and not continue with that sentence. Thank you.
Honorable members, can I please not get your assistance, especially from the right-hand side? I'm not sure what is wrong with the members of the ANC today, but honestly, what you are doing is incorrect. You are howling to a point that we cannot listen to other members who are calling point of orders. Honorable Michalakis, I did not hear the Deputy Minister pointing at a member saying that they've lied. But if that has happened, we'll then revert to Hansard and come back with that. I cannot rule now because, as I have said, members are howling to a point of, I cannot hear from where I'm sitting what the member on the podium is saying. So I will come back to that point, but I will ask the member to refrain from doing so if she has done that, because it is unparliamentary to call a member of parliament a liar. You may continue, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Okay, let me address Honorable Bergman, who was very economical with the truth insofar as Stats SA is concerned. Honorable members, that Census 2022 stands
Honorable
on
Deputy
rigorous...
Minister, please take your seat again. Honorable Michalakis.
Thank you, House Chairperson. We saw it just now. The minister deliberately rephrased, and then she said, let's say that he was not very, or he was very economical with the truth. Saying that someone is economical with the truth and saying that someone has lied is exactly the same thing, House Chairperson.
No,
And I
Honorable
would like to
Michalakis,
ask
I'm
you
going to rule
please-
you out of order
It
on
is
that
the
one.
second- House
It is
Chairperson,
not.
it is the second time that the Deputy Minister has done this, and I would like to ask you to rule on it, or at least go back to the Hansard and then rule on it.
No, Honorable Michalakis. That is not under the unparliamentary gestures or words. So I will rule you out of order on that one and will continue, Deputy Minister. You may continue, Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Now, the census 2022
Honorable
census-
Deputy Minister, please take your seat again. Honorable Trollip.
Honorable Chairperson, I think you're missing a trick. There's a very simple way to ascertain whether the Deputy Minister called the member a lie or not when you said you couldn't hear. Ask her. Ask her if she said that. And let's see what she answers.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Trollip, but that is not a point of order, and I will allow the Deputy Minister to continue. IT, can you please remove DM Zolega?
Now, the census 2022 stands on rigorous methodology and follows the UN guidelines on population and housing census. While as a country we did record an undercount, the census remains on solid scientific methods. Stats SA went through 3 stages of census verification. The first one is the fieldwork that reached out to 7.4 million households and 42 million people. The second is the post-enumeration survey, which helps Stats SA calculate the undercount in all geographical levels by gender and age cohort. And the third one is the evaluation by the Stats Council, a body that is independent of Stats SA. All these 3 stages, evaluated by local and international experts, confirmed that Stats SA is credible. Therefore, I want to reassert today that our census 2022 was not only credible, but also fit for purpose. Now, before I conclude, I think it is also our responsibility to teach the ones in red the Constitution. We do understand that it might be difficult for an organization where the supreme leader is actually the Constitution, and surely they think that we operate the same way. Now, the Honorable Chief Whip of the EFF came and stood here and said that the president acted outside of the Constitution. I have a copy there. I'm going to give it to you to refer to Chapter 5 of the Constitution, which speaks about the president.
He doesn't need you to teach her the Constitution.
Section 91, subsection 3C states that the president may select 2 ministers outside of the National Assembly.
Ministers, not
Section
acting
98 further states.
acting.
Further gives the president the powers to assign to a member of cabinet any power or function of another member who is out of office. Now, to the red onesies, unless Honorable Mandashe is not a member of cabinet, I really don't know what the Honorable Noluchungu was harping on about. Perhaps it's best that the cult leader, who usually takes up all of the minutes of the EFF, continues to do that to avoid all of this confusion that we see here today. And lastly, before I sit down, the day we sidestep on matters,
Honorable Deputy Minister, your time has expired.
Papa, not Deputy Minister, we're not. We are power, and you are
He's not a member of parliament.
Papa.
I will now recognize the Minister of Land Reform and Rural Development.
Chairperson, the budget vote speech delivered by His Excellency President Ramaphosa is well received and welcomed. We are particularly encouraged by the key message that our collective success as a government is measured only by our ability to improve the lives of our people. It is important to note that our efforts to improve the lives of our people is also impacted on by developments and conflicts that occur in other parts of the world. It is in this difficult and uncertain environment that our unity as a nation is paramount. Negative and disparaging comments that arise from within this country and indeed from some within government only hurts the most vulnerable people whose lives we are seeking to improve. It is exactly the harmful, short-sighted, and immature political point-scoring comments that underscores the need for a national dialogue. 30 years into our democracy, our people continue to suffer from the actions of the few that wish to promote disunity. The cost of this disunity is felt every day by millions of poor people, and the outcome should be directed here, not the cost of the national dialogue. Our people continue to face high levels of unemployment, and our country continues to show slow economic growth. Mr. President, the national challenges that you have outlined facing the people we wish to serve is most pronounced within the rural areas of this country. Rural communities face entrenched poverty, fragile infrastructure, and limited access to markets and services. Without targeted rural development, the promise of a united, prosperous nation remains incomplete. Your reference to youth unemployment as a critical need that must urgently be addressed is commendable and supported. We support the initiatives that speak to an inclusive economy and note with great anticipation your reference to tourism, hemp and cannabis, and rare minerals mining that will benefit poor rural communities. For too long, we viewed the rural poor being part of a second under-resourced economy that views rural communities as suppliers of cheap labor. The majority of poor people rely on the safety and security the police provide, and their confidence in the police service must be prioritized. We therefore support the Commission of Inquiry into allegations of corruption within the police service. Let me conclude by also expressing our support for the Kambembe Commission. For the Kambembe Commission, I wish to highlight the Apartheid Special Forces raid on the Mpendulo household in Umtata that resulted in the brutal murder of 5 young children. We want answers and prosecution of perpetrators. In fact, we are calling for an inquest to be opened about the death of Mpendulo children. President, as PAC, we rejected CODESA, we rejected, and what is it, even a clip down, including the peace accord. Kule game, siphakathi inside.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I will now recognize the Honorable Deputy Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition.
Skosana, how are you? Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson, Honorable President, Ministers and Deputy Ministers, and all honorable members. Mr. President, except for the occasional ad hominem attacks, I don't think the strategic issues that you outlined here have been in dispute. And on your proposed strategy to deal with low economic growth in order to tackle poverty, inequality, and unemployment, I'll try to give just some detail on the path forward. The VETS academic, Professor Imran Valodia, reminds us that the top 0.1% of South Africans holds 25% of our nation's wealth. In stark contrast, the bottom 50% of our population lives in a state of negative wealth, meaning that their debts exceed their assets. And that accounts for majority of the working class, the middle class, and the rural poor. Our income distribution is that much terrible that we are one of the most unequal societies in the world. Now, the World Bank, in an important policy paper released this February, commenting on how South Africa must deal with its endemic inequality problem, states that, and I quote, "The state will have to focus on making growth as inclusive as possible by extending economic opportunities to all with an effective redistribution policy and by correcting market failures." And Honorable House Chair, on this score, we agree wholeheartedly with the World Bank. And on this point, our Constitution sets a very high bar. It boldly proclaims, and I quote again, "to promote the achievement of equality Legislative and other measures designed to protect or advance persons or categories of persons disadvantaged by unfair discrimination may be taken, close quote. And that is our national goal, the achievement of equality. Inclusive economic growth is a vital part of that equality. Now, one of the main markers of the developmental state that we strive to build is the creation of a national economy that generates and distributes wealth as equitably as is possible. And generally, to achieve this outcome, developmental states work on industrial strategies that help them achieve high economic growth, create decent jobs for millions of their citizens, and capture a significant global market as a backbone of demand to support their growth. Now, honorable members, our economic strategy is explicitly designed to advance this strategic orientation for South Africa. Through our industrial strategy and measures such as the Transformation Fund, we are laying the foundation for an inclusive, reindustrialized economy that creates decent jobs and unlocks opportunities. We do so in the context of significant global shifts. The world is undergoing deep structural transformation, accelerated by technological competition, environmental pressures, and geopolitical and trade fallouts. In order to adjust the South African economy to these dramatic changes in the global economy, our strategy is framed around 3 pillars, which is diversification, digitalization, and decarbonization. Now, on the diversification front, there's about 4 elements. The first one is it's about reducing the dependence of our economy on narrow network of export markets and deepening trade with faster growing economies, especially on our continent and middle-income countries elsewhere. It is also about shifting our export profile towards more value-added products, and the benefit in terms of jobs, taxes, and economic growth are much higher when we export a car made from local steel compared to exporting a ton of iron ore. It also includes transforming industrial ownership and leadership. Many of our established industrialists are nearing retirement. We need to empower a new generation of innovative, young, skilled, and mostly black youth to lead reindustrialization in South Africa. Our economy is also highly concentrated, and we have a relatively small SMME sector, whereas SMMEs of all types are required to add dynamism and innovation into the economy in order to improve competition and lead to reduction in prices. On the digitalization front, South Africa is a youthful nation and must optimally use this demographic profile to stake our claim in the global technological frontier. Our digitally savvy population, combined with existing pockets of high-quality IT services, gives South Africa a natural advantage in the digital economy. And as the President recently noted, I quote, the next generation, Generation Beta, will be immersed in tech and AI from birth and will enter a world of work that is light years away from what it is today. Therefore, building a robust AI talent pool is therefore critical. In this regard, we're already working to future-proof our citizens and workers for the digital environment through specialized training programs and strong partnerships between government, academia, and industry. In order to unlock this opportunity, we are prioritizing specialized training, ramping up investment in digital infrastructure, and partnerships between industry and academia. On decarbonization, now, global growth is also increasingly influenced by the imperative to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in order to arrest climate change. And the green transition presents both a threat and an opportunity. Now, major markets for South African exports, such as the European Union and the United Kingdom, are adopting what are known as carbon border adjustment measures. These measures, in part, limit access into those markets for foreign goods produced with a high carbon footprint. So whatever our views are about the pressure to decarbonize, we are now faced with a stark reality that we have to think about how to better secure South Africa's footprint in markets that are insisting on decarbonization. Now, of course, in the current moment, we're negotiating exemptions with the European Union not to affect South African exports as early as next year in January. But the reality is that in the long term, we need to find a way to fulfill the carbon footprint reductions that they are talking about. Now, our mineral wealth, especially in minerals that support the green transition, place us at the forefront of potential beneficiaries of this transition. However, we have seen that beneficiation will not happen without government intervention that actively makes beneficiation investments commercially attractive. The DTIC is driving this through the designation of special economic zones, such as Boegoebaai in the Northern Cape, which are customized to support investments in the battery value chain, renewable energy components, and green hydrogen. Madam Speaker, our goal is very ambitious, and to see progress, we need the kind of consensus-driven approach that we will see unfold in the national dialogue that the President has announced. We expect to see a real social compact in which citizens, political leaders, trade unions, social movements, businesses, and public institutions put their proverbial shoulders to the wheel to agree on concrete actions that will bind all of us around a growth agenda. Now, Honorable Gama, as I had suggested in our portfolio committee 2 months ago, we have to have a discussion about whether, as a general rule, all private sector collaboration with the state under all conditions amounts to the grand scandal of neoliberalism that we're complaining about. And the second element of our chat will have to seriously reflect on what the experience of the Asian tigers teaches us about this concept in practice and measure that against their story of rapid industrial development and how they went about doing that. The president has set us a clear target on investment attraction. Now, we need to attract 2 trillion rands in new investment during this administration. This can be achieved and it can indeed be exceeded. However, the main problem is that, especially for new and black-owned enterprises, access to capital and the cost of capital remain major barriers. And we're continuing to assess the extent to which we're appropriately incentivizing investment in sectors like manufacturing, construction, mining, and agriculture. This is not unusual for developing and developed countries, many of whom use development finance institutions to correct market failures. South Africa does have such development finance institutions, such as the IDC, which are supporting viable businesses run by women, black industrialists, and youth entrepreneurs. But of course, the need is much greater than what government can afford on its own. We are working towards finding effective and practical solutions that will enjoin South Africa's financial sector to allow more capital to be invested in real industrial activity. At the same time, to encourage investment in manufacturing, we are carefully reviewing the cost base of the manufacturing sector, particularly the cost of logistics and electricity. Now, in this regard, last month, Cabinet, as led by you, Mr. President, approved our joint proposal with the Ministry of Electricity and Energy for discounted electricity tariffs for the ferrochrome and alloy subsector to support beneficiation industries to become more cost competitive. Honorable members, the need to grow exports while reducing import leakages across the economy is not a theoretical exercise. Rising imports directly undermine our growth targets if those are coming in sectors of the economy where we have a realistic shot at being competitive. It is for this reason that we are working to ensure that the 1 trillion rands infrastructure build program, announced in the budget speech and reaffirmed by the President, must help to rebuild the capacity of our domestic industries across the steel, polymers, manufacturing, construction, and mining sectors. To do so, we are going to use the Public Procurement Act to ensure that a major portion of the procurement for the infrastructure build program is localized so that it contributes to domestic demand, job creation, and economic growth. In conclusion, Speaker, the Constitution calls on us to advance equality. Our industrial strategy is our roadmap. Through digitalization, carbonization, and diversification, we are rebuilding a productive economy, one that works for the many, not for the few. Let us place our collective shoulders to the wheel and reindustrialize South Africa in the interest of all its people. Now, one honorable member sitting here says, I think that this is a school. I can turn this into a school, but I will choose not to. But to also make the point that I can say everything that I said here, ngeXhosa nangeSizulu, the results will be the same. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable GM. I will now recognize Honorable Mahlatsi.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings, President. Khotso, Ma-Africa. The United African Transformation rise today to engage vote 1 of presidency. And we must do so with the seriousness it demands. Because this vote funds the nerve center of government, the office from which all national priorities must radiate. The presidency received 17.4% increase from the previous year. It comes with the balloon staff from 507 to 553, and an 18.6% rise in compensation of employees. Yet the question remains, what is the qualitative impact on this growing bureaucracy on the lives of our people? We are told the presidency is spearheading strategic coordination. But Chairperson, coordination without consequences is just an expensive conversation. Where are the measurable results from Operation Vulindlela? This presidency, entrusted with coordinating government strategy and development, must be measured not only by how much it spends, but how much change it delivers. And today I ask, where are the changes? We hear of effort to reform the public service, to implement the district development model, but tell that to the child in Guyana without water, the grandmother in Eastern Cape waiting 3 months for a grant, and the small business owner in Sebokeng who cannot access markets. This vote must be more than a ceremonial expenditure. It must be an engine of transformation. The UAT welcomed the commitment to fight gender-based violence and femicide through oversight of National Strategic Plan. But oversight without enforcement, without funding, is futile. Where is the accountability when the department underspends on GBVF initiatives? Where is the leadership when provinces fail to establish functional GBV command centers? Chairperson, the UAT is not here to rubber stamp the bureaucratic inflation. We demand outcome-based performance measures that are linked directly to this budget. Full transparency on the implementation of economic reform initiatives, not only headlines, but actual deliveries, jobs, and not just stipends. A presidential dashboard to publicly track progress and job creation, municipality intervention, energy security, food security, and gender-based violence response, because our people have a right to know. Let this vote reflect not just an authority of presidency, but its
Honorable Mahlatsi,
accountability.
your time
A
has
budget
expired.
is a moral statement, and this time of crisis, the
Honorable
moral
Mahlatsi.
government must not lie to the promises. Cut me, mambo.
I will now recognize Honorable Mkutu.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. His Excellency, President Cyril Ramaphosa, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, fellow South Africans. In an interview with a Swiss journalist, Thomas Sangara exclaimed, and I quote, "You cannot carry out fundamental change without certain amount of madness. In this case, it comes from non-conformity, the courage to turn your back on the old formulas, and the courage to invent the future. Besides, it took the madmen of yesterday for us to be able to act with extreme clarity today. I want to be one of those madmen. We must dare to invent the future." Mr. President, this year marks 70 years since the men and women in Kliptown met to give birth to the groundbreaking document called the Freedom Charter, which outlined the aspirational principles of freedom and democracy in South Africa. As we celebrate 70 years of Freedom Charter, we wish to invoke the spirit of nonconformity and madness in our pursuit to transform South Africa into a truly non-racial, democratic, inclusive South Africa. As we look back on the road that has been traveled since 1994, we are still grappling with the consequences of separate development and neocolonialism in the structure of our economy and society in general. Whilst a lot has been accomplished by the ANC-led government to breathe life into the injunctions of the Freedom Charter, however, more still needs to be done at an economic level to ensure that it is inclusive and the patterns of ownership, management, and control reflect the demographics of our country. We need to build an economy that is redistributive to respond to the persistent challenges of inequality, poverty, and unemployment that ravage South Africa's youth. As you have said, President, young people in South Africa are abaspani. This situation has condemned young people to a state of hopelessness and marginalized them as social outcasts. To address this, Mr. President, we need to accelerate our efforts to reindustrialize the South African economy and leverage our mineral endowments by building industries to beneficiate them. Our nation will need an overarching industrial strategy that links our education system and skills programs to the country's development agenda and economy. The centerpiece of this strategy, Mr. President, should be creating mass employment for the youth. Youth development, Mr. President, should be at the heart of our development strategy and the industrial strategy, as mentioned by Honorable Zuko Kodlimbi, because young people bear a disproportionate burden of the effects of underdevelopment, unemployment, and poverty. As a country, we will not be able to deal with the challenges of underdevelopment, inequality, and poverty if we do not, in the first instance, transform our education system and address the inequalities in it, particularly because education remains an important instrument to facilitate development. A direct link exists between access to quality basic education and our country's capacity to effectively address deepening socio-economic challenges. Even though we have done much to transform the education landscape, Mr. President, we have not sufficiently tampered with the systems that reproduce an unequal education system, which as a result creates inequality within the country. So, Dr. Muller, we can't choose equality of opportunity without addressing the challenges of imbalances in our society, which are a product of the apartheid system and separate development. We've got to balance the scale and deal with the issue of equal opportunity of outcome and balance it with equal opportunity, equal access of opportunity. It's not an either-or question, but it's both of them because of the history of South Africa. Post-1994, the ANC-led government, Mr. President, has been grappling with reversing two complex challenges that have been the basis of colonial education. One, the systematic racial exclusion of Africans in general and blacks in particular. And two, unequal access to quality education. In 2021, black students represented 76.4% of the 1.3 million students enrolled in higher education institutions. This success is because of the commitment of the ANC to ensure that all doors of learning and culture shall be opened as per the Freedom Charter. Now, I differ with you, Dr. Hlope, when you say that this government has not been able to facilitate a brighter future for its children, and that the children of this country, their future are in danger because of the ANC-led government. I am a product of the interventions of the ANC at a basic level, education level. I'm a product of the interventions of the ANC at the level of higher education through NSFAS. And many South Africans who are young will differ with you when you say that the ANC has not responded to ensuring that it invests in the future of young South Africans through its programs of transformation. The ANC has made significant interventions on higher education sector by consolidating training and education programs that have historically contributed to reproducing occupational and class divisions in South Africa. These interventions have been consistent with the principle of democratizing universities and building people's education for people's power. The integration and consolidation of vocational colleges and post-schooling training centers into technical and vocational education and training has been focused on rebuilding a skills-based economy and the economy that ensures that more young people participate and is inclusive. Internationally, Mr. President, there is a renewed urgency to strengthen technical and vocational education systems, as highlighted by a research by UNESCO in 2016. This initiative reflects a global recognition of the importance of aligning education with the demands of evolving economies and preparing citizens, especially the youth, for productive participation in society. It is therefore essential that TVETs become instruments of developmental transformation, not mere providers of cheap labor and entrenched capital. Mr. President, we need to invest in practical innovation by increasing the percentage of R&D to GDP expenditure, which currently sits below 1%, which is incredibly low for a country that has ambitions to reindustrialize its economy. The Innovation Fund, President, as announced by you in the State of the Nation address in 2025, needs to be used, and together with SITAs, Mr. President, as part of the instrument to facilitate innovation in TVET colleges and universities through extending and expanding technological stations to all TVET colleges to truly facilitate innovation and build new technical skills. We need to rebuild the TVET sector to reassert its importance and enhance its credibility. Negative perceptions bred in TVET colleges in South Africa, despite their potential. And this, Mr. President, is a story that we need to change. Mr. President, South Africa's critical minerals provide us with a unique opportunity to position South Africa as a regional hub for processing and refining of critical minerals and the production of precursor materials and cathodes, and as a regional hub for battery manufacturing. This is but an example of endless possibilities of how the local beneficiation of our minerals can unlock value and drive growth in our economy. Mr. President, your commitment to export quotas, we say please commit to it. We have got to have export quotas in this country to ensure that not all our mineral resources leave this country without being beneficiated. This will create opportunity for young people in the downstream economy to be able to be innovative and create value and participate in the economy. The state must, through a skills framework, President, link to developmental objectives, President, and to discipline and direct capital. Because it can't be, President, we have got to have a skills framework that is going to be able to guide private sector and capital so that development is directed from the state and outwards, not from the market and to the state. To leverage, President, these critical minerals, as we have said, we need, President, to build the necessary skills. And our SOEs become critical, President, to ensure that young people go and innovate in those SOEs and are created opportunities for them to harness their skills and to be able to get the necessary experience. Mr. President, we must not allow detractors like the DA and all far left, misogynist, racist, and parties who want this country to be surrendered to lawlessness to deter you from pursuing transformative policies in South Africa. In this GNU, President, the DA reminds me of the story of a young boy who in the middle of the night wakes up the village by sounding false alarm bells and shouting fire, fire in the village. And the whole village in panic would wake up and rush to attend to the fire, only to find out there's no fire. They've done it with the Bella Act, they've done it with the Triple BE, they've done it with the employment equity. There is no crisis. The transformative policies of the ANC will continue to build this country, will continue to tilt the scale, to ensure that more black people and Africans participate in this economy
Honorable
meaningfully.
Mkutu,
President, we
your
wish to
time has
applaud you for your
expired.
commitment. Thank you.
I will now recognize the Minister of Tourism. Honorable Dilil. Honorable Matthias, sorry.
Honorable Chair, this message, Mr. President, is from my township, Botshabelo, and it carries the views of our people about your presidency. We have listened to the President, the Chief Whip of the former liberation movement, and some of the ministers. It seems like everyone is tired. They all look tired and defeated. Yet, these are the very people who want to persuade society that they understand what must be done to grow the economy, create jobs, and eradicate poverty. Mr. President, your 2018 State of the Nation address, in which you cited Yuma Sukela's song, Tumamina, to mobilize the resourcefulness of South Africans to volunteer their services to create a better future for all. This Tumamina train is crashing badly, head first, down the cliff. This train has taken a tumble off the cliff into a tangent, sidetracked into a deep, bottomless pit of hell. Your budget vote speech today was another repeat of hollowness, emptiness, and wallowed into nothingness, which has become the hallmark of your presidency. Mr. President, your Tumamina has now become more synonymous to your name and the failed new dawn of reforms, a fight against corruption and restoring the nation's hope during your presidency. With Tumamina, you blasphemously invoke Isaiah's prophetic conversation with God, like your predecessor who claimed that the ANC will govern until Jesus comes. You crossed the line. How blasphemous. Indeed, you ask to be sent to deliver on your promises of being a trusted servant. Instead of taking us to Nineveh, where are you taking us to, Mr. President? You are choosing to take us to Tarshish. How voters responded to your deceitful and cunning detour in your presidential journey. They punished you and your party for betraying the trust and breaking your promises of a better life. This was clear sign that you asked, you were given, and went your way with your criminal network syndicates. What has your presidency delivered? Collapsed economy, destroyed by ESCOM and load shedding, junk status, corruption, chronism, violent crimes, abuse of drugs, rising levels of unemployment amongst the youth, high cost of living, chronic poverty amongst the poor, and widening inequalities. More than 12 million people are unemployed. More than 28 million people depend on social grants, not by choice, but because their government has failed them. Violent crimes has become part of our daily lives. Daylight robberies, cash in transit haste, and killing are now woven into the fabric of South Africa. Ha batho ba re ho wena o palletswe o hlolehile ibile Zuma o na le betere o tsebe hore o hlolehile le ka nnete mokgalatso o pallwa ke Zuma. You're often credited as a humble leader. Mr. President, too much humility renders a person gullible, indifferent, aloof and divorced from reality, and distant from the suffering and the vulnerable. You will be remembered as worse president, worse than your predecessor. This will be your legacy. This is how you shall be remembered. You had ample opportunities to redeem yourself, but failed. In all cases, you are like a discredited biblical Babylonian figure called Balzarah, who went on a drinking spree, feasting and drinking with the underworld criminal syndicates and drug cartels, with the money looted and laundered by your comrades, associates, and criminals like Vusimuzi Ket Matlala and his types, when the poorest of the poor are dying from hunger. Mr. President, we have lost all the sanctity of a man who can be trusted, of moral high ground and ethical leadership. Your leadership has become tested, weighed, and found wanting. Your legacy will be the privatization of strategic functions of state-owned enterprises. You have handed over the core functions of roads construction, ports, rail, and energy to the friends, families, cronies, and even criminal syndicates. That is why a member of the Freedom Front Plus stands here and lectures us about BEE, transformation, and the transfer of wealth from minority whites who benefited from apartheid to the majority of our people. It is not true that you are privatizing ESCOM, Transnet, Prasa, Dinel, and other state-owned enterprises because the private sector has got no money. They do not have money. This is a tactic by the bullying DA that supervises and leads the collision between the D and the ANC that tells the private sector to come and invest without taking any risk because government carry all the risk. That is what your Minister of Finance has said every time he tabled his many budgets. This bubble built on falsehood will blow up one day. It was in these hollowed walls in 2015, faced with scandals after scandal, when your predecessor was described as a constitutional delinquent and a social scam, that you defended him. And you have got the courage and the audacity to remind us of how bad he was, yet you are part of his administration. Why? You and him are birds of the same feather, Jelle, ek moet vir jou sê, as 'n kwessie aan die saak van 'n soort soek soort, aan een perd se prys. President, you want the people of South Africa to believe you are dealing with crime and corruption. Yet, the head of the NPA, Advocate Batoyi, who has now been in office for almost 7 years and should be retiring next year, unless you extend a term of office for another 2 years, just told the nation that NPA is captured by people working to undermine its effort. We wrote to you, President, and said that despite our usual criticism of commissions of inquiry, this case made by Advocate Batoyi was a case in point for you to act and appoint a commission of inquiry, but you did nothing. We do not blame those who now say that you are part of a very criminal syndicate. They are busy investigating because to many South Africans, they cannot see the difference between the criminals and yourselves. Finally, President, women and
Honorable
children-
Matiase, please take your seat.
No, Chair,
Honorable Dagmo.
thank you very much. My point of order is very simple. The honourable member basically said, referring to the president, that you are part of a criminal syndicate. That is clearly impacting on the integrity and against the rules of this House. We all know if you're making such an allegation, you must bring a substantive motion. So I would ask you to ask the honourable member to withdraw.
Okay, honorable members, I do not need your assistance. I heard Mr. Matiase, he said we do not blame those. He did not directly say that he is part of the syndicate. So please continue, Honorable Matiase.
Finally, President, women and children are dying every day. Parents are killing their own children. Siblings are killing one another. And on top of that, criminals are killing our people. Your presidency has failed to decisively deal with violent crimes, and women and children are suffering. We talk about Kwekwe and many other children whose parents have lost faith in your presidency and the state you lead. You are protecting criminal syndicates, Mr. President.
Order.
ANC.
Order.
ANC members have come here to pontificate.
Honorable Matiase, please take your seat.
Thank you, Chair. It's a similar point, and I'm not sure, Chair, if you heard that. When you say, you use the words you are protecting, that is an issue of an accusation of criminality, similar to the first one that I raised, which I think, Chair, you didn't hear. Because he did, after that comment that you made previously, he did then go on to say, you are part of a criminal syndicate. That's not political debate. That's a serious allegation which impugns integrity. And we all know if you make an allegation, you must bring a substantive motion. I appeal to you, Chair. We cannot allow that in this House.
Okay, I hear you, Honorable Dagmo, but on the first matter, I think I have hold on that one. Can Honorable Matiase please refrain from saying anything that, no, do not assist me. Do not assist me. Do not assist me. Do not assist me. I am very well capable of making a decision, so do not assist me. Refrain from pointing at a member of this House and saying they are part of criminal syndicates. And in this point, you did say that. Can you please withdraw?
Honorable Chair, I thought Honorable Cameron is
Matiase?
English, speaks English. And the you that I made use of is in plural, not in singular.
No.
It's in plural, not
you
in
said,
singular.
Mr. President,
I thought he's an Englishman
you.
and understand English better than I do.
Mr. Matiase, you said, Mr. President, you. So can you please withdraw that?
The you I use is in plural.
Honorable
It's not in
Matiase,
singular.
please withdraw.
I withdraw.
Thanch you very much.
ANC members have come
Honorable
following-
Matiase, can you please take your seat again? Honorable Skosana? Use the other mic.
Chair, thank you. Chair, what I'm raising to you now is that when Honorable Dagmore raised his hand, he never quoted any rule. But when it comes to some of us, you want the rule. Is that fair, Chair? No.
Honorable Skosana, Mr. Dagmore did quote actually on the rules and said that a member was casting aspersions. When you quoted a rule at that time, you quoted the wrong rule, which did not speak anything about the Guptas. So can we please proceed? Honorable Matias, please proceed.
Thank you so much, Honorable House Chair. ANC members have come here falling over each other, pontificating about the destruction of state-owned enterprises under his rule of 31 years, and blame it on honorable members of MK, who were legitimately deployed as deployed cadres of the ANC. Who must take the blame for that rubbish? Than the ANC itself. Honorable Mhlauli falsely accuses the EFF for not knowing the law. It was both in our media statements we released and the letters we wrote to the president, cautioning him about the decision he took to appoint Professor Kashalia, that he quoted the wrong constitutional section, and we wanted to tell him that Section 98 cannot apply in the appointment of Professor Kashalia, and the president was ill-advised and misapplied himself to hurriedly put Mr. Mkunu on paid leave and appoint his friend, Professor Kashalia. Neither Section 91, subsection 3C applies in the fracas, in the fiasco that the president has created. Lastly, you are making mockery, Mr. President, of supreme sacrifices of more than 360 years of struggles, gallant struggles against apartheid colonialism. Mr. President, you are a disgrace. Do an honorable thing.
Order.
Hang your head in shame and resign to salvage the little of what remains from your diminishing.
Honorable Matiase,
of your
can you
diminishing.
please take a seat?
Please keep time because
Take
I've got 1
a
minute.
seat. No, your time has been paused. Honorable member?
I don't think it's parliamentary for the member to say the president is disgraced. He must withdraw. Thank you.
Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, I want us to do this. We debate in this house, right? The deputy minister of the ANC came here and said to the MK, the judge in Tonton was a disgrace. You kept quiet, you didn't raise a point of order. It can't, it must go either way. So, in that, it is a point of debate. Continue, Honorable Matias.
I want to repeat.
Order,
Mr. President, you are a disgrace.
order.
Hang your, do an
Honorable
honorable thing.
Matias, can you please take a
Order.
seat? Honorable TM?
Honorable
No,
House
it's not.
Chairperson, I want to raise an order on you. One, you can't expect the ANC to call an order on behalf of MK, as you are saying. And here, we are not following feelings or whatever, we're following the rules of parliament. Now, we of the ANC,
Honorable members, can you, honorable
We-
members from the MK, can you please keep quiet?
we of the ANC picked up that the honorable member on the podium said what he said. So you cannot prejudice us for what they did not pick up, Bona. So we're raising a point of order on what the honorable member is saying, and it is unparliamentary. Thank you very much.
And unfortunately, that word disgrace is not in the unparliamentary book. So you can go and check it out, rephrase yourself and put more information on that. It is not there. So
You should
I will
have not said
allow
what you said.
Honorable,
You
no,
must withdraw.
Honorable TM, I will not allow you to do that. Honorable Mahambe Hlala, I will not allow you to do that. I have ruled on this member. You see, when you throw other things on other people, you must accept the same thing as well. It can't be that when you throw them and then you don't accept them back. You can't be thin-skinned when it comes to such debates. And I have ruled on that matter. Oh, continue, Honorable Matthias.
I want to repeat, Mr. Ramaphosa, you are disgraced. You must
Honorable
resign.
Matthias.
Hang your head in shame to salvage the remaining integrity that you still have, because you are the face of the misery the nation tries to escape from. You are a nightmare that our people cannot come to terms with. Mr. President, 12 years ago when we decided to leave the ANC for EFF, we took a conscious decision that there shall be no reconciliation between the EFF and the ANC, because the ANC has betrayed the cardinal commitment that it would bring genuine, meaningful economic freedom in our people, not the rubbish that you go up and day and in, trying to tell the people that you are busy and you are busy for nothing. And we want to state here for now that the EFF rejects this budget vote and we reject it with the contempt it deserves. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Ockham.
So the EFF has declined intellectually.
Shaya, Shaya, Kombisa Sam, Shaya.
Honorable Ockham, please take a seat. Honorable Speaker. Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. I rise on a point of privilege, and I would like to appeal to all members of the House, all of them on both sides. Let's look at our rules and apply them correctly so that we do not degenerate the debate. And I do also wish to ask members that let's be robust but respectful, because the electorate that's looking at us here, I don't think will appreciate that in the exercise of our duty, we actually behave in the manner that they do. So as I say, it's a matter which I'm bringing to you on a point of privilege, because it does not assist the presiding officers when all of us interject without using the rule and sometimes quote wrong rules. And when the presidium rules, we feel bad because we did not use a correct rule in our intervention. I'm just appealing, but also let's have the decorum of the House. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Montlan.
Chair, can I also rise on a point of privilege? It's in the rules. See, this is why
Honorable Montlan, I gave you a platform. Please do not address people of why you are standing.
Chair, let me make this point, and I appreciate what the Honorable Speaker said. But I think that the speakers should also apply the rules equally. You know, I rose on this point of privilege in the previous week, and I want to connect with what I want to say just now, where parties were demonized for raise that in a committee, you said the following, but their right to put forward the declaration was undermined. That was not recognized, Chair. Secondly, Chair, you know, some of us who have been called names for the last 10 years. We took it on the chin. Some of the things that are being said here are not even factual. We took it on the chin, Speaker. Okay? For me, somebody can say, hey, you bought toll trains. They're not toll trains. I don't have to respond to that. Okay?
Okay, Honorable
But now
Mondlane, what
let
is
me
your
finish.
point of order?
This is a point.
Yes.
It's a point, the point of privilege that I'm making is that it shouldn't be when certain people, and I agree with the decorum, but when certain people are called names, it there's nothing to do with the decorum. When somebody raises something against a person, we don't say, a member of this house, we don't say, please, you're out of order, bring it through. It must be done by the table. Bring a substantive motion. We allowed it to happen, it proceed, but
Honorable
when it
Mondlane,
affects
please,
certain people,
we need to
we
proceed
talk about the
with
decorum. So the
the
decorum
business of
should
the
not
day.
be, the decorum should
Thank
not
you.
be, should apply to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Montana, I don't believe that. No, you can take your seat. Yes. I don't believe that the speaker was raising such because of a certain member saying it to another member. She was looking at the house and how now we are behaving as honorable members. But in that said, it did not need a counter a comment or so. I think as the Speaker of the National Assembly, she is obligated to rise and say when the House now loses its decorum. So there is absolutely nothing about any other member saying something to another member. I don't want us to take it in that sense or with that attitude, but I want us to take it as the speaker has addressed it. And even if she is seated in this seat, she would always say, it is not the first time that she would address such a matter. So it can't be that now because she's addressing it and we take it with that attitude of saying because it was another member raising it on another member. So can we please proceed with the business of the House? Honorable Ocamp, you can take the podium.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. Good evening, Mr. President. Honorable members, dear South Africans, just over a year ago, Mr. President, you stood at the Union buildings to take your oath of office for a second time. Despite the winter, the sun shone brightly over Pretoria as the will of the people was heeded. In a world where freedom is under attack, our republic conducted a free, fair and credible election, and I think we need to thank ourselves for that. Besides the MK party and those that sit to my left, that does not live in reality, all parties accepted the results of our elections. And there was a peaceful transition to the 7th administration. With the beauty of our democracy, even those that do not live in reality have audience in our courts. Indeed, Mr. President, this coming Friday, South Africa and the world will commemorate Nelson Mandela Day. This Mandela Day bears significance if we reflect on the strength of our democracy. We are truly gifted as a people, living free. There are members of this House who, despite taking an oath to our Constitution, wants to destroy our country. It is fascinating to hear Honorable Slope speak of all that is broken, all the mess the government of national unity has inherited, as if he and his party members played no part in that destruction. When you take an oath that you will serve this country and that you will be faithful to the Constitution of this country, it cannot be that the first thing that you do when you come into this parliament is say that you want to squash the Constitution of this country. Shame on you, MK. They refer to themselves as the voice of the voiceless, but in truth, Honorable Deputy...
Honorable Ocamp, please take your seat. Honorable Ram.
Thank you, Chair. This member of the DA, representing a party of land thieves.
What is your point of order,
The point
Honorable
of order,
member?
it says the MK has claimed to squash the Constitution. Where have we ever said that? We have never said that. So this member must withdraw and apologize.
But he said the MK. I didn't hear him saying the MK party. So you don't know which MK he's speaking about. He just said the MK. So, and it was not directed at an individual. Continue, Honorable Okemp.
The only MK.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy.
Yeah, now, Chairperson, you are
Honorable
just
House
being out of
Chairperson.
order. Now.
Honorable House
Really.
Chairperson, they
You are being
refer
out of order. You are inviting us for something that is unprecedented. You are just being out of order, honestly.
Who is this member?
It's Mutubat. It's Mutubat, Chair. Mutubat is out of order.
If you
I'm
have
going to
not
be
been
trusted
recognized, you do not speak. If you do that
I must
again,
stop
I'll ask
talking with the
IT to remove
presidium.
you.
Remove
Continue,
Mutubat. It
Honorable
does not
Okemp.
even know the rules.
Continue,
Now
Honorable
let
Okemp.
me.
Thank
So,
you,
Chair, it's
Honorable
only
House
me. When
Chairperson.
others do that, you don't
The
call them
MK
to order.
referred to
Let's is doing the
themselves.
same. You're not doing the
IT,
same.
please remove Honorable Mutibat. Continue, Honorable Okemp.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. They refer to themselves as the voice of the voiceless, but in truth, they are not only unfit to govern, they are a danger to our democracy and our constitution. Honorable Deputy Minister Morolong, I don't know whether you spoke here on behalf of the Ramaphosa or the Mashatile faction within the ANC, but what I can tell you is that your maths are as bad as those that did the census. To have support for a census that had an undercount of 31% is not good. To the EFF that are still shouting and chanting, kill the boer, kill the farmer. We know why you are doing that. You are doing that because you've got absolutely no substance in anything else that you say. We heard that again when Honorable Matehase spoke here this evening. Honorable Matehase spoke of criminal syndicates. It was very strange that he did not mention the criminal syndicate of those that looted the VBS Bank. Honorable Peterson, I know from the PA, I know that the PA is a smaller party and you do not get a lot of time to speak here, but if you take all the time that you get to address the DA, we are feeling kind of flattered, but I would advise you to be your own party, as the Democratic Alliance has decided that we will when we enter the government of national unity.
Honorable Okemp, can you please take your seat? Honorable Mwali.
Chairperson, the member from ANC.
Honorable Mwali.
Remember,
Honorable members,
ANC.
can we please, honorable members. Yes, Honorable Mwali.
Remember, ANC Chairperson, ifike ivule imic ikhulume la ngaphandle kokuthi uyi-recognize kodwa ukwazi uyikhiphe. And our member uma enza the same uyamkhipha Chairperson. Ngiyacela ukuthi ube
What is
fair.
your point of order, honorable members? Because Honorable Okemp is on the podium speaking and you are.
No,
Which
Chairperson,
member?
you've just removed our member because you are saying they are speaking without being recognized. But
Your
the member
authority
from
is being
ANC has
undermined,
removed him.
Chairperson.
Honorable
Remove this
members,
Look at the
person.
Honorable
member, Chair.
Litsie.
Look at the
Honorable
member, Chair.
Litsie,
He's doing
I'm
it right
cautioning
now.
you. Honorable Mwali, I did not take out the honorable member first. I cautioned the honorable member not to open the mic without being recognized. And he did that the second time when I had cautioned them that I will alert IT to remove him. So I did not just do that. And I've just cautioned Honorable Litsie not to open the mic and speak without being recognized. So can we please proceed with the business of the day?
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. Honorable President, the Democratic Alliance again maintains our commitment to the government of national unity, in which we share a partnership. Our partnership is not about individual party interests, but rather what is in the best interest of all South Africans. We and all of us must always put our country first and not ask what is in the best interest of our parties, but what is in the best interest of this country. The main objective of this Parliament, Honourable President, must be to tangibly grow the economy and create jobs. With 8.2 million South Africans unemployed, it is our moral responsibility to improve their lives, and it can be done. We must work together to achieve that. The past year has admittedly not been easy, but it has been worth it. We are standing here today through turbulent times, but we are here. We are making good progress for all South Africans. There will, of course, be obstacles, but that is governing. It is much harder, Honourable President, to build something lasting than it is to break. The breakers to my left have shown that to us. They've shown that to us again today. We, the builders, must stand together and build towards a better country for everybody. We are making progress. We are making
Honorable Okem,
progress.
can you please take your seat? Honorable member.
Thank you, Chair. This honorable member wants me to sing, really, kill the bull,
Honorable
kill
member,
the
what
fowl.
are you raising on?
No, that is the feeling that is giving me, that I want to sing that song, kill the bull, kill
No,
the fowl.
honorable member. Honorable Okem, please proceed.
Thank you, Honourable House Chairperson. Honourable President, we've seen improvements in various sectors. We've seen them at Home Affairs. We heard the Deputy Minister speak about that today. We saw that agriculture, that is a sector of our economy that can create a lot of jobs, was the fastest growing sector ministry in our sectors throughout South Africa in the first quarter of this year. We need to grow those sectors. We need to heed the words of the Minister of Finance when he gave us 1 trillion rand for infrastructure development, and the Minister of Infrastructure and Development to really implement that towards the benefit of all South Africans. It can create jobs and it can allow us to improve this country. Honourable President, there is much more to be done. Our economy is not growing fast enough. We still live with horrific violence, with women and children, violence on our farms that we need to curb. We also face the painful reality that some children in our country are going to bed hungry at night. No child in South Africa must sleep on an empty stomach, and we've got to work together to fight that. Mr. President, we also need to do more to tackle corruption and gain the people's trust. After the damage that was done by those who are now in the MK party, we must show South Africans through our deeds that we take wrongdoing seriously. Corruption and dishonesty cannot and should not be tolerated. It is a prestigious honor to serve South Africans, and no public official must be tainted. Honourable President, commissions have delivered great reports in the past, but commissions are as good as their consequences. We must see to it that these commissions that you have now established over the last time must have consequences. Honourable President, the time for working together has arrived. You mentioned trees standing together. The Democratic Alliance is one of those trees that will stand together with everybody that want to build this country. Every day of this government and every day to come, the DA will fight for our country. We look forward to continuing
Honorable
to work with
Okem,
you in
can you
building
please
South
take your
Africa.
seat? Honorable Litsia.
Thank you very much. This one sounds like, thank you very much. This one sounds like it's in the faction of Andrew Whitfield, who the
Honorable
president must
Litsia.
fire again. Can you take your question?
Honorable Okem, can you take a question?
Yeah. The president must fire
Chairperson, I've
okay,
got
that one
7
again.
seconds left.
Okay,
I'd like to
he
use
will
them
not
to
take
No,
a question. He's got 7
President, fire
seconds
Andrew
left.
again. This one is yeah.
Honourable Chairperson, the Democratic Alliance have committed ourselves to building this country. We are committed to work together, and we accept the same, expect the same of everybody. Thank you, Honourable President. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. The Honorable
Can
Chief
I
Whip
blue
of
light
the
one?
Opposition.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, House Chair, Mr. President, honourable members. Having listened to the debates today leaves me with a lot of questions. It has become apparent that we need a strong man to drive the South African ship. We have also listened to the flip-flopping DA begging for blue lights. The questions that we have today, Mr. President, are very profound. We have listened to your cabinet ministers who clearly have been through the Rupert conveyor belt of changed men. What we are asking is, what are we going to do with such poor material after the GNU ship has sunk? They are not fit for purpose, they have no political education, and they are not fit to govern. This whole administration brings to mind the words of the Iron Lady, Her Excellency Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, when she observed of the government of her day in 1985, and it's befitting today, sir. There are many idiots in whose hands our nation's fate and progress has been placed. And I rest my case. Since the start of your presidency, the cheap talks on fighting corruption, ethical, capable leadership, say we are exhausted. Our spirits are deflated. We've lost trust in you. Speaker, the integrity of this president is in question. Let's start with today. President says there's a national dialogue which is accepted by all partners. The next breath, the chief whip comes and says Steenhuisen is against it. President gives us some intertwined GNU trees in Limpopo and Eastern Cape. In the next breath, the chief whip says the descendants of white supremacy. Which script are you reading from? Which script should South Africa read from? In January 2018 in Nongoma, sir, you viewed land expropriation without compensation as a critical legislative mechanism. And I quote, you said we can make this country a Garden of Eden, close quote. Instead, you turned this government ship into a GNU Noah's Ark with all sorts of animals that are welcome. Close quotes. In all honesty, Speaker, as we sit here today, we don't even know anymore what's on the table of the GNU. Are we moving forward as a country or sliding backward? It's a crisis. Political crisis, criminality, corruption has characterized this presidency. The lingering question in our minds is that, sir, knowing that you did not have the burden of breaking ground or shedding blood in establishing the ANC, or even the wisdom of transitioning it into the new South Africa, you were simply called upon to steward a ship already on course to change the lives of our people. Sir, you had it all to cruise into the new dawn. You were the person clothed with such an important task. Did you discharge this trust truthfully, with all good intentions? Have you contributed towards the functioning and betterment of our country and your organization, given the many honors that it has conferred on you as a billionaire and a president today? As a nation. Paul Ndlovu said it well. Akukhombo ra mina, va ni tekela n'wansati, va ni tekela xidakwa. Look at that Napoleon complex over there. He's trying very hard to compensate, but his party leader is towering tall miles ahead of their chief whip in the blue there. He thinks it's cute to come here every time airing dirty linen of the GNU, so obsessed with the MK party. But we understand why everybody's obsessed with President Zuma. He made all of you here. He gave all of you opportunities to be in government. Unfortunately, you became changed men. While others remain fully excited to be finally governing with white supremacy. Sir, the moral dilemma some of your people in your party, in your cabinet, in your caucus have, they find it impossible to do this GNU thing without being false to their own deep convictions and betraying those who put their trust in them. Sir, President Nelson Mandela said at the OAU summit in June 1994, there is something wrong in how we govern ourselves, and I quote, and it must be said that the fault is not in our stars that we are ill-governed. The fault is in ourselves, I close quote. It's you, sir, who make us as a people question ourselves whether we believe in our capacity for self-government. Clearly, you do not have a government capable of governing. You are merely nursing white fears of black domination, which is manifesting. It's manifesting itself at every decision corner in your bloated cabinet. And that is why, sir, when EFF Plus comes here and talks about legacy, they should not be throwing stones. These are the descendants of hate and apartheid architects, white supremacy. And yes, it's not only MK votes that were stolen. 26 parties' votes were stolen. I was one of those parties. Our country, which once stood as a beacon of hope for the whole continent, a miracle in the global south, yet your reign, sir, has cast it into the shadows. Perhaps it's time to take a leaf from the MK. We change leaders. We change leaders. The reason you are sitting at 40% and sliding down rapidly as a party is because you still have your stinking dirty underwear. Change it. That's why people are running away from you, starting with the presidency. It's a tragedy. It's a tragedy. It's a tragedy to have a stinking dirty underwear. You can't change it because you are waiting for a hijacked electoral conference like what happened with CR17. As we honor legacy of Nelson Mandela, and I hope someday soon, I'm gonna quote, we'll refrain to behave as though we do not believe that coexistence among African brethren is at all possible. And the African people can be organized by Africans for Africans, with everybody who owes his loyalty only to Africa and who is prepared to accept the democratic rule of an African majority. I close quote. You have betrayed that statement of Nelson Mandela. Honestly, House Chair, the prosperity of this nation is not something that we can base our hopes on for the future of our children. No nation can survive the tax burden criminality so high placed upon its people. The presidential vote should be about taking decisive action to protect the integrity of our nation, our heritage as a people, our justice system, and ensure accountability for those who have betrayed the public trust. As we speak here, House Chair, we are tempted to even ask, let one of your 3 ministers of police be the minister of police for women, to protect women, GBV, people with disabilities, the vulnerable, the elderly, because frankly, everything else is a joke. So 11 million South Africans remain unemployed. Our youth are starving, they're on drugs. Teenage pregnancy is on a rampant just to obtain a grant. The wealth of this country is sitting in the hands of your GNU partners. You would expect that the highest office of this land, where you preside, you yourself having tasted wealth, will be laser focused on addressing this inequality and poverty crisis facing our people. Yet, you come here with your partners and you're defending the
Honorable Chief
Constitution.
Whip of the Opposition, your time has expired.
We reject this budget. Thank you.
I will now recognize Honorable Sangoni.
Madam Speaker, Your Excellency, Comrade President, honorable members, fellow South Africans. Today's debate has unfortunately, in many respects, been a missed opportunity to critically interrogate the budget of the apex arm of government. At such a time when it is more critical than ever that the center should hold, we have witnessed grandstanding from honorable members on the bench.
Order, Speaker.
Honorable Sangoni, please take your seat. Honorable Reddy.
Honorable Speaker, there's no provision in the rules to refer to someone as comrade in the House. Please ask the member to withdraw. Thank you.
Honorable Reddy, honestly now. And please, you must raise your hand until you are recognized. Do not unmute and speak when you have not been recognized. That is out of order. Continue, Honorable Sangoni.
Thank you. When it is critical that the center should hold, we have witnessed grandstanding from honorable members on the benches of opposition who preach democracy, but they fail to advance it in their own ranks. There have been laments about accountability and transparency from those whose own affairs are cloaked in mystery, secrecy, and intrigue. We've also seen posturing about moving on a common direction from those who, if given half a chance, seek to undermine the very government of national unity that they form part of. Vote 1 is too important, too significant, both in terms of its symbolism and orientation, too critical to our mission of being accountable to the South African people for us to be distracted by this doublespeak. Unfortunately, Honorable House Chair, to quote Shakespeare, what we have heard today is nothing more than sound and fury signaling nothing. Delivering the State of the Nation address earlier this year and again today, His Excellency the President paid a solemn and moving tribute to the brave soldiers of the SANDF who lost their lives in armed combat in the Eastern DRC. These heroes did not die for personal glory or conquest, but in defense of the Congolese people's right to peace and security. Their sacrifice must always remind us that our freedom is rooted in solidarity, in service, and in unwavering resolve. The President also went on to remind us of the enduring power of the Freedom Charter, the moral and constitutional foundation of our democratic society. It is this seminal document of the people that underpins our continued journey towards a united, non-racial, non-sexist, democratic, and prosperous South Africa, a journey that the African National Congress and the mass democratic movement as a whole define as the National Democratic Revolution. Now, following the strategic setback in May 2024 elections, we are beginning to witness a sustained and aggressive calculated assault on this very revolution. Racist and reactionary detractors who once whispered in dark corners have now become emboldened. They are attempting to derail our collective march towards total liberation and reverse the hard gains of our democracy. Led by some of this in this House, these attacks are neither justified nor rooted in fact, as we have seen in this debate. The real grievances of the people are being twisted into narratives that serve elite interests rather than the national good. The demand for equality and dismantling the effects of structural racism in the world's most unequal country is presented as an enemy of economic growth and foreign direct investment. We sit in this debate and have to listen to them argue, falsely and cynically, that equity undermines investment. I ask you, Honorable Mulder, how can any society grow while inequality festers? Kindly please enlighten us how prosperity will be achieved when the majority remain excluded. The Employment Equity Act is under legal attack from some GNU partners. BEE is being vilified with spirited attacks to roll it back by some GNU partners. And most disturbingly, the vision of the Freedom Charter that free medical care and hospitalization should be provided for all is being sabotaged by relentless litigation against the NHI, again by some GNU partners. So let us be clear, we will not retreat. We will not allow our diversity to be weaponized against us. While some, like the DA's Honorable Emma Powell, go to London seeking instructions on how we run our country as if we're a colony, the African National Congress shall go to the people and engage in the national dialogue. The ANC fully supports the national dialogue, and the national dialogue will proceed despite shouts from those who are obsessed with performative opposition. We will breathe life into the first words of our Constitution. Tina abantu, we the people. We note with no surprise that not a single DA minister or deputy minister is debating today. It must be difficult indeed to explain how they reconcile their constitutional fidelity with their party's internal warfare. They have to pretend to serve government by day while accounting to the madam by night. It is no secret that the DA is paralyzed, confused, erratic. No wonder the Honorable Oakam can speak authoritatively on factions, because, lulled by the sins of incumbency they once detested, the party is now at war with itself, deeply divided with two factions fighting for its soul. One led by Honorable Steenhuisen, who wants to make the GNU work, and the other led by the madam and forcing Steenhuisen to do very strange things in order to jeopardize the stability of the GNU. It is on this basis that I understand their members of the executive chose to hide, not even show their faces, and sit out this presidency debate vote. Madam Chair, our Constitution remains the envy of the world. We must guard against opportunistic interpretations and malicious distortions. The Honorable Mhlauli has addressed this matter of the appointment of Professor Kachalia, and we understand that it will be difficult for those so-called proponents of superior logic to understand it, because indeed we appreciate constitutional reading is a skill, and reading for meaning is an even higher idea. What she said, Honorable Chief Whip of the EFF, is not legal wizardry, it's basic constitutional literacy. Even more absurd were the comments that were made by the leader of the MK party, who claimed that commissions of inquiry are a waste of time and yield no results. I urge the Honorable Hlophe to ask some of his own members who are currently in and out of court, thanks to the work of the Zondo Commission, whether indeed commissions are irrelevant and a waste of time. But honestly, Honorable House Chair, the less said about the MK party, the better. The MK party is less a political organization and more like a family WhatsApp group gone rogue. They've had more secretary generals than they've had policy documents, and that's generous considering we're still waiting to see their first actual policy. The MK's party's idea of succession planning, well, whoever is left standing after the latest disciplinary fallout, and that's until next week. And their president, the supreme leader himself, a statesman who's caught in a loop between making the law, breaking the law, and asking his lawyers what the law is. So when you walk past MK benches in parliament, just know that despite the fake camouflage, you don't get a sense of a disciplined revolutionary formation. Instead, it's vibes of a school trip gone wrong. Nobody's sure who's in charge. Some kids are missing. The class rep was appointed on the bus ride here, and the teacher, she's back at the service station arguing over petrol money. Honorable House Chair, the ANC's commitment to transparency is not theoretical. It is proven. Over the years, this president has established various commissions that have revealed deep structural weaknesses in various state institutions and come up with recommendations to deal with them. The Madlanga Commission will be no different, Honorable Cholep. So as our fallen heroes in DRC did, they stood firm in the face of danger, so too does the ANC. It will remain steadfast. We will spare no effort, make no compromise, and offer no apology in defending the NDR and the fundamental rights enshrined in our constitution. To do this, Comrade President, we must strengthen the presidency as the center of government and an effective and accountable coordinator of the National Program of Action, as articulated in the MDP. We reject with contempt it deserves the false narrative that building state capacity equates to the creation of an unaccountable super presidency. That idea is both incorrect and irresponsible. Wrong, too, is Honorable Gama's argument that private sector participation in the National Logistic Crisis Committee amounts to a coup. In the same breath, he then complains about the absence of investment for job creation. He seems not to have learned anything from Chairman Deng Xiaoping of China, who said that to resolve national development problems, you must mobilize all cats, whether they are black and white, to catch the mice. This simply means that a developmental state must periodically use its political capacity, not just legislation, to extract cooperation from private capital in terms of the terms determined by the state. We precisely need a strong, capable, and efficient presidency to lead in front, as it did in the establishment of the Presidential Commission on the Fourth Industrial Revolution. This commission has already delivered a national 4IR strategy, the country's first artificial intelligence institute, and bold steps towards inclusive economic participation. Operation Vulindlela, Honorable Mahlatsi, is the creation of a strong, capable, efficient presidency. They have begun implementing the digital transformation roadmap, bringing the vision of a digitized public service closer to reality. Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Madam House Chair, the ANC is resolute in its commitment for universal digital access. That is why we're calling for the urgent implementation of the National Sovereign Communication Satellite Program. Digital sovereignty is not negotiable. Mongamel, 70 years later, the demands of the Freedom Charter still echo with urgency. The people still demand to govern. The people still demand that all national groups have equal rights. The people still demand to share the wealth of the country. To borrow the words of Madiba, whose legacy you carry forward and whose footsteps you walk, after climbing a great hill, one only finds there are many more to climb. So, Mongamel, lead us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable members, that concludes the speakers list on the budget vote debate and the business of the day. Honorable members, you are reminded that the Honorable President will reply tomorrow. I will now request members to stand and wait for the presiding officer and the maids to leave the chamber. The House is adjourned.